The ancients saw it as an embodiment of the forces of nature. In winter, these forces were asleep, but in spring they were recalled to life by the sun. Hence, the constellation in which the sun appeared in spring symbolized these reawakening forces. It gave new strength to the sun and was felt to be worthy of particular reverence. The ancients knew that something important was connected with this movement of the sun round the zodiac, for it meant that the sun's rays fell on the earth under quite different conditions as time went on. This period of 2160 years does indeed signify a complete change in the conditions of life on earth, and this is the length of time spent in Devachan between death and a new birth. Occultism has always recognized these 2160 years as a period during which conditions on earth change sufficiently for a person to gain new experience when he reappears there. We must remember, however, that during this period a person is generally born twice, once as a man and once as a woman, so that on average the interval between two incarnations is in fact about 1,000 years. It is not true that there is a change from male to female at every seventh incarnation. The experiences of the soul are obviously very different in a male incarnation from those it encounters in a female incarnation. Hence, the general rule is that a soul appears once as a man and complete change in the conditions of life on earth, and this is the length of time spent in Devachan between death and a new birth. Occultism has always recognized these 2160 years as a period during which conditions on earth change sufficiently for a person to gain new experience when he reappears there. We must remember, however, that during this period a person is generally born twice, once as a man and once as a woman, so that on average the interval between two incarnations is in fact about 1,000 years. It is not true that there is a change from male to female at every seventh incarnation. The experiences of the soul are obviously very different in a male incarnation from those it encounters in a female incarnation. Hence, the general rule is that a soul appears once as a man and once as a woman during this period of 2,160 years. A person will then have had all the experiences available to him under the conditions of that period, and will have had the possibility and opportunity to add a new page to his book of life. These radical changes in the conditions on earth provide a schooling for the soul. That is the purpose of reincarnation. A man takes with him into Devachan his causal body, which is the fruit of the memory picture of his past life, and the purified, ennobled parts of his astral and etheric bodies. These belong to him permanently, and he never loses them. At a particular moment, just after he has laid aside his astral corpse, he stands face to face with himself as if he were looking at himself from the outside. That is the moment when he enters Devachan. Devachan has 4 divisions: 1, the continents; 2, the rivers and oceans; 3, the airy region, etheric space; 4, the region of spiritual archetypes. In the first realm, everything is seen as though in a photographic negative. Everything physical that has ever existed on this earth, whether as mineral, plant, or animal, and everything physical that still exists, appears as a negative. And if you see yourself in this negative form as one among all the others, you will be in Devachan. What is the point of seeing yourself in this way? You do not see yourself once only, but by degrees you come to see yourself as you were in former lives, and this is a deep purpose. Goethe says, quote, "The eye is formed by the light, for the light," close quote. He means that light is the creator of the eye, and this is perfectly true. EYE, by the way. We see how true it is if we observe how the eye degenerates in the absence of light. For example, in Kentucky, certain creatures long ago made caves their dwelling, The caves were dark, and so the creatures did not need eyes. Gradually they lost the light of the eyes, and their eyes atrophied. The vital fluids which had formerly nourished their eyes were diverted to another organ, which was now more useful for them. These creatures then lost their sight because their whole world was without light. The absence of light destroyed their power of sight. Thus, if there were no light, there would be no eyes. The forces which create the eye are in the light, just as the forces which create the ear are in the world of sound. In short, all the organs of the body are built up by the creative forces of the universe. If you ask what has built the brain, the answer is that without thinking, there would be no brain. A Kepler or Galileo uses his reasoning power to understand the great laws of nature, but who created the organ of understanding, the wisdom at work in nature? We enter the earthly world with our organs in a certain degree of perfection. During the interval since our last incarnation, however, new conditions have arisen, and we have to work upon them with our spirit. In all our experiences, there is a creative power. Our eyes and the understanding which we already possess were formed in an earlier incarnation. When we reach Devakan after death, we find the picture of our body as it was in our last life, and within us we still carry the fruits of the memory picture of this last life. It is now possible for us to compare the course of our development through various lives, what we were like before the experiences of this last life, and what we can become when the experiences of this latest life are added to those of the others. Accordingly, we form for ourselves a picture of a new body, standing one level higher than our previous bodies. At the first stage, in Devakan, therefore, a human being corrects the shortcomings which his previous life picture shows him. And out of the fruits of his former lives, he prepares the picture of his body for his next incarnation. At the second stage of Devakan, life pulsates as a reality, as though in rivers and streams. During earthly existence, a person has life within him, and he cannot perceive it. Now he sees it streaming past, and he uses it to animate the form he had built up at the first stage. At the third stage of Devakan, we are surrounded by all the passions and feelings of our past life, but now they come before us as clouds, thunder, and lightning. We see all this, as it were, objectively. We learn to understand it and to observe it as we observe physical things on earth, and we gather all the experiences of our feeling life, of our soul. By dint of seeing these pictures of the life of soul, we are able to incorporate their particular qualities, and thus endow with soul the body we had formed at the first stage. That is the purpose of Devakan. We have to advance a stage further there, so we ourselves prepare the image of our body for the next incarnation. That is one of our tasks in Devakan, but we have many others also. We are by no means concerned only with ourselves. Everything we do there is done in full consciousness. We live consciously in Devakan, and statements to the contrary in theosophical books are false. How is this to be understood? When I am asleep, my astral body leaves the physical and etheric bodies, and consciousness leaves me also. But that is true only while the astral body is engaged on its usual task of repairing and restoring harmony to the weary and worked out physical body. Once I have died, my astral body no longer has this task to perform, and in proportion as it is released from this task, consciousness awakens. During earthly life, consciousness is darkened and hemmed in by the physical forces of the body. And at night I have to work on this physical body. When the forces of the astral body are released after death, its own specific organs immediately emerge. These are the 7 lotus flowers the chakras. Chakras. Clairvoyant artists have been aware of this and have used it as a symbol in their works. Michelangelo, for example, created his statue of Moses with two little horns. The lotus flowers are distributed as follows. The two-petaled lotus flower at the base of the nose, between the eyebrows. The 16-petaled lotus flower in the region of the larynx. The 12-petaled lotus flower in the neighborhood of the heart. The 8 or 10-petaled lotus flower close to the pit of the stomach. The 6 and a 4-petaled lotus flower are to be found lower down. These astral organs are hardly observable in the ordinary human being of today, but if he becomes clairvoyant or goes into a state of trance, they stand out in shining, living colors and are in motion. Directly the lotus flowers are in motion, a person perceives the astral world. But the difference between physical and astral organs is that the physical organs are passive and allow everything to act on them from outside. Eye, ear, and so on have to wait until light or sound brings them a message. Spiritual organs, on the other hand, are active. They actively embrace and grasp what is before them. But this activity can awaken only when the forces of the astral body are not otherwise employed. Then they stream into the lotus flowers. Even in Kamaloka, as long as the lower parts of the astral body are still united with the human being, the astral organs are dimmed. It is only when the astral corpse has been discarded and nothing remains with us except what we have acquired as permanent parts of ourselves, that is, at the entrance to Devakan, that these astral sense organs wake to full activity. And in Devakan we live with them in a high degree of consciousness. It is incorrect for theosophical books to say that man is asleep in Devakan. Incorrect that he is concerned only with himself, or that relationships begun on earth are not continued there. On the contrary, a friendship truly founded on spiritual affinity continues with great intensity. The circumstances of physical life on earth bring about real experiences there. The inwardness of friendship brings nourishment to the communion of spirits in Devakan and enriches it with new patterns. It is precisely this which feeds the soul there. Likewise, an elevated aesthetic enjoyment of nature is nourishment for the life of the soul in Devakan. All this is what nourishes human beings in Devakan. Friendships are, as it were, the environment with which we surround ourselves there. Physical conditions all too often cut across these relationships on earth. In Devakan, the way in which two friends are together depends only on the intensity of their friendship. To form such relationships on earth provides experiences for life in Devakan. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is Lecture 5, translated by revised translation by Matthew Barton, entitled Human Tasks in the Higher Worlds. Yesterday we came to know a little about the nature of Devakan. Now we have to ask how the bliss of Devakan comes about. Most of the activity there is creative, and though it is difficult to give an idea of the bliss that goes with it, a comparison with something that occurs on earth will perhaps give us a glimpse of it. Let us observe the feeling that pervades the activity of a being engaged in the creation of another being. For instance, a hen sitting on her eggs. This is really a very appropriate comparison, grotesque though it may sound, for the brooding hen experiences an immense and blissful sense of well-being. Transfer this feeling to the spiritual level, and you will have some conception of Devachan. In the first, or continental region, where everything physical is spread out in negative, but like a vast tableau, a person is obliged to create the image of his new body. He does this free of all hindrance, and in so doing feels the bliss of creation. In the second region streams universal life, which under physical conditions is tied up with the forms of man, animal, and plant. Now it flows freely like the waters of the sea, and we see this flow as something both external and internal. Externally, we see it flow in a reddish lilac stream from one plant form to another, one animal form to another, all embraced in the unity of life. All forms of spiritual life, for example that of Christian communities, are seen as belonging to the universal flow of life. Hence the first rule for a theosophist, which is to look for the one life in everything, can be truly practiced. For the universal life, common to all things, is seen in flow. In the third region, we see realized in visible form all the relationships that arise between human beings on the level of the soul. If two people love one another, one sees the love as a real being whose body is love. If you can make a picture of all this for yourselves, you will have some idea of the bliss of Devachan. But anyone who has any knowledge of it will use few words, for the spiritual cannot be rendered in physical language. But you must not think that the human being is inactive in Devachan, or is concerned only with himself. He has something else to do there. The countenance of the earth, with all its flora and fauna, is continually changing. How different, for instance, must things have been in northern Siberia when the mammoths still lived there, whose remains can be found frozen in the ice fields. How different things must have been here when primeval forest still covered the ground, when wild animals of the torrid zone lived here, and a tropical climate prevailed. Who is it that brings all this about? Who changes conditions on the earth? How is it with the soul and spirit of animals, and with the soul of plants? If we are talking only of the physical plane, we are quite justified in saying that the human being has his ego and his dwelling place here, and is the highest of the beings who live on the earth. On the astral plane, things are quite different. As soon as an initiate enters that plane, he comes to know a whole range of new beings who are not present on the physical plane, but appear on the astral plane as beings like himself. Among them are the species souls, or group souls of animals, and one associates with them as one does with other people on the physical plane. On the physical plane, animals have only a physical, an etheric, and an astral body. They have no ego there, for their ego is to be found on the astral plane. Just as your 10 fingers have a common unifying soul, all animals of one species have their common soul on the astral plane. The ego of the species lion, dog, or ant, and so on, is to be found there as a real being. It is as though the ego hovered in astral space and held the individual animals on strings like marionettes. Plants also have group souls of this kind, but their ego is in Devachan. The strings go still higher. And all the minerals, such as gold, diamonds, rocks, and so forth, have their group soul in the uppermost region of Devachan. And there is a diagram which I can't read. The various beings then are ranked in the following way. When a person dies, his ego is to be found on the astral plane together with the egos of the animals, and the work he can be engaged on is similar to that of the egos of the animals, to produce gradual changes in the animal world. In lower Devachan, he finds the egos of the plants as his companions, and there he can alter the forms of the plant world. In this way, he can collaborate in the transformation of the earth. So it is man himself who helps bring about the great changes in the countenance of the earth, and also the greatly altered scene in which he lives during his next incarnation. But he carries out this work under the leadership and guidance of higher beings. Thus it is true to say, when we look at the continually changing plant and animal worlds, that this change is the work of the dead. The dead are active in the transformation of flora and fauna, and even in changing the physical form of the solid earth. Even in the forces of nature, we have to see the activity of discarnate human beings, and we know how powerfully these forces can work on the face of the earth. All activity, all work, had its beginning at some time long ago, when there were as yet no pyramids, not even any tools. Everything existed in the form given to it by gods, or as materialists would say, by the forces of nature. And man was set into the midst of it all. Now, however, most of our surroundings are a result of the outer work of man. And what man cannot accomplish here, he carries out in the period between death and rebirth. Thus our own evolution is tied up with the changes of the whole earth. The structure and evolution of the earth are the work of human beings on higher planes, and the more highly man succeeds in developing himself, the more quickly and perfectly will the transformation of the physical earth and of its flora and fauna advance. The more highly developed a person is, the longer he can spend at work in the higher regions of Devachan. A person hardly developed beyond his animal nature sees little of it. In many stories and legends, the human spirit, apparently childish, but in reality inspired by lofty powers, has given expression to these facts. Now, how do the forces act which bring man down to a new incarnation? As we saw, there is an interval of about 1,000 years between death and the next incarnation, and during this period the soul is making itself ready for its journey to a new birth. It is exceedingly interesting for a clairvoyant to explore the astral world. He may, for example, observe astral corpses floating about, in process of dissolution. The astral corpse of a highly developed man, who has worked on his lower impulses, will dissolve very quickly. But with undeveloped persons who have given free rein to their impulses and passions, the process of dissolution goes slowly. Sometimes the earlier astral corpse is not wholly dissolved when its original bearer returns to a new birth, and he will then face a difficult destiny. It can also happen that through special circumstances, a person returns soon and finds his astral corpse still present. The corpse is then strongly drawn to him and slips into his new astral body. He does indeed create a new astral body, but the old one combines with it, and he has to drag both of them along throughout his life. And then in bad dreams or visions, the old astral body comes before him as a second ego, playing tricks on him, harassing and tormenting him. This is the false, counterfeit guardian of the threshold. Such an old astral corpse finds it easy to release itself from a person and become manifest, because it is not firmly united with the other members of his being. And then it appears as a doppelganger. Besides these astral forms, the clairvoyant sees another particularly remarkable set of shapes. They are bell-shaped and shoot through astral space with enormous speed. These are germinal human beings, not yet incarnated, but striving for incarnation. Time and space hardly matter to these beings, because they can move about very easily. They are variously colored and surrounded by an aura of color. At one point they are red, at another blue, and a shining yellow ray flashes out from inside them. These germinal human beings have just come from Devachan into astral space. What is happening here? After a human being has taken with him into Devachan his higher astral body and the causal body made up of the fruits of his former lives, he now has to gather round him new astral substance, rather as scattered iron filings are brought into order by the pull of a magnet. He collects this astral substance in accordance with the forces within him. The substance collected after a good previous life is different from the substance collected after a bad one. The bell-shaped forms are made up of the causal body, the forces of the earlier astral body and the new astral body. The germinal human being ought not to encounter the old astral body. His task is to build up a new astral body out of undifferentiated astral substance, so that the whole process depends upon himself. The form and color of the new astral body are determined by the forces of his previous life. This is a fact to be kept thoroughly well in mind. The reason why the germinal human beings dart about with such enormous speed is that they are searching for parents with suitable characters and family circumstances. Their speed helps them to find the right parents. They can be here at one moment and in America the next. For the next stage, help is needed. Higher beings, the Lipakas, guide the germinal human being to the chosen parents, while the Maharajas form the etheric body to correspond with the astral form and with the contribution by the parents to the physical body. The clairvoyant can perceive astral substance in the ardor experienced by the parents during the act of impregnation, and the passional nature of the child is determined by the intensity of this passion. After this, etheric substance shoots in from north, south, east, and west, from the heights and from the depths. Parents who will be exactly right for the germinal human being cannot always be found. All that can be done is to search for the most suitable. Similarly, a physical body cannot always be built so as to match exactly the incoming etheric body. There can never be complete harmony. This is the reason for the discord between soul and body in human beings. Immediately before incarnation, a very important event occurs, parallel to the event which follows the moment of death. Just as immediately after death, the whole memory of a person's past life appears like a tableau before his soul, so is a kind of preview of the coming life given to the soul immediately before it incarnates. Not all the details are seen, but the circumstances of the coming life are made evident in broad outline. This is of the utmost importance. It may happen that a person who went through a great deal of suffering and hardship in his previous life receives a shock from the glimpse of the new circumstances and destiny now in prospect, and holds back the soul from complete incarnation. Only a part of the soul then enters the body, and this will result in the birth of an epileptic or a person deficient in mind. At the moment of incarnation, immediately after conception, the shining yellow thread in the causal body darkens and disappears. It persists through all stages only in initiates. We must not imagine that the higher members of one's being unite completely with the embryo from the beginning. The causal body is the first to be active, for it works on the earliest formation of the physical body. Not until the 7th week of pregnancy does the etheric body start working upon the embryo, and the astral body not until the 7th month. Until then, it is the etheric and astral body of the mother which work upon the child. It is very important for the child's education in the first few years to develop these bodies further. Much more attention ought to be paid in this aspect of upbringing and education. We should observe the moment when the etheric and astral bodies of the child start coming into play and working together with those of the mother. Development goes on after birth by stages in the most varied ways. Especially important for education is the period from the 7th to the 14th year. We shall see tomorrow how Theosophy bears on these problems of education, which point to an important chapter in human evolution. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, now entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. It is revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 6, entitled Child Development and Education Karma. The insight into life given by Theosophy is in the highest sense practical. The light it throws on questions of education will be deeply useful to humanity long before people attain clairvoyance. And long before a person attains to direct vision, he can convince himself that in Theosophy the truth about life is to be found. Once born, the human being enters on a new life, and his various bodies develop in different ways and at different times. The educator should always bear this in mind. The period from the 1st to the 7th year is very different from the second 7-year period, from the 7th to the 15th or 16th year, earlier with girls, later with boys. Then there is a change again after the 16th year, or shall we say after puberty. We can properly understand how a human being grows to maturity only if we keep before our eyes the different ways in which the various members of his being develop. From birth to the 7th year, it is really only the physical body that parents and educators have to consider. At birth, the physical body is released into its environment. Before birth, it is part of the maternal organism. During the whole period of pregnancy, the life of the mother and of the human embryo are intermingled. The physical body of the mother surrounds the physical body of the child, so that the outer world has no access to the child. At birth, things change. Only then can the child receive impressions from other beings in the physical world. But the child's etheric and astral bodies are still not open to the external world. Up to the 7th year, indeed, the external world cannot influence them, for they are inwardly absorbed in building up the physical body. At about the 7th year, the etheric body begins to be free to receive impressions from outside, and it can then be influenced. But from the 7th to the 14th year, no attempt should be made to influence the astral body, or its inward activity will be disturbed. During the first 7 years, it is best to leave the etheric and astral bodies quite unmolested and to rely on everything happening of its own accord. The best way to influence the child during his first 7 years is through the development of his sense organs. All the impressions a child receives from the outer world are significant. Everything he sees or hears affects him via his sense organs. The sense organs, however, are not influenced by lesson books or verbal teaching, but by means of example and imitation. The most important thing during the first 7 years is to nourish a child's sense organs. He will see with his eyes how people round him are behaving. Aristotle was quite right in saying that man is the most imitative of all creatures, and this is particularly true during the first 7 years. Hence, during these years, we must try to influence a child's senses, to draw them out so that they become active on their own account. That is why it is such a mistake to give a child one of those, in quotes, beautiful dolls. They hinder him from setting his own inner powers to work. A normal child will reject the doll and be much happier with a piece of wood or with anything which gives his imagination a chance to be active. No particular method of teaching is needed for the etheric and astral bodies, but it is extremely important that the subtler influences which pass over to them unconsciously from their environment should be favorable. It is very important that during these early years a child should be surrounded by noble-minded, generous-hearted, and affectionate people with good thoughts, for these stamp themselves on the child's inner life. Example, therefore, in thought and in feeling is the best means of education at this stage. It is not what we say, but what we are that influences a child during his first 7 years. Because of the extreme sensitivity of the inner members of a child's being, his surroundings should be kept free from all impure, immoral thoughts and feelings. From the 7th to the 14th, 15th, or 16th years, that is until puberty, the etheric body goes through a liberation, just as the physical body is thrown open to its environment at birth. During this period, then, we must direct our efforts to the etheric body, the vehicle of memory, of lasting habits, of temperament and inclinations, and enduring desires. Accordingly, when the etheric body is set free, we must take every care to develop these features. We must influence a child's habits, his memory, everything which will give his character a firm foundation. The child will grow up like a will-o'-the-wisp if care is not taken to imbue his character with certain lasting habits, so that with their aid he will stand firm against the storms of life. This too is the time for exercising his memory. Memorizing is more difficult after this age. It is at this time also that a feeling for art awakens, particularly for the art of music, so closely associated with the vibrations of the etheric body. If any musical talent exists, this is when we should do all we can to encourage it. This again is the time for stories and parables. It is wrong to try to develop critical faculties so early. Our age sins greatly in this respect. Care must be taken to see that the child learns as much as possible through stories and analogies. We must store his memory with them and must see to it that his power of comparison is exercised on concepts drawn from the sense world. We must bring before him examples taken from the lives of the great men of history. But there must be no talk of this is good or this is bad, for that would make a demand on his judgment. We can hardly place too many such pictures or examples before the child. These are the things which act on the etheric body. This too is the age when stories and fairy tales, which represent human life in the form of pictures, have a powerful effect. All this makes the etheric body supple and plastic and provides it with lasting impressions. How grateful Goethe must have been to his mother for telling him so many fairy stories at this age. The later the power of critical judgment is aroused in a child, the better. But when children ask why, we should answer them not with abstract explanations, but through examples and images, and how infinitely important it is to find the right ones. If a child asks questions about life and death and the changes that accompany them, we can use the example of the caterpillar and the chrysalis, and explain how the butterfly arises from the chrysalis to a new life. Everywhere in nature we can find such comparisons, relevant to the highest questions. But quite specially important for the child of this age is authority. It must not be an enforced authority. The teacher must gain his authority quite naturally, so that the child will believe before it develops knowledge. Theosophical education demands of the teacher not only intellectual knowledge, not only educational principles and insights. It demands that the type of people chosen to be teachers must be those whose natural gifts show promise of their becoming, quote, a natural authority, close quote. Does this seem too much to ask? But surely we must find such teachers, since the future of mankind depends on it. Here a great cultural task for theosophy opens up. When the child enters the third period of 7 years, the age of puberty, the astral body is liberated. On it depends the power of judgment and criticism, and the capacity for entering into direct relationships with other human beings. A young person's feelings toward the world in general develop in company with his feelings toward other people. And now he is at last mature enough for real understanding. As the astral body is liberated, so is the personality, and so personal judgment has to be developed. Nowadays, young people are expected to offer criticism much too early. 17-year-old critics can be found in abundance, and many of the people who write and pass judgments are quite immature. You have to be 22 or 24 before you can offer a sound judgment of your own. Before then, it is quite impossible. From the 14th to the 24th year, when everything around him can teach a person something, is the best time for learning from the world. That is the way to grow up into full maturity. These are the great basic principles of education. Countless details can be deduced from them. The Theosophical Society is to publish a book for teachers and mothers, which will show how from birth to the 7th year, the essential thing is example. From the 7th to the 14th year, authority. From the 14th to the 21st year, the training of independent judgment. This is one example of how Theosophy seeks to lay hold of practical life through all its stages. Another example of practical Theosophy can be drawn from a study of the great law of karma, a law which really makes life comprehensible for the first time. The law of karma is not mere theory, or something that merely satisfies our curiosity. No, it gives us strength and confidence at every stage in life, and makes intelligible much that would otherwise be unintelligible. First of all, the law of karma answers the great human question: why are children born into such widely differing conditions? For instance, we see one child born to wealth, perhaps endowed also with great talents, and surrounded by the most loving care. And we see another child born to poverty and misery, perhaps with few talents or abilities, and so apparently predestined to failure. Or a child may have great abilities, but no chance to develop them. These are serious problems, and only Theosophy gives an answer to them. If we are to face life with strength and hope, we must find an answer. How then does the law of karma answer these riddles? We have seen that a human being passes through repeated lives on earth, and that when a child is born, it is not for the first time. He has been on earth many times before. Now, in the external world, the rule of cause and effect prevails, as everyone recognizes. And it is this great natural law of cause and effect which we see carried over into the spiritual realm as the law of karma. How does law work in the external world? Take a metal ball, heat it, and put it on a wooden board. It will burn a hole in the wood. Take another ball, heat it, but throw it into water before you put it on the board, and then it will not burn a hole. The fact that the ball was thrown into the water is significant for its later behavior. The ball goes through a sort of experience, and its behavior will vary accordingly. Thus, the effect depends on the cause. This is an example from the inanimate world, but the same law holds everywhere. Animals gradually lose their eyesight if they go to live in dark caves. Now, suppose that in a later generation, such an animal were able to reflect, "Why have I no eyes?" It would have to conclude that the cause of its fate was that its ancestors had gone to live in caves. Thus, an earlier experience shapes a later destiny, and so the rule of cause and effect holds sway. The higher we move in the scale of nature toward man, the more individual does destiny become. Animals have a group soul, and the destiny of a group of animals is bound up with the group soul. A human being has his own ego, and the individual ego undergoes its destiny, just as the group soul of animals does. A whole species of animal may change over the generations, but with man it is the individual ego that changes from one life to another. Cause and effect go on working from life to life. What I experience today has its cause in a previous life, and what I do today shapes my destiny in my next life. The cause of different circumstances at birth is not to be found in this life. Nothing immediate is responsible for it. The cause lies in earlier lives. In a previous life, a person has prepared his present destiny. Surely, you might say, it is just this that must depress a person and rob him of all hope. But in fact, the law of karma is the most consoling law there is. Just as it is true that nothing exists without a cause, so it is equally true that nothing existing remains without its effects. I may be born in poverty and misery. My abilities may be very limited. Yet whatever I do must produce its effect, and whatever I accomplish now, by way of industry or moral activity, will certainly have its effect in later lives. If it depresses me to think that I have deserved my present destiny, it may equally cheer me to know that I can frame my future destiny myself. Anyone who really takes this law into his thinking and feeling will soon realize what a sense of power and of security he has gained. We do not have to understand the law in all its details. That becomes possible only at the higher stages of clairvoyant knowledge. It is much more important that we should look at the world in the light of this law and live in accordance with it. If we do this conscientiously over a period of years, the law will, of its own accord, become part of our feelings. We verify the truth of the law by applying it. At this point, all sorts of objections may arise. Someone may say, quote, "Then we should certainly become sheer fatalists. If we are responsible for whatever happens to us and cannot change it, the best thing is to do nothing. If I am lazy, that is my karma." Close quote. Or perhaps someone will say, quote, "The law of karma says we can bring about favorable consequences in our next life. I will start being really good in a later life. For the moment, I will enjoy myself. I have plenty of time. I shall be returning to Earth, and I will make a start then." Close quote. Or someone else might say, quote, "I shall not help anyone anymore. For if he is poor and wretched and I help him, I shall be interfering with his karma. He has earned his suffering. He must look after changing his karma by his own efforts." Close quote. All these objections reveal a gross misunderstanding. The law of karma says that all the good I may have done in this life will have its effect, and so will everything bad. Thus, in our book of life, there is a kind of account sheet with debit and credit sides, and the balance can be drawn at any moment. If I close the account and draw the balance, that will show my destiny. At first, this seems to be a hard, unbending law, but it is not so. A true comparison with the ledger would run as follows. Each new transaction alters the balance, and each new action alters the destiny. After all, A merchant does not say that since every new transaction upsets his balance, he can do nothing about it. Just as the merchant is not hindered by his ledger from doing new business, so in life a person is not hindered from making a new entry in his book of life. And if the merchant got into difficulties and asked a friend to lend him £100 to help him to recover, it would be nonsense if his friend replied that he really couldn't do anything, because it would mean interfering with the state of his friend's account book. In the same way, it would be nonsense if I refused to help another person in order not to come into conflict with the law of karma. However firmly I believe in the law of karma, there is nothing to prevent me from relieving any misery and karma. On the contrary, if I did not believe in the law, I might doubt whether my help would have any effect. As it is, I know that my help will have a good effect. It is this aspect of karma which can console us and give us energy for action. We ought to think of the law of karma not so much in its relation to the past as in its bearing on the future. We may indeed look back on the past and resolve to bear its karma, but above all we should be positively active in laying a foundation for the future. Christian clergymen often raise the objection, quote, "Your theosophy is not Christian, for it ascribes everything to self-redemption. You say a man must work out his own karma quite alone. If he can do this, what place is there for Christ Jesus, who suffered for all mankind? The theosophist says he needs no help from anyone." Close quote. All this indicates a misunderstanding on both sides. Our critics do not realize that free will is not restricted by the law of karma. The theosophist, on his side, needs to see clearly that because he believes in karma, he does not depend entirely on self-help and self-development. He must recognize that he can be helped by others. And then a true reconciliation between the law of karma and the central fact of Christianity will not be hard to find. This harmony has always existed. The law of karma has always been known to esoteric Christianity. Let us imagine two people. One is in distress because of his karma. The other helps him because he has the power to do so. And in this way, the karma of the former is improved. Does this undermine the karmic law? On the contrary, it confirms it. It is precisely the working of the law of karma which makes the help effective. If someone has more power than this, he may be able to help 2 or 3 or 4 others if they are in need. Someone still more powerful may be able to help hundreds or thousands and influence their karma for the better. And if he is as powerful as Christianity represents Christ to be, he may help the whole of humanity just at a time when it is in special need of help. But that does not make the law of karma ineffective. On the contrary, Christ's deed on earth is effective precisely because the law of karma underpins it. The Redeemer knows that by the law of karma, his work of redemption will be available for everyone. Indeed, he accomplished that deed in reliance on the law of karma, as a cause of glorious results in the future, as a seed for a later harvest, and as a source of help for anyone who allows the blessings of redemption to act upon him. Christ's deed is conceivable only because of the law of karma. The testament of Christ is in fact the teaching of karma and reincarnation. This does not mean that each one must bear the consequence of his own actions, but that the consequences must be borne by someone, no matter whom. If a theosophist maintains that he cannot understand the unique deed of Christ having been accomplished once only for all mankind, this means that he does not understand karma. The same is true of any priest who declares that karma interferes with the doctrine of redemption. The reason why Christianity has hitherto failed to emphasize the law of karma and the idea of reincarnation is bound up with the whole question of human evolution and will be dealt with later. The world does not consist of single, separate capital I's, each one isolated from the rest. The world is really one great unity and brotherhood. And just as in physical life a brother or friend can intervene to help another, so does this hold good in a much deeper sense in the spiritual world. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a collection of notes of lectures of a series by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, originally titled At the Gates of Spiritual Science, revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 7, entitled Working of the Law of Karma in Human Life. Today, I want to speak about the workings of the law of karma through individual human lives. Any such explanation is bound to be incomplete, for I shall not be putting before you any speculations or theories. I shall limit myself, as occultism always should, to facts and experiences. I shall, therefore, tell you of a karmic influence of one kind or another only when I have observed a person in that particular situation. In speaking of karmic relationships, I shall draw only on real experiences. We touched yesterday on the fact that for most people, the really burning question is, how does our destiny come about, and why are we born with talents and circumstances that vary so widely? In order to understand these karmic relationships, we shall have to look back again at what has been said about man's four bodies, the physical, the etheric, the astral, and within them, the ego body, in which the higher part of the human being is enclosed. In considering karmic relationships, we shall be concerned chiefly with how causes and effects are connected with these different bodies. Let us consider first the physical body, insofar as it bears on the law of karma. All our actions take place in the physical world. If we are to cause anyone pleasure or pain, we have to be, of course not literally, in the same place as he is. What we do results from the movements of our physical body and on everything connected with it. Our external destiny in a later life depends upon what we do in this physical life. This external destiny is, as it were, the environment into which we are born. Anyone who has done bad deeds prepares for himself a bad environment, and vice versa. That is the first important karmic law. What we did in a former life determines our external destiny. There is a second fundamental law. If we look at the way a person develops, we see that in the course of his life, he learns an extraordinary amount. He absorbs concepts, ideas, experiences, feelings, and all this produces great changes in him. Think of yourselves as you were a few years ago, before you knew anything about theosophy. Think of the new ideas you have acquired and how they have changed your life. All this has produced a corresponding change in the astral body, for it is the most subtle and delicate and responds most quickly to change. Temperament, character, and inclinations change much more slowly. A child given to violent outbursts, for example, changes very slowly. Temperament, character, and inclinations often persist all through life. Ideas and experiences change quickly. It is just the opposite with temperament, character, and inclinations. These attributes are very tenacious. They do change, but slowly. The relation to quickly changing ideas is somewhat like the relation of the hour hand of a clock to the quick-moving minute hand. This is because they depend on the etheric body, which consists of substance much less open to change than is the substance of the astral body. Slowest of all to change is the physical body. It is laid down once and for all, so to speak, and retains more or less the same character throughout life. We shall see later how the initiate can work upon his etheric body and can change even his physical body. For the moment, we must consider how all this extends beyond a single life. The ideas, feelings, and so on, which transform the astral body during a long life, will produce a marked change in the etheric body only in the next life. Thus, if someone wants to be born in this next life with good habits and inclinations, he must try to prepare these as much as possible in his astral body. If he makes the effort to do good, he will be born in his next life with the tendency to do good, and that will be a characteristic of his etheric body. If he wants to be born with a good memory, he must exercise his memory as much as he can. He must practice looking back over the separate years of his life and over his life as a whole. In this way, he will engender in his astral body something which will become a characteristic of his etheric body in his next life, the foundation for a good memory. A person who simply hurries through the world will find in his next life that he cannot stick at anything. But if anyone lives in intimate sympathy with a particular environment, he will be born with a special predilection for everything that reminds him of it. We can trace the various temperaments also back to a previous life, for they are qualities of the etheric body. The choleric person has a strong will, is bold, courageous, with an urge to action. Alexander the Great, Hannibal, Caesar, Napoleon, for example, were cholerics. This type of character shows itself even in childhood, and a child with this temperament will take the lead in childhood games. The melancholic person is very much occupied with himself and hence is apt to keep himself to himself. He does a lot of thinking, particularly about the way in which his environment affects him. He withdraws into himself, tends to be distrustful. This temperament too is apparent in childhood. A child of this type does not like to display his toys. He is afraid something will be taken away from him and would like to keep everything under lock and key. The phlegmatic person has no real interest in anything. He is dreamy, inactive, lazy, and seeks sensuous enjoyment. The sanguine person, on the other hand, gets easily interested in anything, but he does not stick to it. His interest quickly fades. He is continually changing his hobbies. These are the four basic types. Generally, a person is a mixture of all four, but we can usually discover the fundamental one. These four temperaments express themselves in the etheric body, and so there are four main types of etheric body. They have differing currents and movements, and these impart a particular basic color to the astral body. This does not depend on the astral body, it only reveals itself there. The melancholic temperament is karmically determined if a person in his previous life was compelled to lead a narrow, restricted existence and to be alone much. If he was always preoccupied only with himself and unable to take much interest in anything else. If, however, a person has learned a great deal from experience, but has also had something of a hard struggle, if he has encountered many things and has not merely looked on at them, he will become a choleric. If again he has had a pleasant life without much struggle or toil, or if he saw and passed by many things, but only as an onlooker, all this will work karmically into the etheric body of his next life. He will become a phlegmatic or a sanguine type. From this we can see how we can work toward our next life. And in occult schools, this is done with conscious intention. In former times, it was done more often than it is today because of the changes in human evolution. 5,000 years ago, the occult teacher had a quite different task. He had to concern himself with people in groups. Human beings had not reached the stage where each individual has to take responsibility for himself. The deliberate purpose was to enable whole classes and groups of people to work together harmoniously in their next lives. But human beings are becoming more and more individual and independent. The occult teacher can no longer use anyone as a means to an end, but has to treat everyone as an end in himself, and to help him to develop as far as is possible for him. In the oldest civilizations, in India, for example, the entire population was divided into 4 castes, and the training given was intended to fit everyone for a particular caste in the next life. The development of human beings, together with the picture of the world they were to have, was deliberately planned for thousands of years ahead, and it was this that gave occult leaders their great power. How then should we try to influence our etheric body for the next life? Everything done to develop the etheric body produces a result, however slowly, and education can take pains to instill quite specific habits. Whatever the etheric body acquires during one life comes to expression in the physical body in the next life. All the habits and inclinations of the present etheric body will create a predisposition to good or bad health. Good habits will produce good health. Bad ones will create a tendency to some specific illness in the next life. A strong determination to rid oneself of a bad habit will work down into the physical body and produce a tendency to good health. How a disposition to infectious diseases arises in the physical body has been particularly well observed. Whether we actually get a disease will depend on what we do, but whether we are specially liable to contract it is the result of the inclinations we had in a previous life. Infectious diseases, strangely enough, can be traced back to a highly developed, selfish acquisitiveness in a previous life. If we want really to understand health and illness, we must bear in mind that many different factors are involved. Illness need not be a matter of individual karma only. The karma of a whole people has to be taken into account. An interesting example of how things in the spiritual life are interrelated can be seen in the migration of the Huns and Mongols who poured from Asia into the West. The Mongols were the last stragglers from Atlantean times. While the Indians, the German, and other peoples were progressing, the Mongols had remained behind. Just as the animals have separated off from the evolutionary path of mankind, so have certain less advanced peoples and races fallen behind. The Mongols were Atlanteans, whose physical development had taken a downward course. In the astral bodies of such decadent people, an abundance of decaying astral substance can be seen. When the Mongols fell upon the Germans and other Central European peoples, they created a wave of fear and panic. These emotions belong to the astral body, and under such conditions, decaying astral substances will flourish. Thus the astral bodies of Europeans became infected, and in later generations, the infection came out in the physical body, affecting not merely individuals, but whole groups of peoples. It emerged as leprosy, that terrible disease which wrought such devastation in the Middle Ages. It was the physical consequence of an influence on the astral body. Philology will not help you in finding evidence for this, because it knows nothing of astral influences. But you will at least find some evidence for the descent of the Mongols from the Atlanteans in their names. Thus, Attila, the leader of the Huns, is called in the Nordic language Atli, meaning someone descended from the Atlanteans. This, then, is how diseases affecting whole peoples have originated, and in ancient times some knowledge of it survived. The Bible, as a true saying, very often misunderstood, when it speaks of God visiting the sins of the fathers on the children, even to the third and fourth generations. This does not refer to the successive incarnations of individuals, but to a karma affecting whole generations. We have to take the saying literally, as indeed many such statements have to be taken more literally than is usually thought. The fact is that we must first learn to read the religious sources properly. In ancient times, simple-minded people took them literally. As people became more sophisticated, this way of reading became increasingly rare. Then the clever liberal theologians began to expound the sources, each in his own way, and this meant that the meaning of many passages was not clarified, but clouded over. Then there was a third stage, that of the people who took everything, old myths and legends and even the life of Christ, as a series of symbols. All this depends on the ingenuity of individuals. Some will always be cleverer at it than others. But there is also a fourth stage, that of the occultist, who can once more understand everything literally, because through his spiritual knowledge, he can see how things are interconnected. From what has been said, you will realize that habits and feelings, which first belong to the spiritual life, can later express themselves in physical life. There is an important principle here. If care is taken to inculcate good habits, not only will the moral life of subsequent generations be improved, but also the health of a whole people, and vice versa. This is then their collective karma. There is a form of illness very widespread today, nervousness or neuroses, which was hardly known 100 years ago. This is not because it was unrecognized, but because it was so uncommon. This characteristic illness springs from the materialistic outlook of the 18th century. Without that, such an illness would never have appeared. The occult teacher knows that if this materialism were to continue for a few decades more, it would have a devastating effect on the general health of mankind. If these materialistic habits of thought were to remain unchecked, people would not only be neurotic in the ordinary sense, but children would be born trembling. They would not merely be sensitive to their environment, but hypersensitive, receiving from everything around them a sensation of pain. Above all, mental ailments would spread very rapidly. Epidemics of insanity would occur during following decades. This was the danger, epidemic insanity, that faced mankind, and the possibility of it in the future was why the leaders of humanity, the masters of wisdom, saw the necessity of allowing some spiritual wisdom to be diffused among mankind at large. Nothing short of a spiritual picture of the world could restore to coming generations a tendency to good health. Theosophy, you will realize, is thus a profound movement born out of the needs of humanity. 100 years ago, a nervous man meant one with iron nerves. Simply from the change in the meaning of the word, you can see that something quite new has come into the world. How is the law of karma related to physical heredity? Physical heredity plays a great role. We know that some of the characteristics of a father and his ancestors may be found again in the son. In the Bach family, for instance, there were 28 highly gifted musicians in a period of 250 years. Again, Bernoulli was a great mathematician, and 8 other gifted mathematicians came after him in his family. This is all a matter of heredity, we are told, but that is only partially true. In order to be a good musician, you need more than a musical predisposition in your soul. You need also a good ear in the physical sense. This good ear is a physical quality to be found in a family of musicians and is passed on from one generation to the next. In a family, then, where a great deal of music is performed, you will find good musical ears. So when a soul with a strongly developed musical talent is to be incarnated, It will naturally not choose a family with no interest in music, where it would languish, but one which has suitable physical organs. This fits in very well with the law of karma. The same thing applies to moral courage. If a soul with that predisposition cannot find a suitable heredity, the characteristic will fade out. You can see that you have to be very careful in your choice of parents. The fact is not that the child resembles his parents, but that he is born into a family where the parents most resemble him. You might ask, does this not devalue a mother's love? Not at all. Just because the deepest sympathy already exists before birth, a particular child seeks out a particular mother. The love between them has its source much further back, and after birth it continues. The child loved its mother before it was born. No wonder then that the mother returns the love. Thus the significance of a mother's love is not falsely explained away. Rather is its true source made clear. Of this we will speak further tomorrow. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a set of notes of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science, revised translation by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 8, entitled Good and Evil, Individual Karmic Questions. We will continue our study of particular karmic questions in relation to human life. What does occult science have to say about the origin of conscience? At our present stage of evolution, conscience appears as a kind of inner voice, telling us what to do and what to leave undone. How did such an inner voice come into being? It is interesting to inquire whether in the historical evolution of mankind there has always been something comparable to what we call conscience. We find that language had no word for it in the earliest times. In Greek literature it appears quite late, and in the language of the earlier Greeks, no word for it exists. The same thing is true of the early periods of other civilizations. We may conclude then that the idea of conscience in a more or less conscious form came only gradually to be recognized. Conscience has developed fairly late in human evolution, and we shall see presently what our ancestors possessed in place of it. How then has conscience gradually developed? On one of his journeys, Darwin came across a cannibal and tried to convince him that it is not a good thing to eat another person. The cannibal retorted that in order to decide whether eating a human being is good or bad, you must first eat him. In other words, the cannibal had not reached the point of judging between good and bad in terms of moral ideas, but in accordance simply with the pleasure he experienced. He was in fact a survivor from an earlier stage of civilization, which was at one time universal. But how does someone like this cannibal come to distinguish between good and evil? He goes on eating his fellow men until one day he is perhaps suddenly due to be eaten himself. At that moment he experiences the fact that the same thing can happen to him. He feels that there is something wrong about this, and the fruits of this experience remain with him in Kamaloka and Devakan. Into his next incarnation, he then brings a dim feeling that what he had been doing was not quite right. This feeling becomes more and more definite in the course of further incarnations. He also comes to take heed of the feelings of others, and thus gradually develops a certain restraint. After various further incarnations, the feeling becomes still more definite, and gradually the thought emerges, here is something one should not do. This kind of experience becomes gradually more and more firmly rooted, and finally develops into the voice of conscience. Conscience is therefore the outcome of experiences spread over a number of incarnations. Fundamentally, all knowledge, from the highest to the lowest, is the outcome of what people have experienced. It has come into being as a result of trial and error. An interesting fact is relevant here. Only since Aristotle has there been a science of logic, of logical thought. From this we must conclude that accurate thinking too was born at a certain time. This is indeed so. Firstly, thinking itself had to evolve, and logical thinking arose in the course of time from fundamental observation of how thinking can go wrong. Knowledge is something mankind has acquired through many incarnations. Only after long trial and error could a store of knowledge be built up. All this illustrates the importance of the law of karma. Here we have another example of something which is developed out of experience into a permanent habit and inclination. A motive such as conscience binds itself to the etheric body, becoming in time a permanent characteristic of it, because the astral body has been so often convinced that this or that would not do. Another interesting karmic connection is between an habitually selfish attitude and a loving sympathy with others. Some people are hardened egotists, not only in their acquisitiveness, and others are unselfish and sympathetic. Both attitudes depend on the etheric body, and may even find expression in the physical body. People who in one life have been habitually selfish will age quickly in their next life. They seem to shrivel up. On the other hand, if in one life you have been ready to make sacrifices and have loved others, you will remain young and healthy. In this way you can prepare even the physical body for the next life. If you recall what I said yesterday, a question will surface in your mind. How is it with the attainments of the physical body itself? Its deeds become its future destiny. But what is the effect of any illnesses it may have had in this life? The answer to this question, however strange it may sound, is not mere theory or speculation, but is based on occult experience, and from it you can learn the mission of illness. Faber de Olivet, who has investigated the origins of the book of Genesis, once used a beautiful simile, comparing destiny with a natural process. The valuable pearl, he says, derives from an illness. It is a secretion of the oyster, so that in this case life has to fall sick in order to produce something precious. In the same way, physical illnesses in one life reappear in the next life as physical beauty. Either the physical body becomes more beautiful as a result of the illness it endured, or it may be that an illness a person catches from infection in his environment is compensated by the beauty of his new environment. Beauty thus develops, karmically, out of pain, suffering, privation, and illness. This may seem a startling connection, but it is a fact. Even the appreciation of beauty develops in this way. There can be no beauty in the world without pain, suffering, and illness. The same general law holds good for the history of man's evolution. You will see from this how wonderful karmic relationships really are, and how questions about evil, illness, and pain cannot be answered without knowledge of the deep inner connections at work within the evolution of humanity. The line of evolution goes back into ancient, very ancient times, when conditions on Earth and the Earth itself were quite different. There was a time when none of the higher animals existed, when there were no fishes, amphibians, birds, or mammals, but only animals less developed than the fishes. Yet man, though in a quite different form, was already there. His physical body was still very imperfect, though his spiritual body was more developed. He was still enclosed within a soft etheric body, and his soul worked on his physical body from outside. man still contained all other beings within himself. Later on, he worked his way upward and left behind the fish form which had been part of himself. These fish forms were huge, fantastic-looking creatures, unlike the fishes of today. Then again, man evolved to a higher stage and cast out the birds from himself. Then the reptiles and amphibia made their way out of man, grotesque creatures such as the saurians and water tortoises, which were really stragglers from an earlier group of beings, even further removed from man, whose evolution had lagged behind. Then man cast out the mammals from himself, and finally the apes, and then he himself continued to advance. Man has therefore always been man and not an ape. He separated off the whole animal kingdom from himself, so that he might become more truly human. It was as though you gradually strained all the dyestuffs out of a colored liquid and left only clear water behind. In earlier times, there were natural philosophers, such as Paracelsus and Oken, who put this very well. When a person looks at the animal world, they said, he should tell himself, quote, I carried all that within myself and cast it out from my own being. Close quote. Thus man once had within himself a great deal that was later externalized. And today he still has within him something that later on will be outside, his karma, both the good and the evil. Just as he has separated the animals from himself, so will he thrust good and evil out into the world. The good will result in a race of men who are naturally good, the evil in a separate evil race. You will find this stated in the Apocalypse, but it must not be misunderstood. We must also distinguish between the development of the soul and that of races. A soul may be incarnated in a race on the downgrade, but if it does not itself commit evil, it need not incarnate a second time in such a race. It may incarnate in one that is ascending. Footnote. It should be noted that Rudolf Steiner is talking here about the future races of good and evil, and not of our present races based on ethnicity. End of footnote. There are quite enough souls streaming in from other directions to incarnate in these declining races. But what is inward has to become outward, and man will rise still higher when his karma has worked itself out. Something of extraordinary interest is connected with all this. Centuries ago, with the future development of humanity in view, secret orders which set themselves the highest conceivable tasks were established. One such order was the Manichaean, of which ordinary scholarship gives a quite false picture. The Manichaeans are supposed to have taught that good and evil are part of the natural order, and have always been in conflict with one another, this having been determined for them by the creation. Here there is a glimmer of the order's real task, but distorted to the point of nonsense. The individual members of the order were specially trained for their great work. The order knew that someday there will be people in whose karma there is no longer any evil, but that there will also be a race evil by nature, among whom all kinds of evil will be developed to a higher degree than in the most savage animals. For they will practice evil in a refined and conscious way, with the aid of highly developed intellects. Even now the Manichaean order is training its members so that they may be able to transform evil in later generations. The extreme difficulty of the task is that these evil races will not be like bad children in whom there is a goodness which can be brought out by precept and example. The members of the Manichaean order are already learning how to transform quite radically those who by nature are wholly evil. And then the transformed evil will become a quite special good. The power to effect this change will bring about a condition of moral holiness on earth. But this can be achieved only if the evil has first come into existence. Then the power needed to overcome the evil will yield a power that can reach the heights of holiness. A field has to be treated with manure, and the manure has to enter the soil and activate it. Similarly, humanity needs the manure of evil in order to attain to the highest holiness. And herein lies the mission of evil. A person's muscles become strong through use, and equally, if good is to rise to the heights of holiness, it must first overcome the evil which opposes it. The task of evil is to promote the ascent of man. Things such as this give us a glimpse into the secret of life. Later on, when man has overcome evil, he can go on to redeem the creatures he has thrust down, and at whose cost he has ascended. That is the purpose of evolution. The following point is rather more difficult. The shell of a snail or mussel is secreted out of the living substance of the animal. The shell which surrounds the snail was originally inside its body. Its house is in fact its body in a more solid form. Theosophy tells us that we are one with all that surrounds us. This means that man at one time contained everything within himself. The earth's crust, in fact, had its origin in man, who in the far past crystallized it out from within himself. Just as the snail at one time had its house within itself, so man had all other beings and kingdoms, minerals, plants, and animals within himself, and can say to them all substances were within me. I have crystallized out their constituent parts. Thus, when we look at anything outside ourselves, we can understand that everything before us is in fact part of us. Even more subtle is a further idea. Imagine that ancient condition of humanity when nothing had yet been separated off from man. Man was there, and he formed mental pictures, but they were not objective, not that is caused by external objects making an impression on him. They were purely subjective. Everything had its origin in man. Our dreams are still a legacy from the time when man, as it were, spun the whole world out of himself. Then he set the world before him as something separate. We as human beings have made everything, and in the rest of creation we can see our own products, our own being, which has taken solid form. Kant speaks of the thing in itself as something unknowable by man, but in fact there are no limits to knowledge, for man can find in everything he sees around him the traces of his own being left behind. All this has been said in order to show you that nothing can be truly understood if it is looked at from one side only. Everything which appears to us in one condition was quite different in earlier times. Only by relating the present to the past can it be understood. Similarly, if you do not look beyond the physical world of the senses, you will never understand illness or the mission of evil. In all such relationships, there is a deep meaning. Evolution had to take its course in this way, through a process of splitting off, because man was to become an inward being. He had to set all this outside himself in order that he might be able to see his own self. So, we can come to understand the mission of illness, of evil, and even of the external world. We are led to these great interconnections by studying the law of karma. We will now deal with several particular questions about karma, which are often asked. What is the karmic reason that causes many people to die young, perhaps already in childhood? From individual instances known to occult science, we may come to the following conclusion. If we study a child who has died young, we may perhaps find that in his previous life he had good abilities and made good use of them. He was a thoroughly competent member of society. But he was rather short-sighted, because his weak eyes could not see clearly. All his experiences acquired a particular coloring. He was wanting in a small matter, which could have been better, and because of his weak eyes he always lagged behind. He could have achieved something quite remarkable if he had had good sight. He died, and after a short interval he was incarnated with healthy eyes, but he lived only a few weeks. By this means, the members of his being learned how to acquire good eyes, and he had gained a small portion of life as a corrective of what had been lacking in his previous life. The grief of his parents will, of course, be compensated for karmically, but in this instance, they had to serve as instruments for putting the matter right. What is the karmic explanation of stillborn children? In such cases, the astral body may well have already united itself with the physical body, and the two lower members may be properly constituted. But the astral body withdraws, and so the child is born dead. But why does the astral body withdraw? The explanation lies in the fact that certain members of man's higher nature are related to certain physical organs. For instance, no being can have an etheric body unless it possesses cells. A stone has no cells or vessels, and so it cannot have an etheric body. Equally, an astral body needs a nervous system. A plant has no nervous system and therefore cannot have an astral body. In fact, if a plant were to be permeated by an astral body, it would no longer look like a plant at all, but would have to be provided with a nervous system, just as a stone would need cells if it were to be permeated by an etheric body. Now, if the ego body is gradually to find a place for itself, there must be warm blood in the physical body. All red-blooded animals were separated off from man at a time when the human ego condition was being prepared. Hence it will be seen that the physical organs must be in proper condition if the higher bodies are to dwell within them. It is important to remember that the form of the physical body is molded by purely physical inheritance. It may also happen that the way in which the various bodily fluids are combined is at fault, although parents are well matched in soul and spirit. Then the incarnating entity comes to a physical body which cannot house the higher members of its being. For example, the physical and etheric bodies may be properly united, but when the astral body comes to take possession of the physical body, it finds that the organism at its disposal is not in a suitable condition, and so it has to withdraw. The physical body remains and is then stillborn. A stillbirth may thus be the outcome of an incompatible combination, on the physical level, of the fluids at work in the body, which render it an unsuitable vehicle for the soul spirit of the incarnating being. And this too will have a karmic connection. The physical body can thrive only insofar as the higher principles can live within it. How are karmic compensations accomplished? If someone has done something to another person, there will have to be a karmic adjustment between them, which means that the persons concerned must be born again as contemporaries. How does this happen? What are the forces that bring the two persons together? The way it works out is as follows. I have done wrong to someone and caused him suffering. Now I die and pass into Kamaloka. But first I have to witness the occurrence in the retrospective tableau of my past life. The injury I have inflicted does not cause me pain then, but in Kamaloka, as I relive my life backward. The event comes before me, and now I have to suffer the pain I have caused. I have to feel it in and through the very self of my victim. This experience imprints itself like a seal on my astral body. I take with me a portion of the pain, and a definite force remains in me as the outcome of what I have experienced in the other person's being. In this way, I have to have a first-hand experience of any pain or pleasure the other person lived through. This draws certain forces into my astral body, so that I carry a great number of such forces with me into Devakan. When I return to a new incarnation, these are the forces that draw together all the people who have had experiences in common. During the Kamaloka period, They lived within one another, and they incorporated these forces into themselves. Within one physical human being, there may, of course, be Kamaloka experiences connected with several different people, in order that the situation involving them may be balanced out and resolved. An example known to occult science will make this clear. A man was condemned to death by 5 judges. What was really happening there? In a previous life, the man had killed these other 5 men, and karmic forces had brought all 6 together for a karmic balancing. This does not produce a never-ending karmic chain. Other karmic relationships come in to change the further course of events. Spiritual forces, you see, are thus secretly at work to bring about the complicated patterns of human life. Further important aspects of the subject will become clear during the next few days, when we go on to study the whole evolution of Earth and man. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of lectures given by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barden, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is Lecture 9, entitled Evolution of the Earth. If we ask how the human being has developed since earliest times up to the present day, we must first recall what has been said about the being of man. Man has 7 members. The first is, so to speak, the lowest. The etheric body is higher and of finer texture. The astral body is still higher and finer. Of the ego body, only the first rudiments yet exist. It would be wrong to conclude that the highest body, now possessed by man, is the most perfect, and the physical body the most imperfect. Exactly the opposite is true. The physical body is the most perfect part of the human being. Later on, the higher members will, of course, reach a higher degree of perfection, but at present the physical body is, in its way, the most highly developed, and has been constructed with ineffable wisdom. I once described to you, as an example of this wisdom and perfection, the structure of the thigh bone. Every single bone is so artistically structured and wisely devised as to perform the maximum work with the minimum mass, in a way no human engineer could equal. The more deeply we penetrate to an understanding of the wonderful structure of the human frame, the more marvelous will it appear to us to be. Take, for instance, the way in which the brain and heart have been designed. The heart makes no mistakes, but the astral body makes many. The passions and desires of the astral body surge against the physical body and overpower it. If a man eats the wrong sort of food, he is following the desires of his astral body. The physical heart keeps the circulation of the blood in order. The astral body incessantly attacks the heart because it craves for things harmful to the heart. Coffee, tea, alcohol are poisons for the heart. Yet the heart often has to cope with them every day, and in spite of everything, it keeps going. It is constructed so durably that it can withstand the attacks of the astral body for 70 or 80 years. The physical body is thus, in all details, the most perfect in the hierarchy of human bodies. Less perfect is the etheric body, and still less so the astral. The ego body is the least developed of them all. The reason is that the physical body has gone through the longest period of evolution and is the oldest part of the human being. The etheric body is younger, the astral still younger, and the ego body is the youngest of all. In order to understand how these bodies have evolved, we must realize that it is not only man who goes through successive incarnations, but that the law of reincarnation applies universally. All beings and all the planets are subject to this law. The Earth, with everything that is on it, has passed through earlier incarnations, of which 3 in particular are our immediate concern. Footnote: to differentiate between the planetary stages of Earth and its presence as a planetary body, the word has been capitalized only in the former case. End of footnote. Before the Earth became the planet we know, it was a very different one. At the beginning of time, it was a planet called, in occult science, Saturn. Altogether, there have been 4 successive incarnations of the Earth: Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth. Just as there is a Kamaloka and Devakan period between a person's successive incarnations, so is there between successive incarnations of a planet a period when it is not visible and has no outward life. This period has always been called Pralaya, and the period of incorporation Manvantara. However, the names Saturn, Sun, and Moon do not signify the heavenly bodies, which are called so today. Our Sun is a fixed star. The old Sun was a planet, and in the course of its incarnations, it has worked itself up from the substance and being of a planet to the rank of a fixed star. In the same way, the old moon, as we call it, is not the same as the moon we know today. It was the 3rd incarnation of the Earth, and likewise, Saturn was the 1st stage of the Earth's evolution. Even on the planet Saturn, man was present. Saturn did not shine, but it sounded, and could have been heard with devaconic ears. After existing for a certain period, it gradually vanished away, was for a long time invisible, and then shone out as Sun. The planet Sun passed through the same process and reappeared as Moon. Finally, after the same sequence, the Earth appeared. But we must not picture these 4 planets, Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth, as 4 separate planets. They are 4 different conditions of the same planet. They are true metamorphoses of the one planet, and all the beings that belong to it are metamorphosed with it. Man has never been on any other planet, but the Earth has existed in these 4 different conditions. When the Earth existed as Saturn, only the first germs of the kingdom of man dwelt on it. The marvelously artistic structure of the human body was then present only in barest outline. There were no minerals, plants, or animals. Man is the firstborn of our creative process. But Saturn man was very different from the human being of today. He was, for the most part, a spiritual being. He would not have been visible to physical eyes. And of course, at that time, there were none. Only a being with devaconic sight could have perceived him. The human form was like a kind of auric egg, and within it was a remarkably scaly structure, a sort of vortex, shaped like a small pear, and as though made of oyster shells. Saturn was permeated with these rudimentary physical structures, exudations, as it were, condensed out of the spiritual. From these structures, which gave only a faint indication of what they were to become, the physical body of man was gradually developed in the course of evolution. It was a kind of primal mineral, with no etheric body round it. Hence we can say that man passed through the mineral kingdom. But to think of it as anything like our present-day mineral kingdom would be quite wrong. On Saturn, there was no kingdom other than the human kingdom. Now, just as man passes through the various stages of his life, as child, young man or woman, old man or woman, so does a planet. Before Saturn manifested the flaky structures deposited within it, it was an arupa devakan structure, then a rupa devakan structure, and finally an astral structure. Then the flakes gradually disappear, and Saturn returns through the same stages into the darkness of Pralaya. A metamorphosis such as this, from the spiritual into the physical and then back again into the spiritual, is called in theosophy, a round, or a life state. Each round can be divided into 7 phases: arupa, rupa, astral, physical, and back to arupa. These phases, wrongly called globes, are in fact, quote, form states, close quote. But we must not imagine 7 successive planets. It is always the same planet which transforms itself, and its beings are transformed with it. Saturn passed through 7 such rounds or life states. In each round, its structure was being perfected, so that only in the 7th round was its final perfected form attained. Each round is subdivided into 7 transformations, or form states, so that Saturn would have passed through 7 times 7, or 49, metamorphoses. That is true of Saturn, and then of Sun, Moon, and Earth. And in the future there will be 3 more planets: Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. Thus there are thus 7 planets, each going through 7 rounds, and each round through 7 form states, expressed as 777 in occult script. In that script, 7 is the unit position, in that script, 7 in the unit position means the globes, in the tens, the rounds, and in the hundreds, planets. We, therefore, have to multiply the figures, and so we find that our planetary system has to pass through 7 by 7 by 7, or 343 transformations. In H.P. Blavatsky's titled Secret Doctrine, which was in large part inspired by one of the highest spiritual individualities, we find a remarkable passage, quote, "But the great initiates have always expressed themselves with caution and have given only hints. Above all, they leave some work for the human being to do." Close quote. This passage, as H.P.B. knew very well, is full of riddles. There is nothing there about successive incarnations. The teacher said only, quote, "Learn the riddle of 777, close quote. His wish was that people should learn for themselves that this meant 343. The secret doctrine gives the riddle, but not the solution, which has been discovered only quite recently. The first germinal condition of man was thus to be found on Saturn in the most ancient times. Then Saturn vanished into Pralaya and reappeared as sun, and with it, from the darkness of Pralaya, came man, the ancient inhabitant of the universe. In the meantime, however, man had gained the power to separate something from out of himself, as the snail does its shell. He could separate shell-like structures as hovering forms. The finer substances he retained within himself, so that he might evolve to a higher level. In this way, he formed the minerals out of himself, but these were a living kind of mineral. On Sun, man evolved in such a way that the etheric body, as with plants today, could be added. On Sun, he therefore passed through the plant stage, and on Sun there were thus 2 kingdoms, the mineral kingdom and the plant kingdom, and the latter was man. But these plant forms were quite different from those we know today. Anyone who understands the deeper connections at work in life will regard the plant as an inverted human being. Below is its roots, then come the stalk, leaves, stamens, and pistils. The pistils contain the female reproductive organs, and the stamens the male. In all innocence, the plant stretches out its reproductive organs to the sun, for it is the sun that kindles its reproductive power. The root is really the head of the plant, which stretches its reproductive organs out to the wide spaces of the world, while this head is attracted by the center of the earth. Man is the opposite of this. His head is at the top of his body, and below are the organs which the plant spreads out to the sun. The animal comes in between. Its body is horizontal. If you revolve a plant through 90 degrees, you get the position of the animals. Turn it through 180 degrees, and you get the position of man. The old occult science gave expression to this in the ancient symbol of the cross, saying, as Plato said in the language of the old mysteries, the world soul is crucified on the cross of the world body. The world soul is contained in everything, but it has to work its way up through these three stages. It makes its journey on the cross of the body of the world. On sun, then, man was a plant being, upside down compared with modern man. He lived in the sun and was himself part of its body. The sun was a body of light, composed of light ether. Man was still plant-like, his head directed toward the center of the sun. When, later on, the sun left the earth, the human being had to turn round. It remained true to the sun. In its first round, sun merely repeated the Saturn period. It was not until the second round that the further evolution of man began. When the sun had evolved to its limit in the 7 rounds, it disappeared into the darkness of Pralaya and eventually reappeared as moon. The first moon round was again only a repetition of Saturn in a rather different form. The second round also brought nothing new. It was a recapitulation of life on the sun. In the third round, there was something new. Man acquired an astral body, in addition to the 2 earlier bodies. In his outward form, we might compare him to the animals of today, for he had 3 bodies. He had in fact reached the stage of the animal kingdom. He had raised himself to the plant kingdom by ejecting the mineral kingdom. Thus there were 2 kingdoms apart from man. Then he once more cast off a smaller part, separated himself from it, and went on to the higher level. During this third round of moon, an important cosmic event took place. Sun and moon separated. So there were now 2 bodies. At the beginning of the second round, the sun was still there, unchanged. Then a small segment in the lower part of the sun detached itself, so that, in the third round, there were 2 bodies side by side. The sun kept the finer parts, sending rays to the moon from the outside and providing the moon and all the beings with what they needed. This was the advancement of the sun. It became a fixed star, and is no longer concerned directly with the 3 kingdoms. It only imparts to them what it has to give. It gave a home to higher beings who, now that the sun had got rid of its inferior parts, could develop further. In the 4th round, all this reached its highest possible level. In the 5th, the 2 bodies reunited and finally disappeared as one body into Pralaya. The old moon has as yet no solid mineral kingdom. It was a globe which, instead of a solid earth crust, had something like a living and inwardly growing peaty mass, not dissimilar to cooked spinach. This living foundation was permeated with woody structures out of which grew the plant kingdom, as it then was. These plants, however, were really a sort of plant animal. They were able to feel, and under pressure would have experienced pain. And man in the animal kingdom of the time was not like any animal of today. He was halfway between animal and man. He was of a higher order than our present animals and could carry out his impulses in a much more systematic way. But he was lower than modern man, for he was not able to say I, capital, to himself. He did not yet possess an ego body. These 3 kingdoms dwelt on the living body of the moon. An important fact is that these moon men did not breathe as man does today. They breathed fire, not air. Through this breathing in of fire, the warmth permeated their whole being. Then they breathed out the fire and heat and became cold again. What man has nowadays as the heat of his blood, moon men had in the warmth of their breath. Many of the older, still clairvoyant painters symbolized this in the image of the fire-breathing dragon. They knew that in ancient times there had been these moon beings who breathed fire. After disappearing into Pralaya, the moon reappeared as Earth. In the first round, the whole Saturn existence was repeated. In the second, the Sun, and in the third, the Moon existence. During the third round, the separation of Sun and Moon was repeated. But on the returning path of this round, the two bodies reunited. In the fourth round, the Sun and Moon came forth again as one body, and now the Earth began to form itself. At this point, an important event occurred, an encounter of the Earth with the planet Mars. The planets interpenetrated, the Earth going through Mars. At that time, Mars possessed a substance, iron, which the Earth lacked, and Mars left this iron in the Earth in a vaporous form. But for this occurrence, the Earth would have had to remain as it was, possessing only what was already there. Man would have risen as far as the animal kingdom, as it then was. He would have breathed warmth, but he would never have acquired warm blood, for there is iron in the blood. In fact, according to occult science, the Earth is indebted to Mars to such an extent that the first half of its evolution is called Mars. Mercury has equal significance for the second half. Earth entered into a connection with Mercury and is still closely related to it. Hence, in occult science, the terms Mars and Mercury are used instead of Earth. This planetary stage will be followed in the future by three others: Jupiter, Venus, Vulcan. These 7 stages of the Earth, as recorded in occult science, are preserved in the days of the week. Saturn, Saturday, Samedi, Samstag. Sun, Sunday, Sonntag. Moon, Monday, Lundi, Montag. Mars, Mardi, or Tuesday. Mercury, Mercredi. Woden, Wednesday. Jupiter, Judi, Tor, Donner, Thursday. Venus, Vendredi, Freya, Friday. Thus do the names of the days of the week reflect the occult doctrine of the passage of the Earth through these various stages. A remarkable chronicle, which makes it possible for these truths to be kept ever and again in mind. We shall see in the course of the next few days how Theosophy enables us to understand, for the first time, what our early forefathers expressed quite simply in names, and how the most ordinary, everyday things are linked with the most profound. That's the end of Lecture 9, and there's an addendum to Lecture 9, systematic overview of world evolutionary stages. I'm going to read this somewhat quickly, I apologize. The 7 consciousness states. Number 1, trance or universal consciousness, Saturn. Number 2, deep sleep or dreamless consciousness, Sun. 3, dream or picture consciousness, Moon. 4, waking or object consciousness, Earth. 5, psychic or conscious picture consciousness, Jupiter. 6, trans-psychic or conscious sleep consciousness, Venus. 7, spiritual or conscious universal consciousness, Vulcan. The 7 life states, or rounds or realms. Number 1, first elemental realm. 2, second elemental realm. 3, third elemental realm. 4, mineral realm. 5, plant realm. 6, animal realm. 7, human realm. The 7 form states or globes. 1, arupa. 2, rupa. 3, astral. 4, physical. 5, sculptural. 6, intellectual. 7, archetypal. Each form state passes in turn through 7 times 7 states. Our present state, for example, the 4th form state of the mineral realm of the 4th planet Earth, passes through the so-called 7 root races, and each root race in turn through a further 7 subdivisions, for example, the cultural epochs of our present 5th root race. After each round occurs a short pralaya, sleep condition, and after every consciousness state, a long pralaya. That's the end of the addendum and the end of Lecture 9 in total. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a set of notes of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95. It is translated by Matthew Barton. It was also formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is Lecture 10, entitled The Evolution of Mankind up to Atlantean Times. When the earth reappeared out of the darkness of Pralaya, it did not emerge alone. It was at first united with the sun and our present moon. Sun, moon, and earth formed one huge body. This was the first stage of our planet. At that time, the earth consisted of a very, very tenuous substance. There were no solid minerals, no water, only this subtle material we call ether. The whole body was thus a planet made up of fine etheric material and surrounded by an atmosphere of spirit, in the same way as our own earth is surrounded by air. This spirit atmosphere contained everything which today constitutes the human soul. Your souls, which today have come down into your bodies, were at that time up above in this spirit atmosphere. The earth was a vast globe of ether, very much bigger than our earth today, and surrounded by spiritual substance which contained the souls of mankind. Down below in the rarefied substance of the etheric globe, something rather denser was present, millions of shell-like forms. These were the human germs of the Saturn stage, now emerging as a recapitulation of the forms developed on Saturn in ancient times. There was, of course, no possibility of physical reproduction or increase. A quite different process prevailed in those times. The whole of the spirit atmosphere was, like our present atmosphere, a more or less homogeneous whole, except that spiritual offshoots, rather like tentacles, stretched down from it into the etheric globe and enveloped the shell-like forms. You must picture the spirit descending from above and enfolding each individual body. A tentacle worked on a body and built up a human form. When one form was complete, the tentacle withdrew, stretched itself in another direction, and went to work on another body. The resulting forms were thus brought forth directly by the spiritual worlds. In the beginning, there was a confused, interwoven ether substance, much denser than the homogeneous, divine spiritual substance which stretched forth its arms to create the forms out of chaos. This first epoch of our earth is well described in the book of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters. Close quote. The ether, as it then was, is called water in occult science. You could not then have seen the earth or the shell-like forms. They were resounding human forms, and each one, as it came into being, expressed itself through a specific note. The forms possessed no individuality, for individuality was still dissolved in the spirit atmosphere. 7 kinds of forms could be distinguished by their prevailing tones. These 7 groups constituted embryonic beginnings of the first human root races. In quotes. After millions of years, a great cosmic event took place. The whole vast ether body contracted and assumed a sponge-like shape, which it retained for a period. Finally, a small part, consisting of earth and moon, separated off from the whole. An important stage in human evolution is bound up with this occurrence. The germinal human forms were differentiated and articulated. And because of the departure of the sun, objects could now, for the first time, be illuminated from outside. All our seeing depends on the fact that the sun's rays fall on some object and are reflected back. When the sun withdrew, there were now bodies in existence on which it could shine, and this led to the development of an organ of sight, for light is truly the creator of the eyes. The germinal human forms, which had hitherto been maintained by the common divine atmosphere, could now see their environment. This period is described in Genesis with the words, quote, "And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness," close quote. The whole of the earth's body now began to revolve, and thus there were day and night. When we read the Bible in the light of occult science, we can again take it all literally. A great number of the spiritual beings who had surrounded the earth had gone forth with the sun. They formed the spiritual population of the sun, and from there exerted their influence on the earth. The etheric human forms were now furnished with an astral covering. The united body of earth and moon was surrounded by an astral atmosphere, which had previously been dissolved in the spiritual atmosphere. The ether, which had earlier existed as the basic substance, had now condensed into independent etheric bodies surrounding the separate physical forms, which, in their turn, had become denser. In contrast to the etheric body, however, the astral body had as yet no independent existence. There was still a common astral covering for all beings. This was the earth spirit, which now again stretched forth its tentacles and enveloped each single human ancestor. And now a new faculty appeared. Each human form could produce another out of its own substance, a sort of asexual reproduction, without fertilization between two beings, which was carried out by the whole astral atmosphere. When a tentacle lowered itself down, fertilization of the human being occurred, and this being could in turn enable others to develop. These human forms were bell-shaped and had in their upper region a tube-like opening for receiving the tentacles, through which they also opened themselves to the sun. This was man's original Hyperborean form, and this period is called the second great root race. These human forms were many-limbed. They did not die. There was no death as we know it. Death means the departing of consciousness from the body. But in those days there was no differentiated consciousness, just a general consciousness for all human beings within the common astral covering. The consciousness of the individual remained a part of general consciousness, and when this withdrew from one form, it sank immediately into another. It was rather the same as when part of the front of a cloud detaches itself and is immediately replaced by another part from behind. It was no more than a metamorphosis. An uninterrupted continuity of consciousness prevailed, which was as simple as changing one's clothes. The whole planet was bathed in wonderful beauty. It floated in glorious colors in the light ether and gradually condensed. Side by side with the ancestors of humanity, there were already forms of plants and animals, destined to be man's companions. The plants were of the lower types, which have now become dwarf or miniature plants. The animals, too, had not yet acquired their present-day shapes. There were shining plants and animals that whirled through the ether. All were still of one sex, except that certain animals were beginning to develop bisexual rudiments. There was still no real mineral kingdom. Then the etheric forms gradually became more and more condensed, with increasing absorption of the astral element. After the passing of a further 1,000,000 years or so, Earth and Moon had acquired a very different appearance. Animals and plants were now like jelly, or the white of an egg, rather like some of our jellyfishes and sea plants. In this more condensed form of matter were to be found the ancestors of humanity, with rudimentary organs. The forms of animals and plants became increasingly substantial through the fertilizing astral force. Then came an important stage when the fertilizing beings in the astral atmosphere permeated the nature forms of that time, so that man and animals were able to draw directly from the vegetable kingdom the substances they needed for nourishment and for reproduction. The plants secreted a substance rather like present-day milk. One can find a last survivor of these milk-secreting plants in flowers such as the dandelion. So the human beings of that time were nourished and fertilized by the nature around them, and were without self or individuality. They were complete vegetarians, absorbing only what nature freely offered, and living on juices similar to milk and honey. It was a wonderful state of existence in those primeval days, scarcely describable in our modern language. Then came an immensely important event. Earth and moon separated. The smaller body of the moon split off from the earth. Now there were three bodies: sun, moon, and earth. This had far-reaching consequences for all living beings. The moon carried off with it a great part of the forces that human beings and animals needed in order to reproduce themselves. Each individual now had only half the fertilizing power he had previously possessed, and the result was a gradual emergence of two sexes. Man now had to be fertilized by another being like himself. This was the Lemurian epoch, that of the third root race. During this period, too, matter began to become harder and more solid. Shortly before the separation of Earth and Moon, denser deposits had been formed, and after the separation, cartilaginous substances leading toward bone formation began to appear in the bodies of human beings and animals. The solidity of the bones developed in correspondence with the solidifying of the Earth's crust. By degrees, solid mineral forms appeared. Previously, everything had been etheric, then airy, then watery. The various beings swam as though in water or flew as though in air. Now, the Earth developed a solid skeleton of rocks, parallel with the development of the human skeleton. Bone formation and rock formation went hand in hand. The human form at that time was something like a fish bird. Most of the earth was still watery, and the temperature was still very high. This watery element contained in solution much that later on became solid, our present-day metals, for instance, and other substances. Human beings moved in it with a swimming, floating motion. They were well able to endure the tremendous heat which reigned on earth. Their bodies were still constituted of a material which corresponded to the prevailing conditions, and in this way they could live. Small continents on which human beings could roam about were embedded like islands in the water, but the whole earth was riddled with volcanic activity, which constantly destroyed parts of it with immense violence, so that elemental destruction and rebuilding went on continually, turn by turn. As yet, man had no lungs. He breathed through tubular gills, but he was already a very complex organism. He had deposited in himself a backbone, at first cartilaginous and then bony, and in order to propel himself as he floated and swam, he had a swim bladder, rather like that of some present-day fish. Soon, but this means after millions of years, the earth became more solid. The water withdrew and separated from the solid parts. The air developed its own purity, and under the influence of the air, the swim bladder changed into lungs. Man now raised himself out of the watery element, a specially important and significant event. The gills were transformed into other organs, in particular into those of hearing. With the development of lungs, man learned to breathe, and then all mankind lived in a common element, the air. Each human being breathed in his portion of air, shaped it to his own form. and breathed it out again. In the beginning, therefore, man was filled with pure spirit, later with the astral element, and finally with air. As soon as he had reached the stage where the breathing of heat was transformed into the breathing of air, that which Mars had provided was turned to good account. Human blood became warm. The moment had come when something spiritual, which had previously surrounded man, entered into him. And how? Through the air. The capacity to breathe signifies the acquisition of the individual human spirit. The ego enters into man together with the air he breathes. If we speak of an ego common to all people, it also has a common body, the air. Not without reason did the ancients call this universal ego Atma, or breath. Bracket, Atmen in German means to breathe. Close bracket. They knew very well that they drew it in with the breath and breathed it out again. We live in one common ego because we live in the all-pervading air. Of course, the event I have been describing must not be taken too literally. The sinking down of the individual ego into man is spoken of in theosophical literature as the descent of Manas, of Manasputras. With every breath, the human being took in Manas, Buddhi, and Atma in more or less germinal form. Genesis describes this moment, and we can take it literally, quote, "And God breathed into Adam the breath of life, and Adam was a living soul," close quote. This is the reception of the individual spirit. Man now also had warm blood, and was thus able to retain warmth permanently within himself. And with this is connected something else of great importance. On the old moon, there were beings who were at a higher stage of evolution than the humanity of that time. These were the gods, who in Christian tradition are called angels and archangels. They had once been at the human stage, but in the course of time they had ascended higher, just as we too will have ascended higher when we reach the next planetary stage. Although they no longer had a physical body, they were still connected with the earth. They were no longer subject to human needs, but they needed human beings to rule over. When the old moon had completed its evolution, some of these gods had not fully evolved with it. They had to remain as they were. They had not progressed as far as they should have done. Thus there were beings halfway between gods and men, demigods. They became especially important for the earth and for humanity. They could not rise completely beyond the human sphere, but equally they could not incarnate in human bodies. They could establish themselves only in one part of human nature, so as to use this part for furthering their own evolution, and at the same time to help mankind. On the moon they had breathed fire, and in the fire, which had become permanent in man, in the warm human blood, the original seat of passions and desires, they took up their abode, and imparted to man some of the fire which had been their element on the moon. These are the hosts of Lucifer, the Luciferic beings. The Bible calls them the tempters of humanity. They tempted man insofar as they lived in his blood and gave him independence. Without these Luciferic beings, everything would have come to man as a gift from the gods. Man would have been wise, but not independent, enlightened, but not free. Because these beings anchored themselves in his blood, man not only became wise, but could be fired with enthusiasm for wisdom and ideals. At the same time, however, the possibility of error arose. Man was now able to turn his back on the highest and to choose between good and evil. The Lemurian race gradually evolved with this disposition, this inherent possibility of evil, and in consequence the earth had to endure great upheavals, convulsions, and earthquakes. In the end, Lemuria was destroyed through these passionate impulses of mankind. Meanwhile, the earth had undergone further changes and had become more solid. Other continents had arisen, and most important among them was Atlantis, between present-day Europe, Africa, and America. The descendants of the Lemurian race had spread over this continent. In the course of millions of years, they had greatly changed and had acquired a form which resembled the form of man today. Yet they were very different from modern man. The shape of the head and forehead was quite different. The forehead was much lower, and the organs of eating were much more powerfully developed. The etheric body of an Atlantean extended far beyond and around his head. In the etheric body there was an important point which corresponded with a point in the physical head. In the course of Atlantean evolution, the 2 points drew together until the point in the etheric body sank into the physical. At the moment when these 2 points coincided, man could begin to say I to himself. The forepart of the brain could now develop as an instrument for the spirit. Self-awareness began. All this happened first among those Atlanteans who dwelt in the neighborhood of modern Ireland. The Atlanteans gradually evolved through 7 sub-races: Romuals, Tlavatli, and primal Toltecs, Turanians, Semites, Akkadians, and Mongols. It was among the primal Semites that the unification of the 2 points first occurred, and clear self-consciousness arose. The 2 following sub-races, the primal Akkadians and Mongols, really went beyond the goal of Atlantean humanity. Until the 2 points were thus united, the soul powers of the Atlanteans were fundamentally different from our own. The Atlanteans had a much more mobile body, and especially in their early times, a very powerful will. They were able, for instance, to replace a lost limb. They could make plants grow, and so on. Thus they exercised a powerful influence over nature. Their sense organs were more strongly developed. They could distinguish different metals by touch, just as we can distinguish smells. They still possessed also a high degree of clairvoyance. Their sleep at night was not like that of modern man, who mostly has only confused dreams. It was rather a dim sort of clairvoyance. During the night they were in touch with the gods, and what they experienced lived on in myths and legends. They pressed the powers of nature into their service. Their dwellings were partly natural structures and partly hewn out of rocks. They constructed airships which were not propelled by inorganic forces such as coal, but by the use of the organic germinating power of plants. As long as the 2 points I've mentioned were not yet united, the Atlanteans had no reasoning intellect. For instance, they could not count. But to make up for that, they had particularly well-developed memories. A logical, reasoning intellect and self-consciousness emerged only with the 5th subrace, the primal Semites. Atlantis perished in a vast water catastrophe. The whole continent was gradually flooded, and most of the people migrated eastward toward Europe and Asia. One of the main groups passed through Ireland and Europe to Asia. Everywhere numbers of people remained behind. They were led by a high initiate in whom the migrants had complete faith. Through his wisdom he picked out the best of them to accompany him to a distant part of Asia, where he settled them in the district now known as the Gobi Desert. There a small colony developed in complete isolation. From there colonizers went out into all inhabited lands and founded the civilizations of the next root race: the Indian, the Persian, the Egypto-Chaldean Assyrian, the Greco-Latin, and then the Anglo-Saxon Germanic civilization arose. We shall see tomorrow how this development went on. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes from a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barton, formerly known as at the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is Lecture 11, entitled The Post-Atlantean Cultural Epochs. Yesterday I told you how the great initiate selected from the primal Semites who were living in the neighborhood of Ireland a group of people whom he led toward the east and settled there. There, Manu trained the chosen ones to be the progenitors of the new civilizations. He taught them and gave them directions for a moral way of life, with everything laid down to the minutest detail. He taught them how to distribute their time and how to arrange their work from morning till evening. But even more than by his precepts, he educated them by direct influence and by his thoughts. When he sent out his thoughts into the colony, his ideas and precepts acted by direct suggestion. This was the sort of influence needed to reconfigure the people of that time. The following episode brings out the difference between the whole outlook of the Atlantean race and that of the new root race. It occurred in the middle of the 19th century. European colonists had induced some Red Indians, in whom we can see a people still drawing on the legacy of Atlantean culture, to relinquish their lands on condition that new hunting grounds were allotted to them. But the promise had not been kept, and the Indian chief could not understand this. Hence he addressed the Europeans somewhat as follows, quote, "You pale-faces promised us that your chief would give our brothers other lands in place of those you have taken from us. Your feet are now on our land, and you are walking over the graves of our brothers. The white man has not kept the promise he made to the brown man. You pale-faces have your black instruments with all kinds of little magic signs." Close quote. He meant their books, continue quote, "from which you learn the will of your God. Yours must be a bad God, if he does not teach his people to keep their word. The brown man's God is not like that. The brown man hears the thunder and sees the lightning, and this language he can understand. His God speaks to him in this language. He hears the rustling of the leaves and trees in the woods, and in them also his God speaks to him. He hears the waters rippling in the brook, and the brown man can understand that speech also. He knows when a storm is brewing. Everywhere he can hear his God speaking, and the lesson his God teaches is very different from what your magical black signs say to you." Close quote. This is really a very significant speech, for it contains a sort of confession of faith. The Atlantean did not raise himself to his God through concepts and ideas. He discerned something holy in nature as a keynote of the divine. It was as though he breathed in and breathed out his God. If he wished to express what he heard in this way, he would embody it in a sound similar to the Chinese Tao. For the Atlantean, this was the sound which pervaded the whole of nature. When he touched a leaf or saw a flash of lightning, he was aware that part of the Godhead was displayed before him. It was as if he were touching the garment of the divine. Just as we make contact with some element in a person's soul when we shake hands with him, so the Atlantean, when he took hold of a form in nature, felt that he was touching the body of the Godhead. He lived in a religious feeling quite different from our own. The Atlantean, too, was still clairvoyant and was thus in direct communication with the world of spirits. But then, the type of thinking associated with logic and mathematical calculation began to develop. And the more it did so, the more did clairvoyance fade away. People began to concern themselves more with what the senses could perceive externally, and so nature was increasingly divested of divinity. People acquired a new gift at the cost of an old one. In proportion as they achieved the gift of exact sense observation, they ceased to understand nature as the body of the Godhead. Gradually they came to see before them only the body of the world and not its soul. But as the result of this, a yearning for the divine arose once more in man. In his heart it was written, "Behind nature there must be God." And he came to realize that he must seek for God with his spirit. That is, in fact, the meaning of the word religion. To try to re-establish a connection with the Godhead, religere, means to reunite. Now, there are various ways of finding the Godhead. The Indians, who were the first sub-race of the Aryan race, took the following way. Certain God-inspired messengers of Manu, called the holy rishis, became the teachers of ancient Indian culture. No poetry or tradition tells us about this. It is known only through what has been handed down orally in the occult schools. Poems such as the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita, wonderful as they are of much later origin. The ancient Indian felt in his heart that external nature as he saw it was unreal, and that behind it the Godhead was concealed. The name he gave to this Godhead was Brahma, the hidden God. The whole external world was thus for him an illusion, deception, Maya. Whereas the Atlantean could still discern the Godhead in every leaf, the Indian said, quote, "The Godhead is no longer apparent in the outer world. I must sink into my inner being and seek for him in my heart. I must follow after him toward a higher spiritual condition." Close quote. In every approach to the Godhead, there was still a dreamlike element. The Indian could find no divinity in nature. It was in great and powerful thought pictures, in visions and imaginations, that the world of Brahma revealed itself to him. Yoga was the name of the training he had to undergo in order to penetrate through illusion to the spirit and the primal source of being. The profound Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, that sublime song of human perfection, are only echoes of that ancient divine wisdom. This was the first stage along the path by which humanity sought to return to the Godhead. It is a stage which could not achieve much in terms of external civilization. The Indian turned away from everything external and looked for the higher life only in world-renouncing ascent to the spirit. The second sub-race, that of the ancient Persians, had a very different mission, although its culture originated from the clear purpose of Manu. Long before the time of Zarathustra, Persia had an ancient culture, of which only an oral tradition survives. People were now coming to the thought that external reality was an image of the divine, which must not be turned away from, but shaped anew. The Persian wished to transform nature by work. He became a husbandman, a tiller of the soil. He moved out of the quiet realm of world-renouncing thought and learned from the resistance he encountered that the outer world was not wholly Maya. Side by side with the world of spirit, he found a real world in which work had to be done. The conviction gradually grew within him that there are two worlds, the world of the good spirit, in which one can immerse oneself, and the world which has to be worked upon. And then he said, "In the world of the spirit I shall find the ideas and concepts through which I may transform the world of external reality, so that it may itself become an image of the eternal spirit." Thus the Persian saw himself placed in a struggle between two worlds. And presently this took more and more the form of a conflict between two powers, Ormuzd, representing the world of the good spirit, and Ahriman, representing the world which has to be transformed. But he found himself still at a loss in one respect. The outer world confronted him as something he could not understand. He could not discover any laws in it. He failed to see that the spiritual can be found in nature. He was aware only of nature's resistance to his work. The third subrace, comprising the Chaldean, Assyrian, Babylonian, Egyptian people, and later the Semites, who branched off from them, came to understand these laws. People looked up to the stars and observed their movements and their influence on human life, and accordingly worked out a science which enabled them to understand these movements and influences. They brought the heavens into connection with the earth. We can see the character of this third subrace from a particular example. The Egyptians observed that the flooding of the Nile, when it inundates the surrounding country, occurred at the time of the rising of a particular constellation, that of Sirius, and they connected the rising of the Nile with this constellation. Again, they observed the position of the sun at the time of the arrival and departure of certain birds. They observed the rising and the setting of the stars, their relation to one another and to mankind, and so they gradually built up a science. It became clear to them that there was a great wisdom governing all natural processes, that everything happened in accordance with great laws, and these they tried to fathom. The ancient Chaldean priests, above all, were the custodians of profound wisdom. But for them, these laws of nature were not merely abstract, nor were the stars merely physical globes. They looked on each planet as ensouled by a being whose body it was. They had a quite concrete conception that behind every constellation was a divine being which gave it life. Thus the Egyptians and Chaldeans discerned that they were spirits living among spirits, in a world of spirits. They saw matter as filled with wisdom. So humanity had gradually come, by the path of knowledge, to recognize the wisdom in external nature, and thus to rediscover something which the ancient Atlanteans had known through natural clairvoyance. The fourth subrace, the bearer of Greco-Roman culture, was no longer directly influenced by Manu, but came under the influence of other cultures. It had a different mission, art. Little by little, man had found the way to carry the spirit into nature. The Greek went further than the Egyptian. Instead of taking the finished forms of nature, he took unformed matter in the shape of marble and impressed on it his own stamp. He formed his own gods, Zeus and the rest. The third subrace had sought the spirit in the external world. The fourth impressed the spirit itself on the world. Art, the charming of spirit into matter, was the task reserved for the Greco-Roman race. The Egyptian studied the stars in their courses, and in accordance with them, he regulated his political institutions for centuries ahead. The Greek drew his ideas about the form of human society from his own inner life, and applied them in the city-states of Sparta, Colchis, and so on. The Roman went even further. He molded the whole social life of human beings in accordance with his mind and spirit. The Germans and Anglo-Saxons, the fifth subrace to which we ourselves belong, go very much further in molding the external world. They not only imprint on matter something from within themselves, they discover divinely ordained laws of nature and use them to alter the world. They discover the laws of gravity, of heat, of steam, and electricity, and with their aid they transform the whole visible world. The mission of this fifth subrace is to study not only the laws which slumber within mankind, but those which permeate the whole world, and then to imprint them on the external world. The result is that humanity has become more material, indeed materialistic. In this age, no Zeus could arise, but the steam engine, telegraph, telephone, etc. We shall be succeeded by another race, which will retrace the path to the spirit. The achievement of our race represents the highest point of man's power to transform the physical world. We have descended furthest into the physical plane and gone to the utmost limits in our conquest of it. This has been the mission of post-Atlantean humanity. The Indian turned away from the physical. The Persian saw it as a substance which resisted his efforts. The Chaldeans, Babylonians, and Egyptians recognized the wisdom in nature, The Greeks and Romans went further in enforcing their inner nature upon the physical plane. Only our own culture has gone so far as to operate with the laws of nature on the physical plane. From now onward, mankind will become more spiritual again. There is a great and powerful purpose in the course of human evolution. Each group of peoples has its own task. Present-day man knows nothing of what the third and fourth subraces still had in their myths and legends as recollections of primal times and the world of the gods. He has only the physical plane, and through his descent to the physical plane, he has lost his connection with the world of the gods. For him, only the physical world exists. Theosophists are not reactionaries. They know that the age of materialism was necessary. Just as the organs of sight degenerate in animals when they go to live in dark caves, while other faculties develop more powerfully, so do we find the same thing happening in the world of the spirit and the world of the senses. If one faculty develops, another must fade away. The gift of clairvoyance and the power of memory had to withdraw in order that the power of physical sight could develop. When human beings learned to conquer the world by means of the laws of nature, they had discovered they had to sacrifice the power of seership. How different earlier outlooks were. Copernicus, for instance, freed people from the mistaken idea that the earth stands still. It was an error, he taught, to believe that the sun moved around the earth. His doctrine was further developed by Kepler and Galileo. Yet Copernicus and Ptolemy were both right. It all depends on the standpoint from which you are looking at sun and earth. If you study our solar system from the astral and not from the physical plane, Ptolemy's system is right. The earth is at the center, and the situation is as the ancients described it. We need only remind ourselves that on the astral plane everything appears reversed. The Ptolemaic system holds good for the astral plane, the Copernican for the physical. In future times, yet another, quite different picture of the world will prevail. Generally, we hear that Copernicus taught only two things: that the earth revolves on its own axis and that the earth moves around the sun. It is seldom noticed that he taught also a third form of movement, that the whole solar system moves onward in a spiral. For the present, people will overlook this fact, but in the future humanity will return to it. Copernicus stood on a frontier, and the old outlook was still strongly present in him. There is no absolute truth. Each truth has its particular mission at a certain time. We talk of theosophy today, but we know that when we come to be reborn in the future, we shall hear something different and stand in a quite different relationship to one another. Let us cast our gaze back to a time when we were perhaps assembled together in some region of northern Europe, where people gathered round a Druid priest who imparted truth to them in the form of myth and legends. If we had not heeded what he then said, and if he had not influenced our souls, we should not be able today to understand the truth which theosophy now brings to us in a different form. When we are reborn, we shall hear the truth spoken in another and a higher form. Truth evolves, as does everything else in the world. It is the form of the divine spirit, but the divine spirit has many forms. If we thoroughly imbue ourselves with this characteristic of truth, we shall acquire a quite different relation to it. We shall say, indeed, we live in the truth, but it can take many forms. And we shall then look at modern humanity in a quite different light. We shall not say that we possess absolute truth. We shall say that our fellow men are now at a point where we also once stood. It is our duty to enter into what another person says. We need only make it clear to him that we value him at that stage of truth where he now stands. Everyone has to learn for himself, and thus we shall become tolerant toward every form of truth. We come to a better understanding of things. We do not battle against people, but seek to live with them. Modern humanity has cultivated individual freedom. Through this fundamental view of truth, theosophy will develop an inner tolerance. Love is higher than opinion. If people love one another, the most varied opinions can be reconciled. Hence, it is deeply significant that in theosophy no religion is attacked and no religion is specially singled out, but all are understood. And so there can be brotherhood because the adherents of the most varied religions understand one another. This is one of the most important tasks for mankind today and in the future, that people should learn to live together and understand one another. If this human fellowship is not achieved, all talk of occult development is empty. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of a set of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barton, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is Lecture 12, entitled Occult Development. You will have gathered from yesterday's study how important it is to develop a feeling of fellowship, which means overcoming all regard for your own ego, if you wish to penetrate more deeply into the spiritual life. For example, anyone who aspires to occult development must, among other things, get rid of the following form of egotism. He must not say, quote, "What good is it for me to hear about occult things from others when I cannot see them for myself?" Close quote. That implies a lack of trust. He must trust a person who has reached a certain stage of development. People work together, and if someone has achieved more than others, he will not have achieved it for himself alone, but for all the others. And they are called upon to listen to him. By this means, their own powers are enhanced, and through the very fact of having first given their trust, these listeners will gradually become able to gain knowledge for themselves. You should not want to take a second step before the first. There are three paths of occult development: the Eastern, the Christian Gnostic, and the Christian Rosicrucian, or simply the Rosicrucian. They are distinguished above all by the extent to which the pupil surrenders himself to his teacher. What then happens to a person who enters into occult development? What are the necessary preconditions for it? Let us first consider the life of an ordinary person nowadays. From early till late, he is occupied with his work and his daily experiences. He makes use of his intellect and his outer senses. He lives and works in what we call the waking state. But that is only one state. Between sleeping and waking, there is another. In this state, he is aware of pictures, dream pictures, passing through his soul. These pictures are not directly related to the external world and ordinary reality. We may call this the dream state. And it is interesting to study how it takes its course. Many people suppose that dreams are nonsense, but this is not so. Even modern people's dreams have a meaning, though not the same meaning as experiences in waking life. When we are awake, our mental pictures always correspond to definite facts and experiences. In our dreams, they do not. For instance, you may dream that you hear the clatter of horses' hooves, and when you wake up, you realize that you are hearing a ticking of the clock by your bedside. Dreams are formed in symbolic pictures. You may have a dream which tells a whole story. A student, for instance, may dream about a duel and all its preliminary details, from the request for pistols to the report of the shot, which wakes him, and then he realizes that he has knocked down the chair that stood by his bed. Or again, a peasant woman may dream that she is on her way to church. She enters, she hears the priest utter lofty sayings, with his arms moving. Suddenly his arms turn into wings, and then the priest starts to crow. She wakes up and hears the cock crowing outside. You can see from these examples that in dreams we live in a very different sort of time from that of our waking consciousness. The actual cause of the dream I have quoted was the last event in point of time. The reason is that such a dream flashes through the soul in a moment and has its own inner time. You must picture it in this way. When you wake up and remember all the details, you extend this inner time yourself, so that the events seem to have occurred in that extended period. This will also help you to get some idea of how time appears in the astral world. A small experience thus creates a long, dramatic course of events. The dream flashes through the soul in a moment, and in a flash arouses a whole series of pictures. In this way, you yourself transpose time into the dream. Inner conditions may also be represented symbolically in dream. For instance, you may have a headache and dream that you are in a cellar with a lot of cobwebs, or the beating of your heart, or a feeling of being hot may be represented in a dream by a fiery stove. Some people who possess a particular inner sensitivity may have a different experience. They may dream, for instance, that they are in an unhappy situation. Here, the dream is prophetic, a symbol of some latent illness which will come out in a few days' time. Many people even dream of the remedy for such an illness. In short, our manner of perception in dreams is quite different from that of ordinary life. The third state is that of dreamless sleep, sleep without consciousness, when nothing rises up before the soul. Now, if you begin to be aware of higher worlds as a result of inner development, the first indication you will notice is that your dreams become more regular and meaningful. Above all, you will gain knowledge through your dreams, provided only that you pay careful attention to them. Later, you may notice that your dreams become more frequent, until you come to feel that you have been dreaming all night through. Again, you may notice that your dreams are concerned with things which do not exist at all in the outside world, and which you cannot possibly experience physically. You will find that in your dreams you no longer see things which originate in the outer world, or symbolic conditions such as those I described above, but, as I have just said, you will experience pictures of things which have no existence in the sense world. And you will then notice that your dreams are saying something important. For instance, you may dream that a friend of yours is in danger from fire, and you may see him getting nearer and nearer to the danger. The next day you may learn that this friend was taken ill during the night. You did not actually see him falling ill, you saw a symbolic picture of it. Thus your dreams may be influenced from higher worlds, so that you experience something which does not exist in the physical world. That is how impressions from higher worlds pass over into dreams. This is a very important bridge to higher occult development. Someone might say that all this was only dreamt. How can any significance be read into it? But that is a wrong approach. Take the following example. It is said that Edison once dreamt how to make an electric light bulb. He remembered the dream and made the light bulb in accordance with it. Suppose someone had then come along and said, quote, "The lamp is no good. It was only a dream," close quote. You can see that what matters is not the mere fact of dreaming, but whether the dream has significance for life. Quite often, dreams of this sort go unheeded because we fail to notice them. But it is just these delicate points that we should attend to, and then we shall make progress. Later comes a stage when the nature of reality is disclosed to the pupil in dream, and he can then test the dream by the reality. When he has advanced so far that he has the whole picture world present before him in daylight, and not only during sleep, he is then able to analyze with his intellect whether what he sees is true. This means that it is wrong to use dream pictures as a foundation for wisdom. The pupil must wait for them to enter into his daytime experience. If he exercises conscious control over them, a stage is soon reached when the pupil not only sees what is physically present, but can truly perceive the astral element in a person, his soul and his aura. He then learns to understand what the shapes and colors in the astral body signify, what passions, for example, they express. So he learns gradually to spell out, as it were, the soul world. But he must always realize that everything there is in symbolic form. It might be objected that if you see symbols only, some particular event might be symbolized by all sorts of images, and you can never be sure that a given image has a consistent meaning. But when you reach a certain stage, one image always does stand for one thing, just as in the ordinary world, one object is always represented by the same mental concept. For instance, you will find that a given passion is always represented for everyone by the same image. The important thing is to learn how to read the images correctly. Now, you can understand why the sacred books of all religions tend to speak almost entirely through symbolic images. Wisdom, for example, may be described as light. The reason is that to anyone who is occultly developed, the wisdom of man and other beings always appears as astral light. Passions appear as fire. The ancient religious documents do not tell only of things on the physical plane, but also of events on higher planes. They owe their origin to seers and are concerned with higher worlds. Hence they have to speak to us in pictures. Everything narrated from the Akashic record has, for the same reason, been presented in pictures of this kind. The next condition experienced by the pupil is called continuity of consciousness. When an ordinary person is completely withdrawn from the sense world in sleep, he is unconscious. This is no longer so with a pupil who has reached the stage just mentioned. By day and by night he lives in an uninterrupted state of fully clear consciousness, even when his physical body is at rest. After some time, the pupil's entry into a new but quite specific state of consciousness is marked by the fact that sounds and words are added to the images. The images speak to him in an intelligible language. They tell him what they are without any possibility of deception. These are the sounds and speech of Devakan, the music of the spheres. Everything speaks forth its own name and its relation to other things. This comes in addition to astral sight, and it marks the seer's entry into Devakan. Once a person has reached this Devakanic state, the lotus flowers, the chakras or wheels, begin to revolve at specific places in the astral body, turning like the hands of a clock from left to right. These are the sense organs of the astral body, but their mode of perception is an active one. The eye, ye, for example, is at rest. It allows the light to enter and only then perceives it. The lotus flowers, on the other hand, perceive only when they are in motion and take hold of an object. The vibrations caused by the revolving lotus flowers bring them into contact with the astral substance, and that is how perception on the astral plane occurs. What are the forces which activate the lotus flowers, and where do they come from? We know that during sleep, the exhausted forces of the physical and etheric bodies are restored by the astral body. By its inherent regularity, it can make up for irregularities in the physical and etheric bodies. It is these forces, normally used for overcoming fatigue, which animate the lotus flowers. When a person enters on occult development, he is thus really withdrawing certain forces from his physical and etheric bodies. If these forces were to be withdrawn permanently from the physical body, he would fall ill. He would find himself utterly exhausted. If he does not want to injure himself, morally as well as physically, he must therefore find something to replace these forces. There is a general rule which we must remember. Rhythm restores power. Here you have an important occult principle. Most people today lead lives devoid of any regular rhythm, especially as regards their thoughts and their behavior. Anyone who allowed the distractions of the outer world to gain a hold on him during occult development would be unable to avoid the dangers to which his physical body would be exposed by the withdrawal of these forces of renewal. Hence, he has to strive to introduce a rhythmic element into his life. Of course, he cannot arrange his days so that each day passes exactly like another, but he can at least pursue certain activities regularly. And indeed, anyone who wants to develop on the occult path will have to do this. Thus, he should, for example, do certain meditation and concentration exercises at a chosen time every morning. He can also bring rhythm into his life if in the evening he reviews the events of the day in reverse order. He can bring in further regularities, so much the better. In that way, his life will take its course in harmony with the laws of the world. Everything in the system of nature is rhythmical. The course of the sun, the passage of the seasons of day and night, and so on. Plants, too, grow rhythmically. It is true that the higher we go in the kingdoms of nature, the less rhythm we find. But even in animals, a certain rhythm can be observed. For instance, animals mate at regular times. Only man now leads an unrhythmical, chaotic life, for nature has left him to his own devices. Man's task, therefore, is deliberately to infuse some rhythm into this chaotic life. And he has available certain means through which he can bring this harmony and rhythm into his physical and etheric bodies. Both these bodies will then gradually develop such rhythms that they will correct themselves when the astral body withdraws. If they are forced out of their proper rhythm during the day, they will of their own accord regain the right kind of movement when they are at rest. The means available consist in the following exercises, which must be practiced in addition to meditation. Number 1, thought control. This means preventing, at least for a short time every day, all sorts of thoughts from drifting through the mind, and bringing a certain ordered tranquility into the course of thinking. You must take a definite idea, set it in the center of your thinking, and then logically arrange your further thoughts in such a way that they are all closely linked with the original idea. Even if you do this for only a minute, it can be of great importance for the rhythm of the physical and etheric bodies. Number 2, initiative in action. You must compel yourself to some action, however trivial, which owes its origin to your own initiative, to some task you have laid on yourself. Most actions derive not from your own initiative, but from your family circumstances, your education, your calling, and so on. You must therefore give up a little time to performing actions which derive from yourself alone. They need not be important. Quite insignificant actions fulfill the same purpose. Number 3, tranquility. Here the pupil learns to regulate his emotions so that he is not one moment over the moon and the next down in the dumps. Anyone who refuses to do this for fear of losing his originality in action or his artistic sensibility can never go through occult development. Tranquility means that you are master of yourself in the most intense pleasure and in the deepest grief. Indeed, we become truly receptive to the joys and sorrows of the world only when we do not egotistically give ourselves over to them. The greatest artists owe their greatest achievements precisely to this tranquility, because through it they have opened their eyes to subtle and inwardly significant impressions. Number 4, freedom from prejudice. This, the 4th characteristic, sees good in everything and looks for the positive element in all things. Relevant to this is a Persian legend told of Christ Jesus. One day, Christ Jesus saw a dead dog lying by the wayside, He stopped to look at the animal while those around him turned away in disgust. Then Jesus said, quote, "What beautiful teeth the dog has." Close quote. In that hideous corpse he saw not what was ugly or evil, but the beauty of the white teeth. If you can acquire this mood, you will look everywhere for the good and the positive, and you will find it everywhere. This has a powerful effect on the physical and etheric bodies. Number 5, faith. Next comes faith, which in its occult sense implies something rather different from its ordinary meaning. During occult development, you must never allow your judgment of the future to be influenced by the past. Under certain circumstances, you must exclude all that you have experienced hitherto, so that you can meet every new experience with new faith. The occultist must do this quite consciously. For instance, if someone comes up to you and tells you that the church steeple is crooked and has swung round to an angle of 45 degrees, most people would say, "Well, that's impossible." The occultist must always leave a loophole of belief open. He must go so far as to believe everything that he encounters in the world. Otherwise, he bars the way to new experiences. You must always be open to new experiences. By this means, your physical and etheric bodies will be brought into a condition which may be compared with the contented mood of a broody hen. Number 6, inner balance. This is a gradual, natural outcome of the other 5 qualities. It comes about by itself when they are consistently practiced. The pupil must keep these 6 qualities in mind, take his life in hand, and be prepared to progress slowly, remembering the proverb about steady drops of water wearing away a stone. Now, if anyone acquires higher powers through some artificial means without attending to all this, he will be in a bad way. In ordinary life today, the spiritual and the physical are intermingled, somewhat like a blue and yellow liquid in a glass of water. Occult development sets going a process rather like the work of a chemist who separates the 2 liquids. Soul and body are separated in a similar way. But this means that the benefits of the mingling are lost. An ordinary person, in whom the soul stays in close relation to the body, is not subjected to the passions, which are too grotesque or extreme. But as a result of the separation I have been talking about, the physical body with all its attributes may be left to itself, and this can lead to all manner of excesses. Thus, a person who has embarked on occult development but has not taken care to cultivate moral qualities may manifest certain traits which he would not otherwise exhibit. He may suddenly become a liar, vengeful, quick to anger. All sorts of characteristics which had previously been toned down may appear in a violent form. This may happen even if someone who has neglected moral development becomes unduly absorbed in the teachings of theosophy. We've seen that the human being must first pass through the stage of spiritual sight, and only then comes to the stage of spiritual hearing. While he is still at the first stage, he has, of course, to learn how the images are related to their objects. He would find himself plunged into the stormy sea of astral experiences if he were left to fend for himself. For this reason, he needs a guide who can tell him from the start how these things are related, and how to find his bearings in the astral world. Hence the need to find a guru on whom he can strictly rely. In this connection, 3 different ways of development can be distinguished. Number 1, the Eastern way, also called yoga. Here, an initiated person living on the physical plane acts as the guru of another, who entrusts himself to him completely and in all details. This method will go best if during his occult development the pupil eliminates his own self entirely and hands it over to his guru, who must even advise him on every action he may take. This absolute surrender of one's own self suits the Indian character, but there is no place for it in European culture. Number 2, the Christian way. Here, in place of individual gurus, there is one great guru, Christ Jesus himself, a leader and guide for all humanity. The feeling of belonging to Christ Jesus, of being one with him, can take the place of surrender to an individual guru. But the pupil has first to be led to Christ by an earthly teacher, so that in a certain sense he still depends on this teacher or guru on the physical plane. Number 3, the Rosicrucian way, which leaves the pupil with the greatest possible independence. The guru here is not a leader but an advisor. He gives directions for the necessary inner training. At the same time, he takes good care that, parallel with occult training, there is a definite development of thinking, without which no occult training can be carried through. This is because thinking has a characteristic not possessed by anything else. When we are on the physical plane, we perceive with the physical senses only what is to be found on that plane. Astral perceptions are valid for the astral plane. Devachanic hearing is valid only in Devachan. Thus each plane has its own specific form of perception. But one activity, logical thinking, goes through all worlds. Logic is the same on all 3 planes. Thus on the physical plane you can learn something which is valid also for the higher planes. And this is the method followed by Rosicrucian training, when on the physical plane it gives primary attention to thinking, and for this purpose uses the means available on the physical plane. A penetrative thinking can be cultivated by studying theosophical truths or by practicing mental exercises. Anyone who wishes further training for the intellect can study books such as Truth and Science titled The Philosophy of Freedom. Readers aside, The Philosophy of Freedom is also translated as The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity, or most recently, Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, end of readers aside, which are written deliberately in such a way that a thinking trained by them can move with certainty on the highest planes. Even a person who studies these books and knows nothing of theosophy might find his way about in the higher worlds. But, as I've said, the teachings of theosophy also act in the same way. Here, then, the guru is only the friend and advisor of the pupil, for by training his reason, the pupil will be training the best guru for himself. The truest inner guide is to be found in one's own clear thinking. But a guru will still, of course, be necessary to advise the pupil on how to follow his own free path of self-development. Among Europeans, the Christian way is best suited to those who live more strongly in their feelings. Those who have more or less broken away from the church and rely rather on science, but have been led by science into a doubting frame of mind, will do best with the Rosicrucian way. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barton. It was formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science, and I am recording this at the time of the eclipse on August 21st, 2017. Lecture 13, entitled Oriental and Christian Schooling Initiation. Yesterday we concluded by outlining the 3 methods of occult development: the Eastern, the Christian, and the Rosicrucian. Today we will begin by going more closely into the details which distinguish these 3 paths. But first I should say that no occult school sees in its teaching and requirements anything like a moral law valid for all mankind. The requirements apply only to those who deliberately choose to devote themselves to a particular occult training. You can, for instance, be a very good Christian and fulfill everything that the Christian religion prescribes for the laity without undergoing a Christian occult training. It goes without saying that you can also be a good person and come to a form of the higher life without any occult training. As I said earlier, the Eastern training calls for strict submission to the Guru. I will describe briefly the kind of instruction that an Eastern teacher gives. You will realize that the actual instructions cannot be given publicly. I can indicate only the stages of the path. The instructions can be divided into 8 parts. Number 1, yama. Number 2, nayama. Number 3, asanam. Number 4, pranayama. Number 5, pratyahara. Number 6, dharana. Number 7, dhyanam. Number 8, samadhi. Number 1, yama includes all the abstentions required of anyone who wishes to undergo yoga training. Do not lie, do not kill, do not steal, do not lead a dissolute life, desire nothing. The injunction, do not kill, is very stringent and applies to all creatures. No living creature may be killed or even injured, and the more strictly this rule is observed, the further will the pupil progress. Whether this rule can be observed in our civilization is another matter. Every killing, even of a flea, impedes occult development. Whether someone is obliged to do it, that again is a different question. You will understand the command, do not lie, if you recall what I said about the astral plane, where to lie is to kill, and every lie is a murder. Lying therefore comes into the same category as killing. The precept, do not steal, also has to be applied most strictly. A European might claim that he does not steal, but the Eastern yogi does not look at it so simply. In the regions where these exercises were first promulgated by the great teachers of humanity, conditions were much simpler. Stealing was easy to define, but a yoga teacher would not agree that Europeans do not steal. For example, if I unjustifiably appropriate another man's labor, or if I procure for myself a profit which may be legally permissible, but which involves the exploitation of another person, all this the yoga teacher would call stealing. With us, social relations have become so complex that many people violate this commandment without the slightest awareness of doing so. Suppose you have money and deposit it in a bank. You do nothing with it. You exploit no one. But suppose now the banker starts speculating and exploits other people with your money. In the occult sense, you will be responsible for it, and the events will burden your karma. You can see that this precept requires deep consideration if you are entering on a path of occult development. With regard to the injunction, do not lead a dissolute life, think of a person with private means, whose capital is invested without his knowledge in a distillery. He is just as culpable as the producer of strong drinks. The fact that he knew nothing about it makes no difference to his karma. There is only one way of keeping to the right path with these abstentions. Strive to need nothing. Insofar as you strive to have no needs, you will injure no one. The injunction, desire nothing, is especially hard to carry out. It means that the pupil must strive to have no needs whatsoever, no desire for anything in the world, and to do only what the outer world demands of him. He must even suppress any feeling of pleasure at doing good to someone. He must be moved to help not by any such feeling, but simply by the sight of suffering. And if he has to spend money, he must not think of his own wishes or desires, but must say to himself, quote, I need this to maintain my body or to meet the needs of my spirit as everyone else does. I do not desire it, but am considering only how best to live my life in the world. Close quote. In yoga training, this concept of yama is, as I have said, taken most strictly. It could not be transplanted to Europe as it stands. Number 2, nayama. This means the observance of religious customs. In India, where these rules are chiefly applied, a problem is solved which causes many difficulties in European civilization. For us, it is very easy to say that we have passed beyond dogmas. We hold to the inner truth only, and have no use for outer forms. The further a European has got away from religious observances, the more exalted does he imagine himself to be. The Hindu takes the opposite view. He holds firmly to the rites of his religion, and no one may adulterate them, although anyone within the Hindu religion is free to form his own opinion about them. There are sacred rites which have come down from very ancient times, and signify something very profound. An uneducated man will have very elementary ideas about them. A more highly cultured man will have different and better ideas, but no one will say that anyone else's ideas are wrong. The wise and the unlearned observe the same customs. There are no dogmas, only rites. Hence these deeply religious customs can be observed by all, and in them the wise and the simple are brought together. Thus the rites are socially unifying. No one is restricted in his opinions by conforming to a strict ritual. The Christian religion has followed the opposite principle. Not customs, but opinions have been imposed on people, and the consequence is that formlessness has become the rule in our social life. So begins a complete disregard of all observances that could draw human beings together. Every form that expresses symbolically a higher truth is gradually rejected. This is a great loss for human development, especially for development in the Eastern sense. In Europe today, there are plenty of people who think they have learned to do without dogmas. Yet it is precisely the free thinkers and the materialists who are the most dogmatic fanatics. The dogma of materialism is much more oppressive than any other. The infallibility of the Pope is no longer valid for many people, but instead, we have the infallibility of the professor. Even the most liberal-minded, whatever they may say to the contrary, are victims of the dogmas of materialism. Think of the dogmas which burden lawyers, doctors, and so on. Every university professor teaches his own dogma. Or think how people suffer from the dogma of the infallibility of public opinion, of the newspapers. The Eastern teacher of yoga does not demand that the ceremonies which unite the learned and unlearned together should be abandoned. These sacred ancient rites are symbols of the highest wisdom. No culture is possible without such formal observances. To believe otherwise is an illusion. Suppose, for instance, a colony is founded with no forms or accepted customs. Clearly a colony such as that, with no church, no religious services or observances, could exist quite well for a time, because its people would continue to live in accordance with the rules and conventions they had brought with them. But as soon as these were lost, the colony would collapse. For every culture must embody a certain pattern which will give expression to its inner character. Modern civilization must recover the forms it has lost. It must learn again how to give external expression to its inner life. Modern industrial culture has not even been able to develop an appropriate form of clothing, for people have no idea that what one surrounds oneself with is in fact an outer image of what lives within the soul. We dress so abominably nowadays because our inner life is so impoverished. In the long run, social life is conditioned by its pattern, its formal customs. The ancient sages knew this, and hence they held firmly to religious practices. Number 3, asanam means the adoption of a certain bodily posture in meditation. This is much more important for the Oriental than for the European, because the European body is no longer so sensitive to the flow of certain subtle currents. The body of the Oriental is even nowadays more delicately organized. It responds readily to the currents which pass from east to west, from north to south, from the heights to the depths. Spiritual currents flow through the universe, and it is for this reason that churches are built with a particular orientation. It is for this reason also that the yoga teacher makes his pupil adopt a special posture. The pupil has to keep his hands and feet in a particular position, so that the currents may flow through his body in the right direction. If the Hindu did not bring his body into this harmony, he would risk losing all the benefits of his meditation. Number 4, pranayama is breathing, yoga breathing. It is an essential and detailed part of Eastern yoga training. Christian training pays almost no attention to it, but in Rosicrucian training it has regained some importance. What does breathing signify in occult development? You can find the answer in the injunctions not to kill and not to injure any living creature. The occult teacher says, quote, "By breathing you are slowly, continually killing your surroundings," close quote. What does this mean? We breathe the air in, use it to furnish our blood with oxygen, and then breathe it out again. What does this involve? We inhale the air with its oxygen. We combine the oxygen with carbon, and we exhale carbon dioxide, in which no man or animal can live. We breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, which is a poison. And this means that with every breath we draw, we are dealing death to other beings in our environment. Bit by bit, we are killing our whole environment. We inhale the breath of life and exhale air which we can make no further use of. The occult teacher is concerned to alter this. If there were only people and animals in the world, all the oxygen would soon be used up and all living creatures would die. It is thanks to the plants that this does not happen. For in plants, the breathing process is the reverse of ours. They assimilate carbon dioxide, separate the carbon from the oxygen, and use the carbon to build up their bodies. They liberate oxygen, and people and animals breathe it in again. So the plants renew the life-giving air. Otherwise, all life would long ago have been destroyed. We owe our life to the plants, and in this way, plants, animals, and human beings are complementary. But this process will change in the future. And since anyone who is undergoing occult training must begin to do what others will achieve at some time in the future, he must learn not to kill with his breath. That is pranayama, the science of the breath. Our modern materialistic age places great emphasis on the importance of fresh air. A yogi, on the other hand, will retire into a cave and as far as possible will breathe the air he has himself exhaled, unlike the European who is always wanting to open windows. A yogi has learned the art of contaminating the air as little as possible because he has learned how to use it fully. How does he do it? The secret has always been known in the European occult schools, where it was called the finding of the stone of the wise, the philosopher's stone. At the turn of the 18th to the 19th century, a good deal of information about occult development leaked out. The stone of the wise was often mentioned in published writings, but one can see that the author understood little of it, even though it all came from the right sources. In 1797, a local Thuringian newspaper printed an article about the philosopher's stone, which included, inter alia, the following, quote, "The stone of the wise is something one has only to recognize, for everyone has seen it. It is something which everyone holds in his hand for part of almost every day, but without knowing that it is the philosopher's stone." Close quote. This is an enigmatic way of indicating that the philosopher's stone can be found everywhere. Yet this strange way of expressing it is literally true. This is how it comes about. The plant, as it builds up its body, takes in the carbon dioxide and retains the carbon for its body-building purposes. Human beings and animals eat the plants, take in the carbon, and give it up as carbon dioxide when they breathe out. So we have a carbon cycle. In the future, there will be a great change. Man will learn to extend the range of his innate powers and will gradually come to do for himself what at present he leaves to the plant. Just as man passed through the plant and animal kingdoms in the course of his evolution, so will he retrace his steps in a certain sense. He will himself become plant. He will take up the plant nature into himself and accomplish the whole plant process within himself. He will retain the carbon dioxide and will consciously build up his body with it, as the plant now builds up its own body unconsciously. He will prepare the necessary oxygen in his own organs, unite it with carbon to form carbon dioxide, and then deposit the carbon again in himself. Thus he will be able to build up his bodily structure. Here is an idea which opens up a great perspective for the future, and when it comes about, man will cease to be a killer with his breath. Now, we know that carbon and diamond are the same substance. Diamond is more thoroughly crystallized and a more transparent form of carbon. In the future, therefore, people's bodies will consist of soft, transparent carbon. At that stage, man will have found the philosopher's stone, and he will transform his own body into it. Anyone undergoing occult development has to anticipate this process as far as possible. He must deprive his breath of the capacity to kill, and must organize his breathing so that the air he exhales is usable and can be breathed again. How is this to be accomplished? You have to bring rhythm into your breathing. A teacher must show you how to breathe in, hold your breath, and breathe out again. This must be done rhythmically, if only for a short period. With every rhythmical exhalation, the air is improved, quote, slowly but surely, close quote, as the old saying tells us. The chemists cannot yet confirm this. Their instruments are too coarse to detect the finer substances. But the occultist knows that breath, imbued with rhythm, is life-promoting and contains more than the normal amount of oxygen. The breath can also, and at the same time, be purified by meditation. This too contributes, if only a very little, toward bringing plant nature back into man, so that he may become a being who does not kill. Number 5, pratyahara, the curbing of sense perception. Nowadays, in ordinary life, a person receives a continual stream of sense impressions and allows them all to work on him. The occult teacher says to the pupil, quote, "You must concentrate on a single sense impression for a specified number of minutes and pass on to another only by your own free choice." Close quote. Number 6, dharana. When the pupil has done that for a while, he must learn to make himself deaf and blind to all sense impressions. He must turn away from them and try to hold in his thought only the concepts they leave behind. If he thus lives in concepts only, and controls his thoughts and links one concept to another by his own free choice, he has reached the condition known as dharana. Number 7, dhyanam. There are concepts, often disregarded by Europeans, which do not derive from sense impressions. We have to form them for ourselves. Mathematical concepts, for example. No perfect triangle exists in the outer world. It can only be conceived in thought, and the same is true of a circle. Then there is a whole range of concepts which anyone undertaking occult training must study intensively. They are symbolic concepts which are connected with some objects, for example, the hexagram or the pentagram, symbols which occultism can explain. The pupil must keep his mind sharply concentrated on such symbolic objects, not to be found in the outer world. It is the same with another kind of concept. For example, that of the species lion, which can be laid hold of only in thought. On these, too, the pupil must focus his attention. Finally, there are moral ideas, such, for example, as the following from title Light on the Path. Quote, "Before the eye can see, EYE, it must be incapable of tears." Close quote. This, too, cannot be experienced outwardly, but only inwardly. Dhyanam is therefore meditation on concepts that have no sense-perceptible counterpart. Number 8, finally, samadhi, the most difficult of all. After concentrating for a very long time on an idea which has no sense-perceptible counterpart, you allow your mind to rest in it and your soul to be filled with it. Then you let the idea go, so that nothing is left in your consciousness. But you must not fall asleep, as would then normally happen. You must remain conscious. In that state, the secrets of the higher worlds begin to reveal themselves. This state can be described as follows. You are thinking, for you are conscious. But you have no thoughts. And into this thinking, without thoughts, the spiritual powers are able to pour their content. But as long as you yourself fill your thinking, they cannot come in. The longer you can hold in your consciousness this activity of thinking without thoughts, the more will the supersensible world reveal itself to you. These are the 8 realms with which a teacher of Eastern Yoga deals. Now, we will speak about the Christian way of occult training, as far as this is possible, and we shall see how it differs from the Eastern way. This Christian way can be followed with the advice of a teacher who knows what has to be done and can rectify mistakes at every step. But in Christian training, the great guru is Christ Jesus himself. Hence, it is essential to have a firm belief in the presence and the life on earth of the Christ. Without this, a feeling of union with him is impossible. Further, we must recognize that in the Gospel of St. John, we have a document which originates with the great guru himself, and can itself be a source of instruction. This Gospel is something we can experience in our own inner being, and not something we merely believe. Whoever has absorbed it in the right way will no longer need to prove the reality of Christ Jesus, for he will have found him. In Christian training, you must meditate on this Gospel, not simply read and reread it. The Gospel begins, quote, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God," close quote. The opening verses of this Gospel, rightly understood, are sentences for meditation and must be inwardly absorbed in the condition of dhyānam, as described above. If in the morning, before other impressions have entered the soul, you live for 5 minutes solely in these sentences, with everything else excluded from your thoughts, and if you continue to do this over the years with absolute patience and perseverance, you will find that these words are not only something to be understood. You will realize that they have an occult power, and you will indeed experience through them a transformation of the soul. In a certain sense, you become clairvoyant through these words, so that everything in St. John's Gospel can be seen with astral vision. Under the direction of a teacher, the pupil can meditate on the 5 opening verses of the first chapter for 7 days. During the following week, after again meditating on the 5 opening verses, he goes on to the 2nd chapter, and so in the same way up to the 12th. He will soon learn how powerful an experience this is, how he is led into the events in Palestine when Christ Jesus lived there, as they are inscribed in the Akashic record, and how he can actually experience it all. And then when he reaches the 13th chapter, he experiences the separate stages of Christian initiation. The first stage is the washing of the feet. We must understand the significance of this great scene. Christ Jesus bends down before those who are less advanced than himself. This humility towards those who are lower than we are, and at whose expense we have been able to rise, must be present everywhere in the world. If a plant were able to think, it would thank the minerals for giving it the ground on which it can lead a higher form of life. And the animal would have to bow down before the plant and say, quote, "To you I owe the possibility of my own existence," close quote. In the same way, man should recognize what he owes to all the rest of nature. So also in our society, a man holding a higher position should in spirit bow down before those who stand lower and say, quote, "But for the diligence of those who labor on my behalf, I could not stand where I do," close quote, and so on, through all stages of human existence, up to Christ Jesus himself, who bows down in meekness before the apostles and says, quote, "You are my ground, and to you I fulfill the saying, he who would be first must be last, and he who would be Lord must be servant of all." Close quote. The washing of the feet betokens this willingness to serve, this bowing down in perfect humility. This is a feeling that everyone committed to occult development must have. If the pupil has permeated himself with this humility, he will have experienced the first stage of Christian initiation. He will know by two signs, an outer and an inner, that he has gone thus far. The outer sign is that he feels as though his feet were being bathed with water. The inner sign is an astral vision, which will quite certainly come. He sees himself washing the feet of a number of persons. This picture rises up in his dreams as an astral vision, and every pupil has the same vision. When he has experienced it, he will have truly absorbed this whole character. The second stage is that of the scourging. When the pupil has reached this point, he must, while he reads of the scourging and allows it to act upon him, develop another feeling. He must learn to stand firm under the heavy blows of life, saying to himself, quote, "I will stand up to whatever pains and sorrows come to me," close quote. The outer sign of this is that the pupil feels a kind of prickling pain all over his body. The outer sign is that in a dream vision, he sees himself being scourged. The third stage is that of the crowning with thorns, and for this he has to acquire yet another feeling. He learns to stand firm even when he is scorned and ridiculed because of all that he holds most sacred. The outer sign of this is that he experiences a severe headache. The inward symptom is that he has an astral vision of himself being crowned with thorns. The fourth stage is that of the crucifixion. A new and quite definite feeling must be developed. The pupil must cease to regard his body as the most important thing for him. His body must become as indifferent to him as a piece of wood. He then comes to look quite objectively on the body he carries with him through life. It has become for him the wood of the cross. He need not despise it any more than he does any other tool. The outer sign for having reached this stage is that during the pupil's meditation, red marks, stigmata, appear at those places on his body which are called the sacred wounds. They do indeed appear on the hands and feet and on the right side of the body at the level of the heart. The inward sign is that the pupil has a vision of himself hanging on the cross. The fifth stage is that of the mystical death. Now the pupil experiences the nothingness of earthly things, and indeed dies away for a while from all earthly things. Only the most scanty descriptions can be given of these later stages of Christian initiation. The pupil experiences, in an astral vision, that darkness reigns everywhere, and that the earthly world has fallen away. A black veil spreads over that which is to come. And while he is in this condition, the pupil comes to know all the evil and wickedness in the world. This is the descent into hell. Then he experiences the tearing away of the curtain, and the world of Devachan appears before him. This is the rending of the veil of the temple. The sixth stage is that of the burial. Just as, at the fourth stage, the pupil learned to regard his own body objectively, so now he has to develop the feeling that everything else around him, in the world, is as much part of what truly belongs to him as his own body is. The body then extends far beyond its skin. The pupil is no longer a separate being. He is united with the whole planet. The earth has become his body. He is buried in the earth. The seventh stage, that of the resurrection, cannot be described in words. Hence occultism teaches that the seventh stage can be conceived only by a man whose soul has been entirely freed from the brain, and only to such a man could it be described. Hence we cannot do more than mention it here. The Christian occult teacher indicates the way to this experience. When a person has reached through this seventh stage, Christianity has become an inner experience of the soul. He is now wholly united with Christ Jesus. Christ Jesus is in him. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of the notes of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit, Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barton, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is the last lecture, the 14th lecture. There is as well, which I will call Lecture 15, question and answer periods after this. But this is Lecture 14, entitled Rosicrucian Schooling, the Interior of the Earth, Earthquakes and Volcanoes. Yesterday we described the various stages by which pupils of the Eastern and the Christian occult schools came to higher knowledge. Today I will try to describe in a similar way the stages of Rosicrucian schooling. You must not imagine that the Rosicrucian schooling contradicts the other two. It has existed since the 14th century, and it had to be introduced because mankind then needed a different path of self-development. Among the initiates, it was foreseen that a time would come when, because of the gradual increase of knowledge, people would be confused in matters of religious faith. Therefore, a form of instruction had to be created for those who felt within themselves the discord between faith and knowledge. In the Middle Ages, the most learned people were also those of the greatest faith and piety. And for a long time afterward, those who had made headway in scientific knowledge could not conceive of any contradictions between knowledge and faith. We are usually told that faith was shaken by the ideas of Copernicus, but that is quite wrong. After all, Copernicus dedicated his book to the Pope. It is only in quite recent times that this conflict has gradually developed. The masters of wisdom saw that this was bound to happen, and that a new path would have to be found for those whose faith had been destroyed. For persons much occupied with science, the necessary path toward initiation is the Rosicrucian. For the Rosicrucian method shows that the highest knowledge of mundane things is thoroughly compatible with the highest knowledge of spiritual truths. It is precisely through the Rosicrucian path that those who have been led away from Christian belief by what they take to be science can learn to understand Christianity truly for the first time. By this method, anyone can come to a deeper grasp of the truth of Christianity. Truth is one, but it can be reached along different paths, just as at the foot of a mountain there are various paths, but they all meet at the summit. The essence of Rosicrucian schooling may be described in two words: true self-knowledge. The Rosicrucian pupil has to distinguish two things, not merely theoretically, but practically, so that they become part of his everyday life. There are two forms of self-knowledge. The lower form, called by the Rosicrucian pupil self-mirroring, which should serve to overcome the lower self, and the higher form of self-knowledge, which is born out of self-renunciation. What is the lower form of self-knowledge? It consists in the recognition of our everyday self, of what we are, and of what we bear within us. In other words, an examination of our own soul life. But we must make it quite clear to ourselves that by this means we cannot reach the higher self. When we look into ourselves, we see only what we are, and that is just what we have to grow out of in order to surmount the ordinary self. But how is this to be done? Most people are convinced that their characteristics are the best, and anyone who lacks these characteristics is uncongenial to them. Once a person has outgrown this idea, not only in theory, but in feeling, he will be on the way to true self-knowledge. You can get out of the habit of self-admiration by a particular method, which can be practiced whenever you have 5 minutes for it. You must start from the principle that all characteristics are one-sided. You must learn to recognize in what respects yours are one-sided, and then try to balance them. This principle may not amount to much in theory, but in practice it is highly effective. If you are industrious, you must ask yourself whether your activity may not be wrongly applied. Quickness, too, is one-sided. It needs to be supplemented by careful deliberation. Every quality has its polar opposite. You should cultivate its opposite, and then try to harmonize the two extremes. For example, make haste slowly. Be quick and yet deliberate. Deliberate and yet not slow. Then the pupil will begin to grow beyond himself. All this is not part of meditation, but must be acquired alongside it. It is by attention to small details that this harmony can be achieved. If your tendency is not to let anyone finish what he is saying, you must keep a watch on yourself and make up your mind that for 6 weeks you will keep silent as far as possible when someone else is talking. Then you must accustom yourself to speak neither too loudly nor too softly. Things such as this, which are generally not thought of, contribute essentially to inner self-development. And the more attention you pay to quite insignificant characteristics, the better it will be. If you try not only to acquire certain moral, intellectual, or emotional qualities, but to get rid of some external habit, this would be particularly effective. It is a question not so much of investigating your inner self as of endeavoring to perfect the qualities which you have not yet fully developed, and to complement those you already have by cultivating their polar counterparts. Self-knowledge is one of the hardest things to acquire, and it is precisely those who think they know themselves best who are most likely to be deceived. They think too much about themselves. You should get out of the habit of fixing your attention on yourself and constantly using the word I think, I believe, I consider this right. Above all, you must get rid of the notion that your opinion is worth more than that of other people. Suppose, for instance, that someone is very clever. If he displays his cleverness in the company of people who are not so clever, his behavior will be very ill-timed. He will be doing it only to please his own egotism. He ought to adapt his response to the needs and capacities of others. Agitators are particularly apt to offend against this rule. In addition to all this, you must cultivate patience, in the occult sense of the word. Most people who want to achieve something cannot wait. They imagine they are already fit for anything and everything. This patience derives from strict self-training, and it, too, is related to the lower form of self-knowledge. Higher self-knowledge begins only when we can say that our higher self is not contained within our ordinary I capital. It is in the whole great world outside, in the sun and the moon, in a stone or an animal. The same essential being that is in us can be found everywhere. If a person says, quote, I wish to cultivate my higher self and to withdraw from the world, I want to know nothing about anything material, close quote, he entirely fails to understand that the higher self is everywhere outside, and that his own higher self is only a small part of the great self outside. Certain methods of so-called, in quotes, spiritual healers make this mistake, which can be very serious. They instill into patients the idea that matter has no real existence, and so there can be no illnesses. This notion is based on a false self-knowledge, and, as I have said, it can be very dangerous. This healing method calls itself Christian, but in fact it is anti-Christian. Christianity is an outlook which sees in everything a revelation of the divine. Everything material becomes an illusion unless we look on it as an expression of the divine. If we disown the external world, we are disowning the divine. If we reject the material realm in which God has revealed himself, we are rejecting the divine. The important thing is not to gaze into ourselves, but to seek to know the great self which shines down into us. The lower self says, quote, "Standing here I am cold," close quote. The higher self says, quote, "I am also the cold, for as part of the one self I live in the cold and make myself cold," close quote. Again, the lower self says, quote, "I am here in the I, EYE, which beholds the sun," close quote. The higher self says, quote, "I am in the sun, and in the sun's rays I look into your eyes," close quote. Really, to go out of yourself is to relinquish yourself. Hence the Rosicrucian schooling aims at drawing the lower self out of man. In the early days of theosophy, the gravest mistake was made when people were told to look away from the external world and to gaze into themselves. That is a great illusion. For then we find only the lower self, the fourth principle, which imagines itself to be divine, but is not so at all. We must come out of ourselves if we are to know the divine. Know thyself means also overcome thyself. The Rosicrucian training leads its pupils through the following stages, and these go hand in hand with the 6 exercises already mentioned: control of thought, initiative in action, tranquility, lack of prejudice or positiveness, faith, and inner balance. The schooling itself consists of the following. Number 1, study. Without study, a modern European cannot get to know himself. He must try, first of all, to reproduce in himself the thoughts of the whole of humanity. He must learn to think in harmony with the world order. He must say to himself, quote, "If others have thought this, it must be a possible human thought. I will test whether one can live with it," close quote. He need not swear to it as a dogma, but by studying it, he must get to know what it is. The pupil must learn about the evolution of sun and planets, of the earth and humanity. Thoughts of this kind, given to us for study, purify the spirit. By following the strict lines of these thoughts, we come to form strictly logical thoughts ourselves. This kind of study also purifies our thoughts in turn, and so we learn to think with strict logic. If, for instance, we are reading a difficult book, the most important thing is not to comprehend its whole content, but to enter into the author's line of thought and learn to think with him. Hence, the pupil should find no book too difficult. If he does, it means only that he is too easygoing to think. The best books are those we have to take up again and again, books we cannot understand immediately, but have to study sentence by sentence. It does not matter so much what we study as how we study. If we study the great truths, for instance, the planetary laws, we develop an important line of thought, and this is what really matters. If we say that we want more moral teaching and nothing about planetary systems, we show great egotism. True wisdom engenders a moral life. Number 2, imagination, or imaginative knowledge, is the second thing we have to attain. What is it, and how do we achieve it? As we go through the world, we must observe it in the light of Goethe's saying, quote, "Everything transitory is but a likeness," close quote. Goethe was a Rosicrucian, and he can lead us into the life of the soul. Everything must become for us a metaphor or symbol in manifold respects. Suppose, for instance, we are walking past a meadow saffron flower. In form and color, it is a symbol of mourning. Another flower, the convolvulus, is a symbol of helplessness. Another flower with its splash of red, a sign of gaiety, and so on. A bird with bright colors may be a symbol of coquetry. The symbols may actually be expressed in the names, weeping willow, forget-me-not, and so on. The more we reflect in this way, so that external things become sense images of moral qualities, the more easily shall we attain to imaginative knowledge. We can see similar likenesses in human beings. For instance, we can study people's temperament from their gait. Look at the slow, heavy step of the melancholic, the light, springy step of the sanguine type. After some time spent on these exercises, we can pass to exercises of real imagination. Take, for example, a living plant. Look at it carefully. Sink yourself into it. Then draw forth the inner feeling of your soul and lay it, as it were, in the plant, as is described in the book titled How to Know Higher Worlds. All this stimulates the power of imagination, and by this means the pupil acquires astral vision. After a time, he will notice a little flame proceeding from the plant. That is the astral counterpart of its growth. Again, the pupil takes a seed and visualizes the whole plant, as it will be later on in reality. These are exercises for developing imagination, to which Rosicrucians devote much attention. Number 3, the third stage, is called learning the occult script. There is, in fact, such a script, through which one can penetrate more deeply into things. An example will show you more exactly what I mean. With the close of the old Indian civilization, a new civilization began. The symbol of such an evolutionary stage is the vortex. These vortices exist everywhere in the world. They occur in the nebula, the Orion Nebula, for instance. There, too, an old world is dying and a new one being born. When the Indian civilization was coming into being, the sun was in the sign of Cancer. During the Persian civilization, in Gemini. During the Egyptian civilization, in Taurus. During the Greco-Roman civilization, in Aries. Since the astronomical sign for Cancer is, and is a symbol, this was the sign for the rise of the Indian civilization. Another example is the letter M. Every letter of the alphabet can be traced back to an occult origin. Thus, M is the symbol of wisdom. It derives from the shape of the upper lip, and is at the same time symbolic of the waves of the seas. Hence, wisdom may be symbolized by water. These signs indicate sounds that correspond with real things, and in the Rosicrucian schooling, such studies are cultivated. Number 4. At the fourth stage, a rhythmical element is brought into breathing. It plays a less important part than it does in Eastern training, but it belongs to the Rosicrucian training, and a Rosicrucian knows that through meditation, the air he breathes out is purified. Number 5. At the fifth stage, the correspondence between microcosm and macrocosm is emphasized. This means the connection between the great world and the small, or between man and the world outside him. Man has emerged by gradual stages, and his various constituent members have been formed in the course of evolution. Now, it is impossible for certain organs to arise in a being which has, for example, no astral body, and therefore they could not come into existence on the sun, even in a preliminary form. The liver is an instance of this. It cannot exist without the etheric body, but it is actually created by the astral body. Similarly, no being can have warm blood unless it first appeared at a time when the ego was at least in course of preparation. True, the higher animals are warm-blooded, but they split off from man when the development of his ego was already underway. Hence, we can say that the liver is closely related to the astral body, and warm blood to the ego. In fact, every one of man's organs, even the smallest, has its specific relationship to one of the members or bodies of which he is constituted. If the pupil concentrates his attention on himself objectively, as though on something outside himself, if, for instance, he concentrates on the point at the root of the nose and connects with it a particular saying given by his occult teacher, he will be guided to that which corresponds to this point, and he will come to know it. If he concentrates on this point under definite guidance, he will come to know the nature of the ego. Another, much later exercise is directed toward the inner part of the eye, EYE. Through this, one learns to know the inner nature of light and of the sun. The nature of the astral can be learned by concentrating on the liver with the aid of certain specific words. This is true self-development, when the pupil is taken out of himself by means of each organ on which he concentrates his attention. This method has become especially important in recent times because humanity has become deeply involved in matter. In this way, one penetrates through the material to its creative cause. Number 6. At the 6th stage, one dwells in or sinks oneself into the macrocosm. This is the same form of spiritual contemplation that we described as dhyana. The pupil sinks himself into the organ he is contemplating, for example, the inner part of the eye, EYE. After concentrating on it for a while, he drops the mental picture of the external organ and thinks only of that to which the eye leads him, the light. In this way, he comes to the creator of the organ, and so out into the macrocosm. He then feels his body growing increasingly larger and larger until it is as large as the earth, indeed even bigger than the earth, until all things are in it. And then he lives in all things. Number 7. The 7th stage corresponds to the Eastern Samadhi. It is called divine blessedness, because now the pupil ceases to retain any last vestiges of this concept, but he retains the power to think. The content of his thought falls away, but the activity of thought remains, and thus he comes to rest in the divine spiritual world. These stages of Rosicrucian training are more inward and call for a subtle cultivation of the higher life of the soul. The widespread superficiality of our material epoch is a powerful obstacle to the necessary deepening of the whole inner life. It must be overcome. This form of schooling is particularly well suited to Europeans. Anyone who is in earnest can carry it out. But it is worth remembering Goethe's saying, quote, "It is indeed easy, but even the easy is hard," close quote. We've gone into the various methods of schooling and self-development, and I will end these lectures by showing you something of the relationship between man and the whole earth, so that you will see how man is connected with everything that happens on earth. My dear friends, I have described the evolution of man and shown you how he can acquire a true inner being of his own. In the course of evolution, the whole of humanity will attain to everything that the individual can achieve through occult training. But what will be happening to the earth while mankind is developing in this way? There is a great difference between the earth seen by the occultist and the earth known to the ordinary geologist or scientist. The latter looks on it merely as a sort of great lifeless ball, with an interior not very unlike its exterior, except that at most the interior substances are fluid. But it is not easy to understand how such a lifeless ball could have produced all the different kinds of beings on it. We know that on this earth of ours, various phenomena occur, which deeply affect the fate of many people. But present-day science looks on this as a purely external relationship. Thus, the fate of hundreds and thousands may be affected by an earthquake or a volcano. Does the human will have any influence on this, or is it all a matter of chance? Are there dead laws which act with blind fury, or is there some connection between these events and the will of man? What is really happening when a person is killed by an earthquake? What does the occultist say about the interior of the earth? The occult science of all epochs says the following about the interior of the earth. We must think of the earth as consisting of a series of layers, not completely separated from one another, like the skins of an onion, but merging into one another gradually. Number one, the topmost layer, the mineral mass, is related to the interior as an eggshell is to the egg. This topmost layer is called the mineral earth. Number two, under it is a second layer called the fluid earth. It consists of a substance to which there is nothing comparable on earth. It is not really like any of the fluids we know, for these all have a mineral quality. This layer has specific characteristics. Its substance begins to display certain spiritual qualities, which, if it were brought into contact with something living, would immediately expel and destroy this life. The occultist is able to investigate this layer by pure concentration. Number three, the, quote, air earth, close quote. This is a substance which annuls feelings. For instance, if it is brought into contact with any pain, the pain is converted into pleasure, and vice versa. The original form of a feeling is, so to speak, extinguished, rather as the second layer extinguishes life. Number four, the water earth, or the form earth. It produces in the material realm the effects that occur spiritually in Devakan. There we have the negative pictures of physical things. In the form earth, a cube of salt, for example, would be destroyed, but its negative would arise. The form is, as it were, changed into its opposite. All its qualities pass out into its surroundings. The actual space occupied by the object is left empty. Number five, the fruit earth. This substance is full of exuberant energy. Every little part of it grows all the time like sponge. It gets larger and larger and is contained only by the upper layers. It is the underlying life which serves the forms of the layers above it. Number six, the fire earth. Its substance is essentially feeling and will. It is sensitive to pain and would cry out if it were trodden on. It consists, as it were, entirely of passions. Number seven, the earth mirror, or earth reflector. This layer gets its name from the fact that its substance, if one concentrates on it, changes all the characteristics of the earth into their opposites. If the seer disregards everything lying above it and gazes down directly into this layer, and if then, for example, he places something green before him, the green appears as red. Every color appears as its complementary opposite. A polaric reflection arises, a reversal of the original. Sorrow would be changed by this substance into joy. Number eight, the splintering layer. If with developed power one concentrates on this, something very remarkable is revealed. For example, a plant seen in the midst of this layer appears to be multiplied, and so with everything else. But the essential thing is that this layer fragments and splinters moral qualities also. The power it radiates to the earth's surface is responsible for the strife and disharmony existing there. In order to overcome the destructive force of this layer, human beings must work together in harmony. And that is precisely why this layer was laid down in the earth, so that human beings should be enabled to develop harmony for themselves. The substance of everything evil is prepared and organized there. Quarrelsome people are so constituted that this layer has a particular influence on them. This has been known to everyone who has written out of a true knowledge of occultism. Dante, in his title Divine Comedy, calls this layer the Cain layer. It was here that the strife between the brothers Cain and Abel had its source. The substance of this layer is responsible for evil having come into the world. Number 9, the earth core. This is the substance through whose influence black magic arises in the world. The power of spiritual evil comes from this source. You will see, therefore, that man is related to all the layers, for they are continually radiating out their forces. Humanity lives under the influence of these layers and has to overcome their powers. When human beings have learned to radiate life on earth and have trained their breathing so that it promotes life, they will overcome the fire earth. When, spiritually, they overcome pain through serenity, they overcome the air earth. When concord reigns, the splintering layer is conquered. When white magic triumphs, no evil remains on earth. Human evolution thus implies a transformation of the earth's interior. In the beginning, the nature of the earth's body was such as to hold subsequent developments in check. In the end, when human powers have transformed the earth, it will be a spiritualized earth. In this way, man imparts his own being to the earth. Now, there are occasions when the very substance of the passions of the fire earth begins to rebel. Aroused by human passions, it penetrates through the fruit earth, forces its way through the channels in the upper layers, and even flows up into and violently shakes the solid earth. The result is an earthquake. If this passion from the fire earth thrusts up some of the earth's substance, a volcano erupts. All this is closely connected with man. In Lemurian times, the upper layer was still very soft and the fire layer was near the surface. Human passions and the, quote, passion substance, close quote, of this layer are related. When human beings give rein to evil passions, they strengthen its passions, and that is what happened at the end of Lemurian times. Through their passions, the Lemurians made the fire earth rebellious, and in this way they brought the whole Lemurian continent to destruction. No other cause for this destruction could be found except in what they had themselves drawn forth from the earth. Today the layers are thicker and firmer, but there is still this connection between human passions and the passion layer in the interior of the earth. And it is still an accumulation of evil passions and forces that gives rise to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. How man's destiny and will are related to happenings in the earth can be seen from two examples which have been occultly investigated. It has been found that many people killed in an earthquake appear in their next incarnation as human beings of high spiritual quality and faith. They had progressed far enough for that final blow to convince them of the transitoriness of earthly things. The effect of this in Devakan was that they learned a lesson for their next lives, that matter is perishable, but spirit prevails. They did not all come to realize that, but many of them are now living as people who belong to some spiritual theosophical movement. In the other example, the births which occurred during a time of frequent earthquakes were investigated. It was found that all those born at about the time of an earthquake, though not exactly in its area, were, surprisingly enough, people of a very materialistic frame of mind. The earthquakes were not the cause of this. Rather, it was these strongly materialistic souls, ripe for birth, who worked their way down into the physical world by means of their astral will and let loose the forces of the fire-earth layer, which proceeded to shake the earth at the time of their birth. Man transforms his dwelling place and himself at the same time, And when he spiritualizes himself, he spiritualizes the earth also. One day, at a later planetary stage, he will have ennobled the earth by his own creative power. Every moment that we think and feel, we are working on the great structure of the earth. The leaders of mankind have insight into such relationships and seek to impart to human beings the forces which will work in the true direction of evolution. One of the latest of these impulses is the Theosophical movement. Its purpose is to develop harmony and balance in the very depths of the human soul. Anyone who puts the assertion of his own opinion higher than love and peace has not thoroughly understood the idea of Theosophy. The spirit of love must penetrate even into the opinions a person holds. In the course of occult development, he must unavoidably learn this, or he will get no further. He must renounce entirely his own opinions, and must wish to be solely an instrument of the objective truth which comes from the spiritual world and flows through the world as the one great truth. The more a person sets himself and his own opinions aside, becoming instead a channel for the one encompassing truth, the more does he manifest the true spirit of Theosophy. All this is extraordinarily difficult today, but Theosophical teaching is itself a promoter of peace. When we come together so that we may live within this teaching, it gives rise to peace. But if we introduce outside elements at odds with this spirit, we bring dissension in, and that should really be an impossibility. So the Theosophical conception of the world must pass over into a feeling, into something I would call a spiritual atmosphere in which Theosophy lives. You must have a will to understand. Then Theosophy will hover like a unifying spirit over our gatherings, and from there will spread its influence out through the world. That is the end of Lecture 14 and the end of the book, except that there will be an additional lecture section that is the answers to audience questions. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a collection of notes of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Founding a Science of the Spirit. Collected Works, Volume 95, revised translation by Matthew Barton, formerly known as At the Gates of Spiritual Science. This is an addendum. I'm going to call it Lecture 15, but it's really answers to audience questions, 2 sets of them, and they are recorded in note form. The first set is from Stuttgart on the 2nd of September, 1906. Question about the work of the ego. Steiner. Work can be done on the astral body, on the etheric body, on the physical body. Every human being works on his astral body. All moral education is work on the astral body. Even when a person enters on the process of initiation, on occult schooling, he still has much work to do on his astral body. Initiation leads to stronger work on the etheric body through the cultivation of aesthetic pleasure and of religion. The initiate works consciously on his etheric body. Astral consciousness is 4-dimensional in a certain respect. In order to form an approximate idea of this, the following may be said. Anything that is dead has the tendency to remain in 3 dimensions. Anything living extends all the time beyond the 3rd dimension. Anything that grows has, through its movement, the 4th dimension within its 3 dimensions. If something moves in a circle, and if the circle it traces goes on increasing in size, we come at last to a straight line. But the straight line will not return to its starting point, because our world is 3-dimensional. In astral space, a line does return, because astral space is closed on all sides. It is quite impossible there to go straight on forever. Physical space is open to the 4th dimension. Height and breadth are 2 dimensions. The 3rd dimension leads out into the 4th. In astral space, a different geometry prevails. Question. Why are Theosophists still so inadequate? Steiner. One should not allow a personal element to enter into one's judgments. An objective assessment of things should be the aim. Question. About conditions in Devachan. Steiner. Pain and grief are external in Devachan. You do not experience your own pains there. Pain is something you look at. You see it as thunder, as lightning, as color. That is blessedness. You are looking at pictures of happenings caused by others here below. A peaceful condition in Devachan depends on the lives of people between birth and death. Harmony here on earth brings about peace in Devachan. A person lives continuously in the three worlds. Rest in peace is not quite correct. Question. Is there any value in reading masses for the dead? Steiner. Good thoughts are balm for the dead. It is not selfish love that we should send them, not mourning because we no longer have them here. This harms a dead person and weighs on him like lead. But love that endures, which does not lay claim to the dead person by wanting him back again, this nourishes him and augments his happiness. Question. Remorse? Steiner. Remorse has no value. But we must make good the harm we have done. This shortens the Kamaloka period. Question. On communion with loved ones in Kamaloka. Steiner. This is clearer, more definite in Devachan, for in Kamaloka consciousness is clouded by the paying off of debts incurred through personal guilt. Question. Lotus flowers? Steiner. The lotus flowers are inner movements within the inner human being. Question. If one is out of harmony with one's parents, what is the reason for it? Steiner. To be out of harmony with one's parents is generally something determined by karma. Question. What does the astral body look like? Steiner. When the astral body is together with the physical body, it is somewhat egg-like in shape. After death, it is a wonderfully radiant, mobile formation. In accordance with individual characteristics, it has various colors, radiant colors. Its three gleaming points are at first widely separated, joined together but open below. They are centers of force. They draw progressively together, and then they look like a small triangle. Number 1, heart, number 2, liver, number 3, brain, and there's pictures below these. These 3 points work together at the time of a new incarnation. In Devachan, they are radiant centers of force, which stream out from the 3 points. In the astral world, these 3 points form a triangle. In Devachan, they form a 6-pointed figure, 2 interlaced triangles. Readers aside, which looks like the Star of David. End of readers aside. They are bells. Question. A question was asked about the permanent atom, often spoken of in theosophical circles at that time. Steiner. Atoms are a speculation. Hence we avoid speaking about them, for they are only an assumption. One should not think about things which are not facts. Human beings should only look and observe. Question. Can one look into the future? Steiner. This is possible, but the occultist refrains from doing so, because very few, apart from high initiates, can cope with knowing the future. The initiate's prevision does not determine what another person does. The latter will act in the future entirely out of his free will. Question. On family connections. Steiner. Families with a strong family tradition are subject to a quite definite law, whereby the family karma is worked out. The ancestor upholds the family until he can build a new body for his own next incarnation. The continuity and cohesion of the family depends on the blood. Question. On art. Steiner. Art is the revelation of hidden laws of nature. Goethe says, quote, "The beautiful is a manifestation of hidden laws of nature, which would otherwise remain forever concealed." Close quote. Nature can realize her intentions only up to a certain stage. Man can bring them to expression, but the artist has to leave out the blood and life. Question. On group souls. Steiner. At a later, much later time, the group souls will embark on the same experiences that humanity undergoes today. They will eventually build individual bodies for themselves. They will become single individuals, each with an individual soul. Animals will never develop into people, but human beings of a kind quite different, certainly from ourselves, will develop out of the group souls. The human stages, the Saturn stage, the Sun stage, the Moon stage, the Earth stage, and so on, can be gone through in the most varied ways. Question. What is your attitude to the Lord's Prayer? Steiner. The primal Christian prayer is, Lord, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine be done. One should not pray egotistically. Prayer should be a raising up of oneself into the spiritual world, a source of strength and invigoration. Question on marriage. Steiner. Marriage is a duality. In the world today, there is a prevailing tendency to lead everything back quite wrongly to the sexual. A great antithesis plays into the realm of marriage. The husband has a female etheric body and the wife a male etheric body. The spirit and soul in the man is more feminine, and vice versa. The human soul strives toward the highest. Hence the man will equate the highest with the womanly, because his soul is feminine. The external part, the body, is only an outer symbol, only a metaphor. Quote, all things transient are but a likeness, close quote. Quote, the eternal feminine draws us to the heights, close quote, both from Goethe. Question. On the ego body. Steiner. The ego body appears to the clairvoyant as a blue hollow sphere between the eyes, behind the forehead. When a person begins to work on it, rays stream out from this point. Question on the nature of comets. Steiner. A comet is an assemblage of kama, desire substance, without the corresponding spiritual substance. The comet gets as far only as the astral body. The visibility of comets arises from the powerful friction caused by the astral body passing through etheric substance. Question. How does gold arise? Steiner. We have first the four ethers. Fire, fire ether, air, light ether, water, chemical ether, earth, life ether. No life can arise without life ether, which fills out the bodies. Each ether can be cooled so that it becomes solid. In earlier times, gold flowed in clefts, and earlier still it was gaseous. It was fire ether, light ether. The rays which come to us from the sun were formerly etheric substance. All the gold was once sun ether, light ether. Gold is densified sun ether, densified sunlight. Silver is densified moonlight. Question. Which beings inhabit the moon? Steiner. The moon is inhabited by those physical beings who have remained behind at an earlier stage of evolution, Luciferic beings. On the old moon, there were beings who had fallen so far into evil that they could not take part in further evolution. They established themselves on the moon. These malevolent beings are evident especially in the waning moon. When the moon is waxing, they are less harmful. Some dreadful beings inhabit the moon, but there are also favorable beings, actively concerned with growth and birth. Question. On the Book of Revelation. Steiner. The book with 7 seals in the Revelation of John is in the first place written by man himself. His evolution and involution are inscribed there. The first writing in it applies to the 7 sub-races. Each sub-race writes and seals a page of it. When the next sub-race emerges, the page is unsealed. Question. On the difference between cremation and burial. Steiner. The difference exists chiefly for the etheric body. Cremation allows the physical body to dissolve into cosmic space. Decaying, verwesen, means a return to one's being, Wesen. Question. On the life of Jesus. Steiner. The life of Jesus is at the same time a fact and a symbol. Proof of his life can be given only by spiritual science. You will not find any historical proofs, for the Christ was not known as a high initiate to the writers of those days. Question. On the inner word. Steiner. The inner word reveals itself after a person has already attained astral sight. Then he enters into the Devachan condition. Then he hears the world secrets sounding in himself. And then he hears the name that belongs to each thing. Later, his own name will be spoken to the initiate, and to meditate on it is especially effective. That, then, is the inner word. The initiate is thereby awakened, and this inner word is a sure guide for his later development. This is now a reading of the next section, Answers to Audience Questions, recorded in note form. This is 2 days earlier, on the 4th of September, 1906, in Stuttgart. Steiner. In earlier times, man's etheric body was still outside his physical body, and so also, of course, was his ego consciousness. His soul worked on the physical body from outside, as is still the case today with the horse. Question. How did the names of the zodiacal constellations originate? Steiner. The whole animal kingdom was once within man. This means that he was at a stage between the human realm and the animal kingdom of today. In order to be able to develop further, he had to separate off from himself those parts which could not go with him. He separated the parts which form the animal kingdom of today. Originally, therefore, the animals were much less sharply differentiated from man than they now are. They gradually degenerated. The separating off of the animal kingdom did not occur suddenly, but by slow degrees. First the fishes were separated, then the reptiles and amphibians, then the birds and the mammals. And within each group the separating off was again gradual. Thus the beasts of prey, for example, were separated earlier than the apes. When the lions were separated off, the constellation in which the sun then stood was called lion. And when man cast out the bull nature from himself, the relevant constellation was called bull. The names of the 4 apocalyptic creatures in the Revelation of John, eagle, lion, bull, man, point in the same direction. But this does not completely explain the names of all the zodiacal constellations. The moon, in earlier times, before the earth separated from it, consisted of soft plant substance, like living peat or spinach, penetrated by a woody structure which has today hardened into rock. In this soft substance lived the moon plants, actually plant animals, halfway between the plants and the animals of the present time. Then the earth separated itself off, bringing into being the 4 kingdoms of nature, minerals, plants, animals, and human beings. Some of the plant animals failed to transform themselves completely into present-day plants. The sponges arose in this way. Question. Quote, before the voice can speak in the presence of the masters, it must have lost the power to wound, close quote. Bracket from Light on the Path by Mabel Collins. Steiner. When we send forth a loving thought, it creates a wonderfully beautiful thought form, like a flower, which gently opens and then surrounds the person to whom the thought applies. Anyone who thinks a thought full of hate creates a sharp, pointed, angular form, closed at its apex, designed to wound. What is here called the masters is the divine voice which speaks in us. It speaks constantly, but we do not always allow it to emerge. The thought form of love is open, hence the voice of the masters can sound through it. But the closed thought form of hate leaves the divine thought form no way out, so that it has to remain unheard. Question. In the astral, a lie is a murder. Steiner. Suppose I think the following thought. I met someone. A quite definite thought form will be engendered by that. Now to someone else I say it again. I met someone. The same thought form is again engendered. The 2 thought forms meet and strengthen each other. But if I tell a lie and say I did not meet anyone, this engenders a thought form opposed to the first. The result is an explosion in the astral body of the liar. Question. How can one protect one's astral body against bad influences? Steiner. The best way is to be sure and true oneself. As a special protection, you can create through forcible concentration of the will an astral sheath, a blue egg-shaped mist. You must say to yourself firmly and emphatically, quote, "Let all my good qualities surround me like a coat of armor." Close quote. Question. Why did the first Christians have the fish as their symbol, besides the lamb? Steiner. Among the fishes, especially Amphioxus, the spinal marrow began to take form. Man was once at the stage when he had the fish nature still within himself. He was wholly a soul being and worked on his body from outside. Then he separated the fishes from himself. Later on, the brain was formed out of the spinal marrow. Footnote, Goethe already knew this. Dr. Steiner found the relevant pencil sketch drawn in a notebook while he was working in the Goethe archives in Weimar. End of footnote, and there is a diagram. In this way, man becomes a self, but the self is ennobled by Christianity, and hence the fish is the symbol for the early Christians. The story of Jonah indicates the same thing. Jonah, man, is at first outside the fishes. This means the soul working on the body from the outside. Then he becomes a self and enters into the fish, the physical body. Through initiation, the physical body is again left aside. Question. Can physical objects be seen after death? Steiner. After death, we see nothing physical, but the corresponding astral images, astral and devaconic counterparts. The mineral realm is absent. It appears as an empty space, like a photographic negative. In Devacon, one can, for example, see a clock, for a human design and purpose enters into it. All human artifacts can be seen there. There's a little chart. Atma, transformed physical body. Buddhi, transformed etheric body. Manas. Then Kama Manas, which is the ego. Kama, astral body. Prana, etheric body. And then the physical body. The universal flow of life is called prana. It flows like water. But if it is given form by being poured into the physical body, rather as water is poured into a jug, then one speaks of the etheric body. The general astral substance, desire substance, is called kama. If it is given the form of a body, one speaks of the astral body. The ego is the center of the person. Kama plays into it, and manas also. Thus the ego comprises a mixture of kama and manas. The kama has to be completely transformed and ennobled, so that manas may develop from it. If the etheric body is ennobled, buddhi emerges, and atma arises from the ennoblement of the physical body. There's another chart. Arupa, the mental plane, number 7, causal body, number 6, causal body, number 5, causal body, then the Akasha Chronicle. Next section is called Rupa, number 4, etheric sphere, number 3, airy sphere, number 2, oceanic sphere, like the blood in a human body, number 1, continental realm. The continental realm embraces everything physical, your oceanic realm, everything living, the airy sphere, the whole range of feelings, and the etheric sphere, all thoughts. At the boundary of the etheric sphere is the Akasha Chronicle. It contains everything that has ever been thought. On the far side of the Akasha Chronicle lies everything that has not yet become thought. All new thoughts, all discoveries, and so on, come from the Arupa region. Anyone who has developed Kama Manas comes after death as far as the etheric sphere to thoughts that exist independently. The ego shapes the astral body so that manas develops out of it. All manas which has not yet been drawn into the astral is arupa. Question. Denial and affirmation of life. Steiner. Schopenhauer says that the world has been built by irrational will. Reason, therefore, has to destroy the irrational will so that the world goes to ruin and man is redeemed. Schelling, Hegel, and Fichte represent a different standpoint which can be expressed in the words, quote, from God to God, Close quote. Let us consider the denial and affirmation of life through a parable. I show someone a piece of magnetized iron, and I tell him that in the iron resides an invisible force called magnetism. He replies, quote, I want to know nothing about this force. I only affirm the iron. Close quote. It is much the same if someone looking only at the things of the world says that he affirms the world. Certainly he affirms the world, but he denies the invisible forces within it. Life is truly affirmed only by someone who seeks for spiritual realities. Anyone else denies half of life. Many theosophists say, I don't bother about the world. I am concerned only to develop my higher self. In fact, they are seeking only the lower man. The higher man is everywhere outside us. If I feel the whole world in myself, then I have found my higher self. Myself is outside me. Knowledge of the world is self-knowledge. Question, how does suggestion work? Steiner. Suggestion works on the ego. The higher bodies are drawn out of the physical body, and then the ego body without the physical brain unconsciously follows the hypnotizer. The physical brain, the controller of actions, is detached. With an initiate, it is different. He retains conscious control without the aid of the physical brain, and so he cannot be hypnotized. Question, the Pistis Sophia. Steiner. This book, written in the Coptic language, contains much of the discourses of Christ at the initiation of his disciples and many inner expositions of parables. The 13th chapter is especially important. The Haimarmene is Devachan. The entire supersensible world is divided into 12 eons. These are the 7 divisions of the astral plane and the 5 lowest divisions of Devachan. Erring spirits can be purified through Devachan. The light-bearing purifier before Christ was Melchizedek. He is meant when we read of light coming from the Episkopos. By Archontes, the powers of evil are to be understood. Readers aside, Archontes is spelled Archontes, end of readers aside. Conflict and arguing are not a realm for theosophy. We should not squander time uselessly on disputes, but should speak only to those who have the heart and mind for theosophy. Question, why does Christ say, I am the way, the truth, and the life, when previous great founders of religion had already pointed to the way? Steiner. We must first transpose ourselves into past ways of speaking. In former times, the spiritual content of speech was perceived at the same time as the words were heard. Then we can reflect on the following. Christ was the embodiment of the second person of God. No previous founder of a religion had embodied himself in the... No previous founder of a religion had embodied in himself the fullness of the Logos. But the divine element that his predecessors had embodied was a part of the Logos, and so of Christ himself. Therefore, Christ embraces everything previous to him in the words, I am the way, the truth, and the life. One can also take these words literally in yet another sense. The previous founders of religions had shown the way and taught the truth, but they did not live out the mystery of God in the sight of humanity. Hence they could say, I am the way and the truth. But the Christ alone could say, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Now Elias means way and Moses truth. At the Transfiguration, Elias and Moses appeared with Christ. Hence the Transfiguration says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. The passing of Buddha into nirvana, his death, is the same as the Transfiguration of Christ. At the moment when Buddha brought his working to an end, the real working of Christ, his life, begins. That is the end of the notes, the end of the book, Founding a Science of the Spirit by Rudolf Steiner.
Summer's not over yet. This Labor Day weekend, save big at Bob's Discount Furniture. At Bob's, you can refresh every room in your home without breaking the bank when you stock up on the Consumer Reports recommended Treasure mattress for only $7.99 and Bob's Real Marble Elm Dining Set for only $9.99. So stop in or visit mybobs.com this Labor Day weekend for hot styles at everyday low prices. Oh my Bob.
You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of 5 lectures by Rudolf Steiner given at The Hague, entitled At Home in the Universe, Exploring Our Supersensory Nature. It is volume 231 in the collected works. I believe there's also a translation of this entitled Supersensible Man. And this is lecture 1, entitled Question, A Speck of Dust, given on November 13th, 1923. My dear friends, I'm certain that you realize the great satisfaction it gives me to be with you again, to talk with you about anthroposophic matters. Of course, but when it does happen, we can establish a direction for further work on matters that concern us. And this is always the basis for our being together, even when we are unable to meet physically. We are brought together this time to form the Dutch Anthroposophical Society. Given the present conditions, it is vital to establish the societies of various countries so that a truly individual foundation is established to meet adequately the needs of our time. The General Anthroposophical Society will be established at Christmas in Dornach, and it will come into being only when the individual societies of each nation are represented in a way that their delegates are truly able to express the essence of each anthroposophic entity. Thus, by establishing the General Anthroposophical Society, we can do something that is very necessary, significant, and important. If you can share with me a sense of how vital these matters are for our time, we will all acquire the right mood for our days together. And it is in just such a mood that I express my own most cordial greetings and heartfelt gratitude for your kind words to me. The theme proposed for our lectures is the suprasensory human being, as it is perceived and understood through anthroposophy. We will attempt to express suprasensory knowledge and understanding of the human being from many different perspectives. Since there can be only a few lectures, I will plunge right to the heart of the matter. When we speak of ourselves as suprasensory beings, we are immediately at odds with the way the human being is described today. For quite some time now, no one, not even one of the idealists, has spoken about our suprasensory being. The conventional culture and knowledge of our time never mentions the being who passes through births and deaths. Over the centuries, it has become very natural to teach our school children that a newer worldview demonstrates that the earth is merely a, in quotes, speck of dust in the cosmos, and that this speck of dust, together with an even smaller speck of dust, the human being, moves through the universe with delirious rapidity. It is said that this human being is completely insignificant in relation to the grand cosmos. This notion of Earth as a speck of dust has permeated every human mind and heart. And as a result, people have completely lost the ability to connect humankind with what exists beyond the earthly realm. But there is something that speaks to us today, though it remains unconscious and we are unaware of it. It speaks today in clear, unmistakable tones and urges us to turn our attention once more to the suprasensory nature of our own being, along with that of the world. For the past few centuries, materialism has found its way into our very knowledge of the human being. What is this materialism really? Materialism is a worldview that sees the human being as a product of physical substances and forces. Although there are many who maintain that the human being is not made up only of physical substances and forces, we have no science that investigates the aspect of human nature that does not arise from earthly substances. Today, when well-intentioned people say that the eternal in human beings can be understood, nevertheless, such a claim is not completely honest. It is not simply a matter of refuting materialism. Today it is thoroughly superficial to want simply to disprove it at every opportunity. The most important thing is not the theories based on materialism, which create doubt about the spiritual realm or completely deny its existence, or at least the possibility of knowing that world. The important matter is the tremendous significance of materialism. Ultimately, what is the purpose when those motivated by some condition of soul or by religious traditions say that human thinking, feeling, and willing must exist independently of the brain, particularly since contemporary science comes along and removes parts of the brain bit by bit, primarily as it investigates the brain in pathological states, while at the same time seeming to dispose of the human soul a little at a time. And what is the use of some soul disposition or religious tradition leading to talk about the soul's immortality if the only remedies we can think of to help someone with a sick soul is to administer remedies for the brain and nervous system? Materialism has produced all this. There are many who are prepared to disprove materialism today, but they really do not know what they are doing. They cannot appreciate the tremendous significance of the detailed knowledge materialism has given us, and they have no idea of its consequences for our whole understanding of humankind. So let us begin here. We will go right to work by looking at the human being honestly, just as modern science does, and thus something will then reveal itself to us. Using all that physiology, biology, chemistry, and other sciences can contribute to our understanding of the human being, we will learn how the various substances and forces of the earth come together to build muscles, nervous system, circulatory system, and the various senses. In other words, the whole human being spoken of by conventional science. Here we encounter a striking body of information. We find modern science in its most successful manifestation. Let us consider, for example, the knowledge that medical students must have concerning the human being as the basis for their work of healing. Having become acquainted with certain preparatory sciences, they then move on to subjects that are fundamental to medicine. Let us imagine that we are looking at a handbook that collects everything such a student is required to learn about the human being. Imagine, here is a summarized textbook of all that the doctor must learn about the human being, up to the point of going into a specialization. Now, let us ask ourselves what this is. What do we know about the human being? We must say that we know a great deal. We know all that can be known today. But when we turn to psychologists, whose vocation is to understand the soul, we encounter an atmosphere of doubt and uncertainty. First, we become aware that natural science has attained valid and worthy results through research. It is so good, in fact, that lecturers on science are often unequal to the task themselves. Students are extremely bored by what they must listen to in pre-medical courses. This is not because of natural science, but those who explain it. We should never say that science is boring, only its professors. Indeed, the fault does not lie with science, because science certainly offers solid and beneficial material. I want to say that no matter how God-forsaken scientists have become, science itself is good. But when we turn from the achievements of genuine scholarly research and listen to psychologists and philosophers speak of the soul or the eternal aspect of the human being, we quickly realize that aside from what earlier traditions left us, it is all words, nothing but useless words. Today, when we turn to psychology or philosophy because of the deepest needs of our soul, we are not merely bored, but find nothing at all in answer to our questions. Consequently, we can say that only natural science offers real knowledge today for those who seek it. What does natural science teach us about the human being? It tells about what comes into being as a human being at conception or birth and what passes away at the time of death. Nothing else. In all honesty, we must admit that science has nothing else to offer. There is only one alternative for those who want to be honest in this area. They must turn to something that cannot be gained through today's conventional scientific methods, a true science of the soul and spirit, based, just as ancient spiritual knowledge was, on observation and experience of the spirit. Such a science can be attained only through the kind of methods shown in my books titled How to Know Higher Worlds, titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, and others. These methods enable us to truly perceive the spiritual and to speak of it just as we speak of phenomena in the physical sensory world, which has led to the development of a healthy natural science. The earthly object of our senses and research has not been exhausted by any means, though it is well on the way. But it yields only knowledge of the transient, material aspect of the human being living in time. Thus we can never see beyond the earthly realm, as long as we try to understand the human being only through such natural scientific methods. When we look only at the earthly, we see only the transient aspects of humanity. We will see, however, that this transient human aspect cannot be understood in and of itself. We are challenged to turn from the earth and look out into all that surrounds it. When conventional science does this, it merely determines distances to the stars, describes their courses, and examines their spectra or light phenomena that tell us the stars contain substances like those found on Earth. This science of the realm beyond the Earth, in fact, does not go beyond Earth at all. It is powerless to do so. Therefore, to begin with, I want to speak to you of certain points that will be confirmed in the later lectures. When we direct our gaze out to the world of stars, rather than limiting our observation to Earth and modern science, we first encounter the planetary system of heavenly bodies, which in a certain sense are related to Earth. They move in a way that is believed to circle the sun, similar to the way Earth moves around the sun. The planets also move along with the sun through cosmic space. One can gain such knowledge through observation and calculation, but it is not useful to us as human beings. This sort of observation really contributes nothing to our understanding of human beings. Suprasensory sight leads us immediately to something else. We gaze toward the neighboring planets as they are situated beyond the Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, back to Earth itself, Mercury, Venus, and Moon. In this sense, we regard the Moon not merely as a satellite, but as a planet like Earth. Contemporary science calculates that Saturn, for example, takes 30 years to move around the Sun in its immense orbit. Jupiter needs a much shorter time, and Mars even less. Let us look out into the starry heavens at a star, that is, a planet at a particular point in the sky. Elsewhere, we see another planet, Saturn, Jupiter, and so on. We look with our sensory eyes and see Jupiter here or Saturn there. But they also have an etheric sphere. It is embedded in a fine, delicate ethereal substance. When we look at Saturn, for example, an oddly formed planet appearing to ordinary sight as a sphere surrounded by rings, if we can perceive the ether as well, we see that it accomplishes something in the ether surrounding it. Saturn is active in the ether that contains and encloses its planetary sphere as a whole. The eye of the spirit, EYE, sees that Saturn radiates forces, which may be perceived as a formation. The physical aspect of Saturn is only one element of the picture, one that gradually fades before the eye of the spirit. A spiritual view gives us the feeling that the world spirits gave Saturn its position in the heavens for our benefit, so to speak, to show us the direction in which to look. When we look with a spiritual eye, EYE, it is as if something were drawn on a blackboard, merely as a point of reference, and then something is drawn all around it, after which the point of reference is erased. This is what happens automatically for spiritual sight. Saturn is blotted out, but what surrounds it becomes increasingly clear and speaks a wonderful language. Once Saturn is blotted out and we see the form worked into the ether, then we find that this form extends all the way to Jupiter, where this process is repeated. Jupiter erases itself, and what manifests in the ether spreads very far, and again a formation arises in the ether. This combines with the form from Saturn to produce an image in the heavens. The same thing happens in relation to Mars. Then we come to the Sun. Whereas the outer physical sun blinds and dazzles, we find that this is not true of the spiritual sun. All the dazzling quickly dies away as we gaze at the spiritual sun. A great, majestic, living picture arises from everything inscribed into the ether. A picture that extends to Mercury, Venus, and Moon. Thus, we have the image as a whole with its various parts. At this point, you might suggest that there are times when Saturn, for example, comes to a place in the heavens where it does not connect with the image formed by Jupiter. Strangely enough, this is also accounted for, because what we see comes together in an odd way. If you make a line in the Earth that extends from a certain point in the East or Asia through the Earth's center, elongating it from the other side out into the universe, such a line would assume an extraordinary significance for our spiritual sight as a whole. If Saturn lies beyond this line, we must carry the picture that arises from Saturn over to the line. There it becomes fixed. These images always fix themselves for our view by means of this line. Wherever we may see the image of Jupiter or Saturn, and we must look for them, they are fixed in our sight by this line. Now, we have a completely unified picture. Our planetary system presents a uniformly formed picture. Do you recognize this picture? Once we figure it out, we discover that it is a cosmic image of the human skin and our sensory organs. If you could draw an image of the cosmos from the human skin and the sensory organs, it would depict exactly what I have just described. The planetary system inscribes in the cosmic ether what exists in the human being, as specialized by earthly conditions, as the three-dimensional image of the skin surface, including the sensory organs. This, then, is the first thing. We discover a relationship between the earthly human being, our form given by the skin that encloses us, and the planetary system that shapes and builds the archetypal heavenly picture of the earthly human being into the ether. Then we discover a second phenomenon. We see the planets in movement. If we look at a particular planet, the Ptolemaic and the Copernican systems each present a different image of the path it follows. This may very well be the case. Pictures of planetary movements can be interpreted in the most varied ways. But more important, however, is the fact that we can perceive all these movements together. Saturn has the longest distance to go and requires the longest time to complete its orbit. Its movement in conjunction with the movement of Jupiter gives us a picture. And if we look in this way, then a whole picture arises from the movements of all these planets taken together. and we can reinterpret the picture that arises from the movement of the planets. This picture does not agree with the astronomical descriptions of the planetary movements. Strangely, spiritual sight does not find the ellipses found in astronomical maps. When, for example, we follow Saturn with spiritual sight, something is revealed that, seen in conjunction with other movements, forms a figure 8, or a kind of lemniscate. And all the other various planetary movements play into this, and this presents still another picture. The picture that arises from all the planetary movements reveals itself to us as the heavenly image of the human being expressed in the nerves and adjacent glands. Spiritual sight discovers this archetypal image of the human skin and sensory organs in the sequence and arrangement of the planets. We have seen what happens when we go from this to the image of the planetary movements. If we draw an outline of the human form, we may sense that this outline represents the form of the planetary system. But when we include the nervous system and the secreting glands, with every stroke we have the sense we are drawing a physical picture of the movements of the whole planetary system as seen by the eye, EYE, of the spirit. Now, we can advance another step in our spiritual observation of the cosmos. We have reached the point where we have a picture of the planetary movements by including in our drawing the nerves and adjacent glands. Now we can progress in our knowledge. As we do, the various movements fade away. When we rise from imagination to inspiration, the individual movements vanish. This is extraordinarily important. Footnote: Rudolf Steiner uses the terms imagination, inspiration, and intuition not in their usual sense, but to describe inner capacities that are attained as one ascends to higher levels of spiritual awakening. See Rudolf Steiner's title, Stages of Higher Knowledge, and a lecture entitled Imagination, Inspiration, Self-Fulfillment, Intuition, Conscience, contained in title A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit, Anthroposophy, Psychosophy, Pneumatosophy. End of footnote. What one can call seeing, in the narrower sense, disappears from the whole picture. It is suddenly gone. Now, however, we begin to, in quotes, hear spiritually. What was movement before now becomes indistinct and vague, swimming into one another until it becomes like a picture seen through a mist. Out of this misty image, however, the music of the cosmos begins to form. Cosmic rhythms become spiritually audible to us. Now, we can ask, what must we add to our outline of the human form that corresponds with these cosmic rhythms? As we know, through art, all sorts of transformations are possible. As we outline the human being, and within that, the nervous system, we have the feeling that we have actually been drawing. Nevertheless, we cannot directly paint what we hear in the realm of cosmic music, because it is all rhythm and melody. To represent this in our picture, we must take a brush, and following the nervous system, quickly dab some red here, blue there, again red, and again blue, and so on along the lines of the nervous system. At certain places, we feel a pull to stop. We must reach out and paint in a special, in quotes, form that expresses what we hear spiritually. We can indeed transform what we hear there into drawing, but when we want to place it within the outline, we must, at certain points, widen it to make a completely different structure, because here the rhythm, blue-red, 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 suddenly becomes melody. We must paint in a form that sings to us a cosmic melody and rhythm. Once we have drawn everything into the picture, we have a spatially perceptible cosmic music. It is cosmic music that has become audible to spiritual hearing, when the planetary movements have disappeared into a mist. What we have drawn into our image is the bloodstream. Then we come to an organ such as the heart or lungs, or those that absorb substances from the outside world or from the body itself. And at these points, we must paint forms attached in a certain way to the blood vessels. Thus the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, and stomach emerge. From cosmic music, we insert the organs of secretion related to the bloodstream, drawing them into our blood system in our drawing. The secretion can be added as well. Let us take another step from inspiration to intuition. Something very special arises from the cosmic music. Something develops that forms the tones together. One tone affects another, and we begin to hear meaning in this cosmic music. The cosmic music transforms into the speech of the whole cosmos. All that can be summed up in the term cosmic speech becomes audible. In earlier times, this was referred to as the cosmic word. And because it becomes audible, we must now draw something else into our picture of the human being. This becomes obvious to us. We must proceed just as we do in ordinary writing, in which we express something through words formed by letters. In this way, we must express the meaning of individual cosmic words. We find that when we express these singular cosmic words and express them in our drawing, the muscular and skeletal structures of the human being arise in this picture. It is as though someone had told us something, and now we write it down. Cosmic speech tells us something, and we draw it into our picture. We have found the whole human being through what the world beyond the earth tells us. But there is another, essentially different experience that comes to us through our observation. Let us return to the beginning of this whole process, the formation inscribed in the ether. While we practice this knowledge, the earthly element vanishes and remains only as a memory. If it did not remain as memory, we would be without any hold or support, which is essential when we want to know spirit. If spiritual knowledge excludes physical knowledge, it is no good. In physical life, we must be able to remember, because if we could not recall our actions and experiences, we would not be healthy. Likewise, within the realm of spiritual scientific knowledge, we must always be able to recall what is present in the physical world. Thus, as we enter the formative activities of the planetary system, for the moment we forget entirely the other knowledge we had on Earth, all that we received from the wonderful achievements of physical science. No matter how thoroughly we studied natural science within the earthly sphere, in every instance of spirit knowledge we must each time reflect on and recall what we learned in the physical realm. We must continually remind ourselves that this is the solid ground we must stand upon. Nevertheless, it withdraws and becomes like a memory. On the other hand, we now have another perception as something appears as the formative force in the planetary system. Compared to physical knowledge, it is alive and vivid, just as immediate experience compares to a memory. A wholly different environment confronts us at this moment. The beings of the third hierarchy are present now, the hierarchy of the archai, archangels, and angels. Footnote: these hierarchies are described in greater detail in Rudolf Steiner's title Outline of Esoteric Science and title The Spiritual Hierarchies, Reality and Illusion, end of footnote. We see that the third hierarchy lives within this form. A new world arises now before us. We no longer have to say only that the cosmic archetype of the human form arose from the planetary system. Now we can say that the beings of the third hierarchy, the archai, archangels, and angels, are working and weaving this cosmic archetype of the human being. In our earthly existence, it is possible to attain perception of the hierarchical world through suprasensory cognition. After death, every human being necessarily experiences such knowledge. And the better we prepare ourselves, as we can, during earthly existence, the easier this will be for us. But we must all go through it. On earth, when we want to know our form, we can view ourselves or take a picture. After death, we do not have such means available to know our own or another's form. After death, we must look out to the planet's formative activity and weaving. The planets reveal our form. There we recognize what I have described here as the human form. Woven into it, however, we see the angels, archangels, and archai of the third hierarchy working and weaving. Let us progress upward. We have seen how the weaving life of angels, archangels, and archai is related to the forms of the human skin and the sensory organs placed within it. Now we can learn more about our human relationship to the realm beyond earth. First, however, we must be very clear about the fact that we talk differently here on earth about a person's form having a certain shape. We speak of someone's forehead being formed in a particular way, of another having this or that shaped nose, while others have sad eyes or smiling eyes, and so on. And this is the end of it. But cosmic knowledge leads us to see the active weaving of the third hierarchy in all that contributes to the human form. In fact, the human form is not an earthly creation. The earth merely provides the substance for the embryo, whereas the archai, archangels, and angels work in from the cosmos to build the human form. We now advance further and perceive the confluence of planetary movements, parenthesis, reproduced as our nervous system and the secreting glands, close parenthesis, and how they interweave with the beings of the second hierarchy, the exousiae, kuriotetes, and dynamis. And because the beings of the second hierarchy are connected and work on the cosmic archetype of the human nervous and glandular systems, it later becomes our task after death, that is, some time after we have come to understand the human form in terms of its cosmic archetype, to ascend to the world of the second hierarchy. There, we must come to understand how the physical human being, now recalled as a memory, was fashioned and created in the nervous and glandular systems by the exousiae, kuriotetes, and dynamis. Here we no longer regard the human being as a product of electrical forces, magnetism, and so on. Rather, we know how, as physical human beings, we were formed by beings of the second hierarchy. Now, we can go even farther, and by ascending to the sphere of cosmic music, cosmic melody and rhythm, we find yet another cosmic archetype of the human being. I have shown you how we draw this into our outline of the human being, but now we do not go any further in observing the hierarchies. It is again the second hierarchy, the exousiae, kuriotetes, and dynamis, who are active here as well, but their activity here is different. It is difficult to express how their way of working on the nervous system differs from their work on the rhythmic blood system of the human being. To express this, we must describe it as follows. As they work on the nervous system, the beings of the second hierarchy gaze down to earth. But when they work on the blood system, they look up. Both the nervous system and the blood system, as well as the organs connected with them, are created by the same hierarchy, but their gaze is turned toward the earth in one instance, and in the other, upward to the spirit world and the heavens. Finally, at the stage of intuition, we see how the human muscular and skeletal systems are woven into being by the world of the cosmic word or cosmic speech. Here we encounter the first hierarchy, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. We have thus reached the moment that corresponds approximately to the midpoint of life between death and a new birth. In my mystery plays, this is referred to as the, quote, midnight hour of existence, close quote. We must then see that the beings of the first hierarchy weave and create all the elements of the human organism that enable us to move around in the world. Consequently, as we view the human being with suprasensory cognition, we see a world of spiritual, cosmic beings behind everything. In our present age, in trying to understand the human being, we usually begin by studying the skeletal system, although this makes little sense, even in a superficial sense, since the skeleton was formed and built up by the fluids of the human organism. The skeleton was not the first thing, but a residue of fluids, and it can be understood only in that sense. Nevertheless, what is the usual procedure? We must begin by learning the various parts of the skeleton, the bones of the upper arm, lower arm, the hands, the fingers, and so on. Most of us simply learn it all by rote. You know that most people learned it only by rote. It is the same with the muscles, although it is decidedly more difficult. When we come to the various organs, we learn about them in the same way. But there, the concepts are largely thrown together pell-mell. In all healthy minds, however, there is a longing to know more about what lies behind it all, and to know something of the mystery of the world. If we made observations based on the actual facts about the human being, this would be the result. We would begin by studying the skin and the senses embedded in it, which leads to perception of the hierarchy of angels, archangels, and archai. Then, as we go further into the human being, to the nervous and glandular systems, this leads us to the second hierarchy, the exousiae, curiosities, and dynamis. We stay with these same beings when we get to the blood system and the organs. And when it comes to what this system has built up, to what gives us the capacity for movement, the muscular and skeletal systems, we ascend to the first hierarchy, and an understanding of these systems as the creation of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. It is possible in this way to describe the ascending ranks of hierarchical beings, from the third to the second to the first. When we describe the influences pouring down upon earth from beyond it, and in them we see the activities of the hierarchies, a marvelous picture arises before us. Gazing at the ranks of hierarchies, first we see the activity of the third hierarchical beings, angels, archangels, and archai. Then we see the work of the second hierarchical beings, exousiae, curiosities, and dynamis, and how this all works and weaves together in the cosmos. And finally we see the beings of the first hierarchy, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Only now do we have a clear image of the human being before us. We have traced the order of the hierarchies to their activities, and as we allow those activities to pass before the eye of the spirit, EYE, the human being stands before us. As you can see, a mode of observation opens up at the very point where the other stops. Yet only this kind of observation leads us beyond the gates of birth and death. There is no other that tells us about what stretches before birth and beyond death. All that can be described there becomes a matter of actual experience. In the coming lectures, I will show how this becomes real experience. On earth, we are surrounded by the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, and by what physical humankind accomplishes in the earthly sense. We direct our gaze toward all that arises from the mineral, plant, animal, and physical human being. Likewise, Once we have passed through the gate of death and live between death and a new birth, we gaze at activities of the spiritual world directed toward the human being. And we see the human being truly as a product of the activity and accomplishments of the higher spiritual hierarchies. We will also come to realize that unless seen in this light, we cannot understand the forms and structures of the other beings of earth. Let me add something else in preparation for our coming lectures. Consider the animal. There is something about an animal that reminds us of the human form only in a limited sense. Why is this? An animal cannot duplicate the planetary form inscribed in the ether. Only human beings can become a replication of that form, because we strive toward the line that, as I mentioned, focuses the planetary image for us. If it were the destiny of human beings to remain children and never learn to walk but only crawl, which of course it is not, we would never be able to model our forms as human beings from the planetary forms. However, we must duplicate them according to our human organization. We must grow into the planetary forms. But animals cannot do this. They must unfold their lives according to the movements of the planets. They replicate only planetary movements. You see this in every aspect of an animal's body. Consider the skeleton of a mammal. The bones of the spine have a vortex shape, which faithfully replicates planetary movements. Regardless of the number of vertebrae in a snake, for example, each one physically copies planetary movements. The moon, our nearest, in quotes, planet, especially influences one part of the animal. This influence is particularly strong. The skeleton develops and forms the limbs. It then all works together in vortex formations. The other planets, Venus and Mercury, move in spiral formations. The sun's influence, in a sense, finishes the skeletal structure. We can even speak of a specific point in the spine where the sun is especially active, the point where the spine tends to transform into the head structure, which displays a transformed spinal vertebra. Saturn and Jupiter work at the point where the bones of the spine rise and, in quotes, puff out, parenthesis, the description used by Goethe and Gegenbauer, close parenthesis, to become skull bones. And to understand the animal's skeletal structure, we follow the direction of the skeleton from the back to front, going from Moon to Saturn. To understand the animal form, we cannot relate it to the form of the planets, but to planetary movements. What we work into the glandular system as human beings, the animal works into its whole form and structure. Thus we may say that the animal cannot arrange and order its being according to the form radiated by the planets, but begins directly with planetary movements. The people of ancient times visualized these planetary movements as the paths of planets through the constellations of the zodiac. The ancients could describe the courses of Saturn and other planets as each traveled through the zodiac. Because of their knowledge of animals, they understood the relationship between animal forms and the zodiac, parenthesis, a word that means animal circle, close parenthesis. The zodiac is correctly named as an animal circle. But for us, the essential point is that the animal does not partake of the forms inscribed by the planets in the ether. Only the human being does this. Human beings can do this because the human organism has assumed an upright posture. Consequently, the planetary form becomes an archetype in us, whereas we find only the planetary movements replicated in the animal. Here we are presented with a spiritual suprasensory image of the human being. Everything I have described, the skin, nervous system, cardiovascular system, musculature, and skeleton, initially contains only the image of forces. At conception, it is joined to the physical embryo and takes in the earthly forces and substances. This picture, purely spiritual but at the same time definite, fills itself with earthly substances and forces. As human beings, we come down to earth, formed and fashioned by the heavens. Initially, we are wholly suprasensory, right to our very bones. Then we unite with the embryo, the physical human seed. We fill it. At death, we let it fall away again and retain our spirit form as we pass through the gate of death. In conclusion, let us observe the human being while passing through the gate of death. The physical form, which we can see by looking into a mirror or at a photograph, is no longer there, nor are we interested in it at this point. We look toward the cosmic archetypal image inscribed in the ether. During earthly life, this archetypal picture was anchored in our own etheric body, but we did not perceive it. It is present within our physical being on earth, but we do not notice it. Now, however, we see the reality of our own form. This image, we see, also shines out and radiates forces that have a very different effect. The forces flowing from this archetypal image have the same effect as a radiant body, except that it should be understood as etheric. The sun shines physically. The cosmic image of the human being shines spiritually. And because this image is spiritual, it also has the power to illuminate other things. Here in earthly life, those who have committed good or evil actions can be exposed to the sun for as long as they like. The sun's rays will light up their hair and other physical characteristics, but it will not illuminate their good or evil actions as qualities. The luminous image of our own form, which we experience after death, radiates a spiritual light that illuminates the morality of our actions. After death, we are confronted by this cosmic image, which illuminates our moral acts. During earthly life, this cosmic picture existed within us, where it could be heard faintly as our conscience. After death, we view it objectively. We know that we are seeing ourselves and that it must be there for us. We are unrelenting with ourselves after death. Because this luminous image does not conform to any of the excuses we might make here to pardon our sins and emphasize our good actions. Rather, an inexorable judge radiates from us after death by directing a brilliant light upon the value of our acts. Our conscience becomes a cosmic impulse that works outside of us after death. These are the matters that lead us from the earthly to the suprasensory human being. The earthly human being who comes into existence at birth and passes away at death can be understood through anthropology. The suprasensory human being, who is merely permeated by earthly substances so that the outer world can manifest, can be understood only through anthroposophy. This is the goal of this lecture course. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled At Home in the Universe, given in The Hague in 1923. This is Lecture 2, entitled Interweaving Our Destinies, given on November 14th, 1923. My dear friends, yesterday we tried to find the relationship between the human being and the cosmos. Through such studies, we want to establish a basis for a deep, complete understanding of our suprasensory being. Today, I would take what we said yesterday a little further in a more, in quotes, outer suprasensory way. We will consider suprasensory human nature after a person has dispensed with the physical and etheric bodies. That is, while traveling the path between death and a new birth. after having passed through the gate of death. Today I will be more descriptive of what an externally imaginative approach perceives of this journey between dying and entering a new birth. This will provide a basis for understanding the human soul and spirit. Nevertheless, we must be clear right from the beginning that it is really nonsense to speak of the physical human being apart from the human soul and spirit. Because our physical aspect, the physical body as perceived in the world of the senses, is in fact thoroughly permeated and suffused by soul and spirit. Spiritual forces form our brow, our features and countenance, and all that is the human form. We should not be surprised, therefore, that those who possess a faculty for spiritual sight continue to speak of the form of the human being even after death. The truth is that imaginative cognition indeed sees that a person who has passed through death reveals a form. Compared to something physical, of course, it appears as no more than a kind of shadowy image. Nevertheless, it is clear and very impressive. Initially, this form gives the impression of something external, because we have to imagine the human soul and spirit as moral and spiritual. But we find that we cannot develop a lasting and valid spiritual view of the suprasensory human being unless we first speak of these imaginations or image forms that we continue to wear even after we have passed through the gate of death. At death, we lay the physical body aside. We need not linger on what happens to it, since the particular way dissolution takes place is far less important than people believe. The dissolution of the physical body, whether it is cremated or simply decomposes, concerns only our fellow human beings. It is not really important for our own life after death. So we must speak of the physical body as it presents itself to sensory perception as something that dissolves into outer nature and its forces. Next, the etheric body also dissolves fairly soon after death. You know this from my presentation in Title and Outline of Esoteric Science. Once these two outer manifestations of the human being have been laid aside, something frees itself of them, which have acted as enveloping sheaths, though the word sheath is not quite accurate. Those endowed with the appropriate imaginative cognition perceive the nature of what is released after death from these two sheaths. It is a form that initially resembles the human physical form in a certain sense, but this spirit form, as I will call it, is constantly changing. I have described the life between death and a new birth often, and from widely varied perspectives, because this is the only way to develop an adequate concept of it. Today I plan to speak of it from yet another specific perspective. We must add this to what has been presented at various other times to get a complete picture. This human spirit form changes constantly. Indeed, it will always continue to transform, so that we can really characterize it appropriately only when we say that it completely becomes a physiognomy or countenance. To the imaginative vision of an initiate, or one who has passed through the gate of death, a physiognomy, as it were, appears. This countenance is the whole human being, not merely a part. The whole human being appears, according to the physiognomy in spirit form, so that this physiognomy expresses the inner moral and spiritual nature of the human being. After death, a bad person will look different from a good person. One who has made strenuous efforts during earthly life will not appear the same as one whose life was thoughtless or superficial. But all this expresses itself in a way that is more than countenance. Indeed, one's countenance loses much of the characteristic impressed upon it during physical life. What it retains tends to become less and less defined, and other aspects of the body, by contrast, become very expressive, especially inside where the lungs are. The physiognomic form of the location of the lungs during physical life reveals the permanent qualities of one's character. The entire chest region assumes a definite physiognomic appearance within the spirit form after death, and it reveals whether a person was courageous or timid, whether one approached life with boldness and bravery, or invariably shrank from the blows of life, and so on. The arms and hands have a specific capacity for expression after death. The biography of a person can be read from them between birth and death. This may be seen most clearly by a thoughtful observer in the hands, which even in physical life are full of meaning and very revealing in their countenance. In physical life, we are very expressive in the way we move our fingers, the way we hold out our hands to others when we meet them, whether we shake hands with the fingertips or press warmly with the whole hand. We can also learn a great deal from how people move and shape their hands in everyday life and work. Such things usually go unnoticed, but people become much more interesting when we observe how they hold and move their hands and fingers, because they reveal themselves this way. After death, this is even more so. An individual's life history can be read in the arms and hands. This is also true of other organs. Everything expresses itself physiognomically. After death, human beings wear their moral and spiritual physiognomy. Yesterday we talked of how people are shaped by the cosmos and appear before us formed, and about how this form, embedded in the skin and the sensory organs, expresses what the cosmos has inscribed into the cosmic ether. But this form, bound by the skin and familiar to us in earthly life as a person's form, becomes the physical expression of our moral and spiritual physiognomy, and it continues this way for quite some time. As human beings enter this way into the new life, they meet the others with whom they had in earthly life a community of spirit, mind, and heart. At this point, pretense is no longer an option for them. The true nature of each person and their feeling toward others is faithfully represented in the physiognomy just described. During this period of life after death, we live with those we were connected with through destiny in the previous earthly life or in some other earthly life. Parenthesis, this follows the, quote, period of trial, close quote, which I do not intend to consider today, close parenthesis, footnote. See the afterword, pages 116 forward, and Rudolf Steiner titled Theosophy, end of footnote. They come to know one another thoroughly. At this initial stage, however, we come to know one another completely by witnessing the physiognomic forms I have described. And what we experience during this period is precisely this intimacy with those to whom we are related by destiny. You must try to imagine how close and intimate this mutual scrutiny really is. Perhaps the words sound somewhat ordinary, but they express the reality. Each human being stands fully revealed to the other, along with the whole meaning of their common destiny. This is how we encounter one another and live together. Also, during this period of existence, those who have become a physiognomy come to know the beings of the third hierarchy, angels, archangels, and archai. These beings are always physiognomy. It is their permanent nature. They issued from the cosmic beings of the higher hierarchies, manifesting their whole soul and spiritual nature as spirit forms, thus making it perceptible to imagination. So, in addition to keeping company with those who are connected with us by destiny, we experience the beings of the third hierarchy during this time. Of course, the display of all those with whom we are connected by destiny is full of variety. Among them, for example, are some who would have preferred that we were on the opposite sides of the world. Nevertheless, they are connected to us by destiny. We know exactly what they thought of and what they actually did to us. There is great variety in these encounters. And like radiant sun figures, beings of the third hierarchy are present as we move among these wandering forms. Of course, the words I use only suggest the reality of this, but there is no alternative to earthly language. But when we say that, during this period after death, we meet those with whom we are bound by destiny, this is the reality. Strangely enough, we are able to understand only those with whom we are connected by destiny. To a certain extent, those with whom we are not connected by destiny are invisible to us. We have no way of reading their moral and spiritual physiognomy. We do not notice them, nor are we able to, because only connections of destiny give us the power to see. We would see very little here on earth if it were our fate to see with physical eyes as we do after death, because here people love to observe in a passive way, merely allowing objects to shine into their eyes. In our current era of civilization, people are not very inclined to arouse themselves to wakefulness in regard to their surroundings. Many of those who are especially fond of movies and look only for impressions to which they can passively surrender would, if they had the kind of vision we have after death, not be able to see other human beings at all on earth. This is because after death, our ability to see other human souls depends entirely on attentiveness, which is implanted in us at that point by our connection with others through destiny. During the first period of life after death, we learn about one another and about how human souls are received into the spiritual world by beings of the third hierarchy. We witness the joy of the angels, archangels, and archai for human beings who come into the spiritual world in the form I have described. Or we perceive how little joy they experience in relation to them. We observe the effects human souls have on the beings of the hierarchies that are closest to them in the invisible world. Then another period begins. Human beings who have been coming to know one another and have been continually gazing at one another now begin to understand one another in a way that is a part of our life after death. They begin to understand in a spiritual way the moral spiritual physiognomies. In the first period after death, we really live in nothing but memories. We live with those to whom we are connected, though we live very much in the present. We live, move, and act amid all that takes place among human beings and the beings of the third hierarchy, but in a kind of remembrance of earthly life. Then a period starts when we begin to gain spiritual understanding and comprehend, as comprehension must occur in the spiritual world, the meaning that human moral and spiritual physiognomies have for one another. We come to understand our fellow human beings. And thus we can say that a certain physiognomy indicates events of destiny that one has shared with a certain individual, and so on. We experience this during the first period, right after death, by viewing our associations according to destiny. Now, however, in the second period, our experience tells us that having lived our life together as revealed by the mutual understanding of our physiognomies, our future together must now follow a particular course. We begin to comprehend a possible future course of progress for our common destiny. And we begin to get a sense of how our relationships, begun during earthly life, can be developed. We see in perspective how the threads of destiny form in the future, threads of common destiny revealed in the moral and spiritual physiognomies. This experience becomes increasingly intimate, indeed so intimate that the souls grow together. As the soul proceeds during this phase of existence, the most expressive part of our being on earth, the head, gradually disappears. It dissolves into a kind of spiritual mist. To the same extent that the head disappears, the features of the moral, spiritual physiognomy also change. The features alter, and something appears that points from the past into the future. At this point, one is placed into the spirit of the planetary movements. That is the spirit of the forces of the planetary system. As a result, those who belong together approach the spiritual sun existence at a specific time after death. The planetary forces bring them into the spiritual sun existence. All the experiences they have shared, along with the seeds for future experience, are carried with them into the spiritual sun. From the perspective of real knowledge, it is childish to conceive of the sun as a ball of gas out there in the universe. This is only the view the sun reveals to earth. When we look at it with the eyes of the spirit or soul, which we have after death, and view it from out in the great universe, the sun is revealed as a spiritual being, or rather as an assembly of spiritual beings. And mixed among those spiritual beings are human souls, who bring to the sun's spiritual existence not only their own individual spiritual essence, but also their common destinies. This whole, in quotes, system of human souls shines out into the cosmos, along with judgments the beings of the second and third hierarchies have passed on them. The only way we can correctly conceive of the sun from any earthly viewpoint is this. As we observe the sun from the earth's surface, it does indeed appear like a shining, radiant ball. We could make a drawing of it. We usually think that if we could ascend in a balloon and inspect the sun from high above the earth, it would appear exactly the same as it does when seen from earth. But this is not the case. If we wanted to make a picture, a sensorially perceptible image of how the sun looks to spiritual vision, we would have to show spirit radiating from the sun into the vast expanses of the cosmos. From earth, we see only the aspect of the sun that shines toward earth. Now, however, something appears to spiritual vision that gradually becomes a spiritually audible perception. It becomes an element in the music of the cosmos, and it is something quite magnificent. But this element has been experienced by humankind in the past, and it is experienced also after death. This is all carried into the sun existence, and it then radiates into the cosmos. When this happens, the human beings there have already assumed the form of the sun to a certain extent in their spirit form. These words sound contradictory, but we must describe the facts as they correspond to reality. After passing through the gate of death, all that was human physiognomy or spirit form becomes round. And when human beings arrive in the sun, in the spiritual sense, they have, in fact, become a sphere of spirit. Each human being has become a spiritual sphere, and the cosmos is reflected in this spirit sphere. To the degree that our whole being has become a sensory organ of spirit, the impressions we receive are no longer earthly. One completely becomes a, quote, spiritual eye, close quote, EYE. And this spiritual eye receives an impression of the entire cosmos. We feel united with the whole wide universe. Our earthly being is now experienced as external to us. But as we reflect the whole universe in ourselves, as in the spiritual eye, We feel united with the destinies we have experienced both individually and with others. After living for a while in this period of existence, we move gradually into the sphere of the first hierarchy, that of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. We unite with the first hierarchy. First, we united with the third hierarchy, where we moved among human beings bound to us by destiny, moving in our moral and spiritual physiognomy. Then we were carried by the planetary forces into the spiritual sun existence, where we united with the second hierarchy, but then we were still outside the first. Now, once our own sun existence has made us feel at one with the whole cosmos, we unite with the first hierarchy of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. And at this point, we begin to be able to become interested in more than only those with whom we are connected by past destiny. Other souls appear now for the first time in our life between death and rebirth, and they enter our sphere of destiny. We now begin to see human beings other than those previously tied to us by destiny, souls with whom we will be connected by destiny in future incarnations. Under the influence of the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, however, we begin to notice that the forms of those with whom we were already connected by destiny are changing in powerful ways that correspond to the extent of our connections. First, I will describe this more externally. When we physically observe someone walking, we see first one foot move to the front and the other, and thus that person moves forward. As we watch, we see what we might call a series of momentary snapshots. But to those who use imagination to observe a person in the existence after death, the legs appear to assume a form with every step that contains that individual's destiny, the destiny that is currently being experienced and was molded during earthly life. And the destiny is carried not only in the legs, but the arms also bear the significance of our destiny, the effects, both good and bad, of what we did with our hands to others. The way we move displays an impulse toward justice. How it is brought into the world and included is a part of our destiny. Similarly, in the bloodstream, we can see the inner destiny we create through our moods and inner responses to life. These revelations of destiny can be seen for quite some time after one has entered this realm of existence. One can still observe them in the form of the limbs, and except for the head and chest, in other human forms. On earth, the sight of someone walking by with no head or chest would be very unpleasant. But in this sphere, between death and a new birth, it is very different. There, everything is changed into morality and spirit. What we see there is much more powerful than seeing any human head on earth. Those who are connected by destiny have such experiences during their spiritual sun existence, which in my mystery plays I call cosmic midnight. Depending on how much they are really connected, human beings work together to transform the nature of what they were in the previous earthly life. With spiritual sight, we can witness what happens here in detail. We see, for example, how the leg is changed into the form of the lower jaw in the next earthly life, and how the arms and hands are transformed into the upper jaw and the nerves in that area. You must understand, of course, that this is all seen through spiritual perception, which can watch the whole lower human being change into the upper part. A human being does not effect this change alone, but through all who belong together. To the degree that they are connected by destiny, they work on one another. This mutual work leads to spiritual relationships that cause human beings to find one another and come together in earthly life. Such spiritual relationships brought about in the life between death and rebirth unite us with some degree of intimacy. It is indeed true that the spiritual form of the head, as it will appear in the next incarnation, is built by the mutual activities of those who are united by destiny. This work is done in the spirit land, and its meaning and significance are certainly not less than our work on earth. On the contrary, they are more so. So you see, just as we can use images taken from earthly life to picture what happens to us between birth and death, similarly we can describe in concrete detail all that happens to us between death and a new birth. We can picture it all very concretely. The transformation in the limbs and metabolic and blood system is marvelous and awe-inspiring. Midway between death and a new birth, however, it is our human moral and spiritual qualities that are transformed. And what emerges from those transformations is the sound of cosmic music. This human form is fashioned after the sun and reflects the whole universe. It reveals the outer form of the human being as cosmic tone. One does not, comparatively speaking, see a visual representation of the human being. Instead, one is presented with a representation of the transformed lower human being as cosmic sound. And as this continues to progress ever further, one becomes a part of the cosmic word itself. The initial blend of melodies and harmonies now becomes articulated aspects of the cosmic word. Our nature becomes such that we, in quotes, speak our own being as if from the cosmos. Consequently, there is a period between death and a new birth when our being becomes, in fact, in quotes, spirit word. This is not merely a word of a few syllables, but one of infinite expression. It speaks not only the whole of humankind in general, but also the whole of that particular individuality. During this period between death and a new birth, one mysteriously knows and sends a revelation into the cosmos, revealing the nature of the human being that is perceptible to divine spiritual beings. When the human individuals work on one another to transform the lower parts of their form into the uppermost parts have gradually dissolved. And when the foundation for their future association has been established according to their past relationships, it is as though a spiritually sculpted element of feeling were being shaped. One takes up this spiritually sculpted element and works it, transforming it into a musical sound, and finally into speech. During the first stage after death, we move among the spiritual physiognomies of those we are connected with by destiny. We witness those physiognomies. We become aware of one another and come to know one another in a spiritual form, according to moral and spiritual qualities. During this first stage, however, it is only a kind of seeing. It is no more than seeing, though the human souls bring it together in an intimate way. Then, a period begins that I described as a mutual understanding, in which we gaze with understanding deeply into the inner nature of one another, recognizing how the future will connect with the past as destiny develops. Next, a process of transformation unfolds from this, in which one works on another through deep knowledge, and where the spiritual sculpting is transformed into musical sound, followed by speech. Now we go to something more than understanding. We speak our own warm, quote, creation word, close quote, to one another. On earth, we utilize a speech organ to talk to one another about what we know. The physical body provides the basis for what we say, and living within it as a fleeting element to which a higher element has been added are the ordinary words we use. We use our vocal organs to express ourselves to one another, and this shuts off and eliminates what lives behind our merely physical aspect. Imagine how it would be if what we say, what flows into fleeting words, were not only the expression of our very being, but were at the same time our being. This gives you a picture of how human beings distinguish between and reveal themselves to one another midway between death and a new birth. Word encounters word. Articulated word meets articulated word. Inwardly enlivened word meets inwardly enlivened word. But the human beings themselves are the words. And chiming together, they harmoniously sound the spoken word being. Impermeability does not exist there. They indeed live together. And the word that each one really is comes to life in the word that is the being of the other. And links of destiny are formed there that continue to work into the next incarnation. And these express themselves as sympathy or antipathy when these human beings meet again. These feelings of sympathy or antipathy reflect what we said to one another in the spirit land midway between death and a new birth. There we talked with one another, and we ourselves were being spoken. On earth we feel a vague reflection of this when we meet one another again. This is approximately the way we would have to describe the sense of our experience on earth with others, as reverberations of what we each were in the creative word, speaking our being in the life between death and a new birth. That is when we exist for one another in the truest sense. When we live for one another on earth, it is a projection of spirit onto earth of that true togetherness. After we have lived through that period of time, we enter another. We begin to separate gradually from the beings of the first hierarchy, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. And we return again to the realm of the second hierarchy and the forces that planets exert on one another. This is where perceptions of the universe arise, perceptions that had been less direct before, because we were able to follow them only in other beings. The cosmos now begins to arise before us as an outer universe. We learn also of our mutual relationships with beings whose destinies are not connected to us. We learn of our connections with those human beings who first appeared during the middle period between death and rebirth. This occurs when we re-enter the planetary spheres and connect with the beings of the second hierarchy. We have been with them before, but now the connection is different because the first hierarchy have gradually faded from sight and are eventually no longer present. Spirit seeds are found there for the pliable form of the human being, for the new human chest and limbs. The human being gradually forms and rebuilds a preparatory human form. What we spoke of as our own being in cosmic word becomes cosmic again, and the pictorial sculpture of our being grows from the music of the spheres. Now we approach the moment when we are ready to connect with the embryonic seed provided by a mother and father. We simply join with it. There is a spiritual form that descends from the spiritual world into physical existence. And this is the actual human being. Whereas the embryo offered to us exists only so that we can connect and permeate ourselves with earthly matter. Our life between death and a new birth is rich in meaning. The work we do there is the interaction between ourselves and beings of the higher realms. The whole outer nature of our life between death and a new birth is completely different from the nature and essence of life here on earth. Let us take our study further and increase our understanding of our suprasensory human nature. To do this, we must become clear about a few things. First, we live in the physical world of earth. Here we perceive the outer world through our senses. We must say that we perceive things that are sensorially perceptible and physical. In earthly life, we perceive only what is physically perceptible. Beyond this world, there is a second to which our ether body belongs. It imbues and permeates the physical body. This world is initially imperceptible to our physical faculties of perception. It is not physical, but supra-physical. Bordering our perceptible physical world, therefore, is one that is imperceptible and supra-physical. This is the next world beyond our own. And within it live the third hierarchy beings, angels, archangels, and archai. This other world is imperceptible to those who live in a physical, earthly incarnation and have not developed spiritual sight. It is not physical, but its activity does manifest in the physical world. There is also a third adjoining world. This world is also not physical, and in this respect it is similar to the etheric world. It is also supraphysical, but oddly enough, it is perceptible. It can be perceived from our world. Now we have come to the characteristic of a world that reaches into our world and is perceptible, but it is also supraphysical. Consequently, we cannot explain its true nature. What we receive in sunlight, for example, belongs to this world that is supraphysical but perceptible. All the spirit beings who populate the sun are supraphysical, yet they are perceptible to us on earth. It is nonsense to think that sunlight is only what physicists imagine. The light of the sun is a manifestation of the sun beings. Sun beings are perceptible, but appear to us in a form we cannot interpret. The light of the stars, the moon, the sun, and other forms of light are also perceptible, but people do not have the right understanding of the beings behind it. Here we have a world that is perceptible but supraphysical, and borders the world that is physically perceptible. It is very important to understand the characteristics of these different worlds. Number one, our earthly world, perceptible and physical. Number two, the second world, bordering the first. Angels, archangels, and archai live in this realm. It is imperceptible and supraphysical. It is the dwelling of the third hierarchy, but also that of human beings between death and a new birth, while associated with the third hierarchy. Number three, the third world is perceptible and supraphysical. It is the dwelling of the second hierarchy. And finally, number four, an imperceptible physical world. With the fourth, we have a complete list of all possible worlds. Number one, perceptible and physical. Two, imperceptible and supraphysical. Three, perceptible and supraphysical. Four, imperceptible and physical. This fourth world is imperceptible and yet physical. How can we visualize it? It is in our midst and present physically, and yet it is imperceptible. Consider, for example, the fact that your leg is heavy when you lift it off the ground. The force of gravity affects it. The force of gravity acts physically, but it is imperceptible to ordinary sensory perception. You experience this force of gravity inwardly, but in itself it is imperceptible to our physical senses. The same is true of certain other phenomena. You experience them within, but with feelings you cannot explain. An earlier, more instinctive spiritual science knew this as the, quote, mercurial, close quote, tendency, which strives toward the form of a drop. You always contain it within as the protein your bodies use. Again, this is something physical, but in its own configuration. You see, there is a living process of combustion within you. It acts physically and lives in your will, though you are unaware of it. It is imperceptible and physical. The first hierarchy beings, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, are within this world, the realm of the imperceptible and physical. And now we come to something strange. When we pass through the gate of death, first we enter the imperceptible and supraphysical. We disappear from this world. At the second stage, we enter the sphere of the second hierarchy, the perceptible and supraphysical.